everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Welcome to Novels Wonderland, My Hero Academia, Blink by author, Cyprus Chapter 1-56 Synopsis. You know, with an overpowered quirk, one might assume that they can live a peaceful life. But when one of your schoolmates are in trouble, what are you supposed to do? Abandon them? Nah, I'd teleport. Not a translation, doing it for fun. Originally My Hero Academia, Jumper, but there were complaints about the title, so just decided to change it. P@TR30N is Cyprus if you want to support me and read some advanced chapters. P@TR30N.C0M Cyprus. Discord server link is https://discord.gg/cyprus. If you want to talk with me. Prologue. Books 57 chapters, memo 78,064 words, stopwatch ~3 12-minute read. Chapter 1, Prologue. 1,255 words. You know, I thought I would die a normal death. Keyword, normal. But it seems I didn't. I would have to agree, blank. Looking at the white silhouette of a human reminiscent of truth in front of him, blank didn't have much to say, 'cause he did indeed die a rather stupid death. Enjoying a rather entertaining fanfic reading session, and then suddenly a truck had rammed through the wall and instantly killing him. How morbid. But there wasn't much blank could even do, seeing as he was a rather normal human who couldn't dodge at the speed of light. So an average man, dead. How tragic. Let's look at the bright side. It seems that the trope of a Rob did indeed exist. How optimistic of a person who just died. Resting their chin on his palm, Rob, somehow without eyes, gave off the feeling of amusement with just his tone. How is that even possible? Anything is possible for me, blank. So, you ready to get reincarnated? It wasn't like he could do much against it, so might as well enjoy the reincarnation experience. Who knows, maybe it'll be pretty smooth sailing. Now that's the attitude. Rob clapped in amusement, before manifesting a wheel filled with countless names. So it's this trope, then? Yup. Don't fix what ain't broken, you feel me? That's true. Rather, blank was kind of grateful that it was like this, instead of some new confusing trope that made everything overcomplicated. Simple was perfect. So, 3 wheels, one for the world, one for your power, and one for your circumstances, that fine with you? Blank nodded. Sounded pretty good. While it would suck if he landed on a post-apocalyptic world like Last of Us, Warhammer 40k, or even GGZ, there wasn't much blank could do other than pray to God, or Rob, to get a good world. After all, what would something like 6 Eyes even do in Warhammer? Let him see his death in 4K? So it was all in the compatibility. Even if blank knew that his future wasn't really in his hands, it was normal to feel nervous looking at the wheel spin at a speed faster than he could even see. Blank looked at the wheel slowing down, passing worlds like Black Bullet, Absolute Duo, Classroom of the Elite. Well, he sighed in relief when he saw it pass Zenless Zone 0. Rather, any world with a major crisis was a no-no in Blank's book. Blank watched as it barely passed Gensikyo with relief, and landed on a relatively familiar anime. My Hero Academia. Thank God. Obviously there was world-ending villains in that world, and the government was kind of corrupt, and don't even add the quirk supremacists. But, wasn't that where the ability made up for it? Blank hadn't technically finished the anime, rather only getting his information off dropped fanfiction and slander videos. However, that was all he needed to know, that the real issues were all set in Japan. So, what does that mean? He just didn't have to be in Japan when the actual story happened, as simple as that. My Hero Academia, that isn't that bad of a pick, you're pretty lucky, huh? Blank inwardly nodded. Now your ability. Wait. I have a question. Shoot. Does this power automatically count as my quirk, or is it completely separate? Rob somehow gave an illusion of a grin at the question, humming in thought. I guess it's separate. Nice. Nice indeed, blank. So no more questions? Nope. Then here's your power. Without the threat of being placed into a living hell, blank was noticeably more relaxed. After all, with the possible threat gone, it was only normal that he didn't place much importance on power. While it obviously would be nice to have a power, blank wasn't greedy for much. Why else would he just spend his days reading fanfiction all day? It wasn't like blank was an idiot, nor was he shut in, he read it 'cause it was fun. So, in a relaxed demeanor, Blank watched as the wheel slowed down, passing abilities such as the Sharingan, Limitless, and even Shadow Clones. Well, the Shadow Clones would be pretty nice. But beggars can't be choosers. As the wheel slowed to a halt, Blank nodded with satisfaction at the power that was chosen. Shirai Kuroko template, Toaru no Kagaku no Railgun. I won't be a woman, right? Nope, it's more or less her AIM diffusion field, personal reality, calculation ability, and her Esper ability. Of course, how far you get with the template depends on your efforts. Thank Rob. Your genders are 50-50s, like it's supposed to be. That isn't much to be thankful for. Who cares much about gender anyway? Everyone's human in the end, after all. I can't even refute that. Now here's your final wheel. Your circumstances. Without much suspense, Rob quickly spun the wheel, which was equally packed. Blank didn't expect much from the wheel until he saw some pretty morbid options that he probably should have expected beforehand. Test subject. Abandoned parents. Villain family. Now was the time to pray once again. Blank watched with anticipation and nervousness. Rightfully so. What if he had teleportation, if he was broke and homeless? It wasn't like he was immediately level for level in terms of teleportation. Blank felt his blood go cold as it just barely passed, son of all for one, before landing on the much better, middle-class average family. Phew. Wow, I think you're the luckiest reincarnate today. Rob nodded in admiration. There was worse? Obviously. I think the worst one for today was GGZ. Blank inwardly sucked in a deep breath. That's tragic. Yeah, and at that point it didn't even matter what power or family they had, they were cooked either way. Agreed. Well, Blank, it was nice to see a rather calm guy rather than a pretentious one, or an edgy one, or even one of those guys who think they're going to get a harem just for existing. They actually exist. You'd be surprised. Rob rubbed his face in both frustration and exhaustion, sighing in reminiscence. The faceless head looked up at Blank one last time. Before you go, I used to not add this part, but after a while, it's surprising how many people forget. What? The people you see, the people you meet, and the people you share experiences with, are all real human beings. They aren't fiction, they aren't 2D things you saw through a book or a screen or maybe even a fanfic. They're all humans in which they share the same feelings as you do. So no matter how much you may place some weird expectations, or even try to predict their motivations just because you have prior knowledge, everything will change. Just remember this. You are just as unusual as the fictional characters you may see or meet. You aren't superior just because you saw me. You are human. Same as everyone you will meet. Blank silently absorbed the words, then nodded. I'm just normal. At that response, Rob gave a smirk before waving at Blank. It was nice talking to you, Blank. Enjoy your second life, even if you're too lazy to make much of it. A10, first fic, and I'm not much of a writer, as some could tell. Power stones and comments are greatly appreciated, and the possible schedule is 1 chap a day. Would greatly appreciate any and all support. Chapter 2, Childhood. 1592 words. I have to say, I'm grateful that I'm still male in this life. Not because I'm sexist or anything, I'd simply rather remain the way I was before I died. Blank, now known as Shankan Ishan, monologued silently as he watched his parents leave for work, waving them by with a smile. While I appreciate the trust you have in me, Mom and Dad, why are you leaving a 5-year-old to his own devices just because he's a little smart? Now alone in the house, Ishan wandered into his father's study. Both of his parents worked relatively normal office jobs and were financially stable. There was little Ishan could reasonably ask for. In fact, being born into the Shankan family was close to optimal for both his personal circumstances and his quirk. Ishan had awakened his quirk at the unusually young age of 2. On the surface, it wasn't particularly impressive. Without the Shirai Kuroko template, it would have been borderline useless, or at least not worth developing in his laziest opinion. His mother, Shankan Kako, possessed the quirk retrocognition. This quirk allowed her to perceive up to 5 seconds into the past. Rather than replaying events like a recording, it reconstructed recent occurrences by analyzing present conditions such as object positions, residual forces, sound decay, and other environmental traces. The accuracy of this reconstruction depended entirely on Kako's ability to process and quantify environmental data, placing an extreme computational burden on her brain. Over time, the quirk forcibly enhanced her neurological capacity for calculation and probabilistic reasoning, which naturally led her to pursue a career as an actuary. His father, Shunkan Genzai, possessed the quirk hypercognition. Hypercognition dramatically increased Genzai's ability to process real-time sensory input through all 5 senses, allowing him to recognize patterns and causal relationships almost instantly and respond with exceptional efficiency. However, rather than increasing raw intelligence, the quirk accelerated perception, thought, and decision-making. Genzai experienced the world with virtually no perceptual latency, similar to a supercomputer evaluating every viable outcome based solely on incoming sensory data. Because the quirk functioned almost passively, prolonged exposure to unfamiliar or stimulus-dense environments caused severe information overload. When overload occurred, Genzai's nervous system would forcibly shut down via induced sleep as a protective mechanism. As a result, whenever he left familiar environments, Genzai relied on a combination of ear mufflers, blindfolds, and masks to limit sensory intake. While this made him ineligible for a driver's license, his profession as an appraiser required minimal physical travel. Shunkan Ishan, inheriting traits from both parents, was born with a quirk officially classified as precognition. At least, that was the doctor's conclusion. In actuality, Ishan's ability did not truly allow him to see the future. Instead, it functioned by aggregating sensory input, performing high-speed probabilistic calculations, and projecting the most plausible near-future outcomes. However, quirk was classified as an emitter type rather than a cognitive derivative of his parents' abilities. The reasoning was simple: labeling it as a mutant-type cognitive quirk implied permanent neurological alterations that would place an unacceptable processing burden on a child, which was unrealistic just looking at Ishan's rather painless, bored expression. Emitter classification allowed the precognition to be treated as externally generated phenomena, theoretically reducing the risk of neural overload, which would explain why Ishan didn't experience any visible burden. The doctor suggested reassessing the quirk once more data became available, but both Genzai and Kako declined further testing. As long as their son was healthy and safe, they agreed to revisit the matter when Ishan was older. What neither the doctor nor his parents realized was that Ishan's quirk had been a mutant type from the very beginning. The difference was that the level for calculation ability granted by the teleportation template allowed Ishan to absorb and process information without immediate neurological strain. More importantly, continuous forced quirk-assisted analysis caused Ishan's computational capacity to grow gradually to accommodate the information, reinforcing itself through use rather than overwhelming him all at once. So while the precognition was technically passive, due to Ishan's level for computational ability, it allowed him to see much further into the future, or not see it at all. With Ishan's computational ability surpassing multiple high-spec computers, this technically allowed for further advancement for teleportation. That technically was in quotation marks for a reason. Ishan understood that within the Toaru universe, teleportation operated through interaction with the 11th dimension, requiring precise mathematical formulas to interface with it. Fortunately, Rob had provided the same 11th dimensional interaction formulas used by Shirai Kuroko as part of the template. Unfortunately, that was all he had been given. Without knowing what each parameter represented or how to supply correct values, Ishan was forced to deconstruct the equations piece by piece until he fully understood their function. Complicating matters further, Ishan remembered almost nothing about mathematics beyond a high school level. Which meant that he had to effectively start from the beginning. Ishan looked with a dead expression in front of the computer, rubbing his platinum blonde hair in frustration. Linear algebra. The actual bane of his existence. While he could brute force calculations, if he didn't understand what each calculation did, then it was effectively pointless. It may have been relatively simple to just relearn things he had previously learned. When venturing into new territory, it was rather annoying. He tried to brute force it earlier, but the pencil he attempted to teleport had ended up partially spliced into a coloring book, fused cleanly through several pages. After multiple desperate and increasingly futile attempts to free the pencil, Ishan had eventually sighed and given up. It wasn't like permeation where it would get pushed out. His working theory was that, due to his personal reality, anything occupying the same space as his teleportation target would be displaced somewhere else. Possibly the so-called 11th dimension. Or, in simpler terms, violently erased. So yeah. No more experimenting until he actually understood the mechanics behind the formula. While relying on the organic chemistry tutor was good, it couldn't really compare to actual professors. So this inevitably led to the rabbit hole of searching for recorded college lectures. Staring at a screen this long is definitely going to mess up my eyesight. After an hour of dense explanations, Ishan stretched his short arms, let out a tired sigh, and hopped off the chair. Dew sounded good right about now. Halfway to the kitchen, an unexpected sound echoed through the house. Beep beep. A guest? With an eyebrow raised, Ishan deigned to ignore the ringing door, making his way to the door viewer his parents installed on their home. A child? Well, he supposed he couldn't judge. He was a kid too. Are they the new neighbors who are moving in this week? He remembered the family next door had moved out after having their fourth child, opting for a bigger house. Damn, were those kids loud as hell. Snapping out of the memory of endless hero and villain games, Ishan focused back on the girl outside. She was inspecting the door with unrestrained curiosity, knocking lightly on the wood and peering at the frame. This looks like the type of person I'd not want to hang out with. Not that he had much room to be picky. The number of friends he'd had in his previous life could be counted on one hand. Still. She looks really familiar though. Sifting through his memories of My Hero Academia, Ishan could somewhat remember who the person in front of him was. Nej, something. Nejima? Nejimi? Nejaya? Man, he really sucked with names. Even with that nagging familiarity, Ishan didn't open the door. He was home alone, and while his parents trusted him, he wasn't about to do anything that might get them labeled negligent. It wasn't like his parents were actually negligent, they cared for him, and played with him quite a lot even if it was one-sided. It was more of mutual trust. And damn it if Ishan wouldn't uphold his end of trust. Besides, being home alone was easily a top 5 life experience. Even if he couldn't remember Nej something's exact personality, her hyperactive demeanor was pretty obvious. Wait. Where did she go? Ishan leaned closer to the screen. The periwinkle-haired girl was gone. Is she a fucking animatronic, moving away while I'm not looking? After a moment, he shrugged and turned back toward the kitchen. Guess that solves the problem. At least I can delay meeting her until my parents get home and do that whole Japanese new neighbor greeting thing. Thump. Ooh? Ishan looked around the house. A ghost? A chill went down his back. Even though Ishan knew that ghosts couldn't exist, it didn't stop him from being scared of horror games. But the question was quickly answered with another thumping noise, coming from the kitchen window. There she was. The periwinkle-haired girl hovered unsteadily in midair, supported by glowing yellow spiral waves of energy twisting around her legs and back. The energy pulsed unevenly, pushing her up in short bursts rather than smooth flight. She was clearly inexperienced. Every few seconds, she'd tilt too far and overcorrect, wobbling like a fish flopping out of water. But despite the clumsiness, she looked thrilled. With a wide, beaming smile, she waved enthusiastically whenever she managed to stabilize herself for more than a second. Ishan just stared. What the hell? Here's the second chapter. I very much like Nejaya. The end. IDK about harem, but who knows? Also kind of like a very big info dump, so sorry about that. Chapter 3, Childhood. 1,687 words. Ishan's first reaction to the periwinkle-haired girl waving at him was, what the fuck? Thankfully, Nejaya couldn't hear through the window, nor was she an expert at lip reading. The second reaction that Ishan had to Nejaya was an awkward wave. For a brief moment, he considered simply ignoring her and closing the curtains. Still, Ishan knew enough about social interactions to understand that arbitrarily antagonizing the neighbors was a bad idea. Nejaya, however, didn't seem discouraged in the slightest. If anything, she waved harder once she realized he was responding. Might as well. With a quiet sigh, Ishan grabbed a cushion from one of the dining room chairs and placed it on the floor beneath the window. After that, he unlocked it and slid the window open. As expected. Ishan neatly sidestepped as Nejaya lunged forward, watching with a tired expression as she tumbled through the opening and landed face-first onto the cushion. At least she didn't get hurt. Nor was he the cushion. With the computational ability far surpassing both his parents, it wasn't surprising that Ishan could calculate a decent amount into the future. Not in clear visions or prophecy, but more like predictive overlays, like looking at future frames in an animation, translucent projections of what could happen based on current motion, senses, and intent. Ishan could easily keep it at a solid 5 seconds in the future, but with any time above 7 seconds, the margin of error was much higher, leading to multitudes of overlapping projections. The future appeared like a warped, semi-transparent 3D playback layered over reality, and leaving it active for too long made him feel extremely nauseous. Ishan didn't know how his quirk was able to see 5 seconds into the future in a lecture, just through his enhanced senses. Watching a lecture 5 seconds into the future was a rather motion sickness-inducing experience. Maybe I should just get used to it at some point. Don't really want my vision to be in Sandevistan vision 24/7 though. He mentally filed that thought away and focused back on the present as Nejaya bounced to her feet, seemingly unfazed. She stared at him with unrestrained curiosity. "Hello," she said, beaming. "Hello," Ishan replied, returning the smile with effort. "What's your name?" "My name's Heido Nejaya. My family just moved here from Akita Prefecture. I'm 7 years old. My quirk is called wave motion." "Oh, what's your quirk?" "Your hair looks really cool." Ishan watched her step closer with every sentence. "Wait." He raised a hand. "HM." She tilted her head. "At least give me a chance to answer your question before you go off on your tangent." He pinched the bridge of his nose. If he didn't interrupt her now, she'd still be talking 5 seconds from now. He consciously dampened his quirk and looked back at her. "What's a tangent?" "Let me ignore that. My name is Shunkan Ishan. I've lived here since I was born, and I'm 5. My quirk is precognition." "What's pre-cog-ni-tion?" "And a tangent is what you were doing just now." Nejaya completely ignored her recent question and nodded enthusiastically. "Wow, you're really smart. So what was I doing just now?" Who knows? This kid might be even worse than the previous neighbors." "So what's pre-cognition? Does it have something to do with your hair?" "Oh. Does your hair glow when you use it?" "But I didn't see your hair glowing earlier." Before I answer any more questions, Ishan said carefully, "Can we set some rules?" Nejaya blinked, then nodded. Her parents set rules too. Like not touching dangerous things, or not flying indoors without permission. Oh no. She just broke a rule. She really didn't want to get spanked again. Why did she suddenly go quiet? Ishan watched her expression shift, then sighed. "How about one question at a time," he said, "and if you break the rule of whom?" A flick on the forehead. That snapped her out of it. "Ooh? Oh. I wasn't paying attention." "Huh?" Ishan stared at the ceiling. This was going to be a long day. Answering Nejaya's seemingly endless questions, both Ishan and Nejaya didn't realize that time had passed for a while, until someone rang the doorbell once more. The sound cut Nejaya off mid-question, just as Ishan was trying to explain the basics of linear algebra. Honestly, if there was someone right in front of him who let him use the Feynman technique without complaint, who was he not to take advantage of it? Who knew? Maybe Nejaya was a hidden genius. Maybe she'd end up explaining teleportation theory to him. While Nejaya's personality was hard to get used to in the beginning, as a person who did like explaining things, he got used to it relatively quickly. Ring ring. The doorbell finally snapped Ishan out of it. He stood up from the couch, Nejaya immediately following close behind. The height difference due to age might have resulted in an eyebrow twitch on Ishan's end. There wasn't much he could do. He'd heard kids needed a lot of sleep to grow properly, but his own high school self clearly hadn't known anything. He checked the screen beside the door. An unfamiliar woman stood outside, her features strikingly similar to the 7-year-old peeking out from behind him, only older and visibly worried. "Oh, that's my mom." Nejaya's face lit up instantly. "Yeah, it seems so." He moved toward the door, instinctively nudging his precognition, just enough to skim for potential outcomes. Thankfully it was just mainly awkward conversation and mild scolding to Nejaya. Good. He mentally picked out a decent excuse for why his parents weren't home. "Oh, that's my mom." Nejaya repeated, her tone noticeably different. Ishan glanced back at her, puzzled, then hummed thoughtfully. After all, right on Nejaya's forehead was a very noticeable red mark after a few times where Nejaya had asked too many questions at once. Was that why? He speculated, but Nejaya answered his question soon after. "I only said I was going to say hi." "Are you serious?" Ishan stared at her in disbelief. Nejaya, to her credit, seemed to understand exactly how ridiculous that sounded. She flushed slightly and waved her hands defensively. "Don't worry. As long as they know I'm safe, they're usually pretty relaxed." She nodded firmly, as if trying to convince herself. "I don't know about that one, Chief." Ishan shook his head in exasperation, opening the door. "Hello, lower child." The woman quickly smoothed her worried expression into something gentler, presumably not to scare the child. Too bad her efforts were on a child who could care less about it. "Hello. Do you need anything?" "Oh. I'm Heido Shiori, from next door." We just moved in and, Nejaya-chan. She leaned forward, eyes widening as she spotted a familiar silhouette attempting to hide behind Ishun. Ishun, who knew where the conversation would go, looked at Nejaya behind him, no longer with a confident expression she held when reassuring that nothing would happen. Where's all your confidence now? Moving out of the way, and opening the door fully so Shiori could fully see Nejaya, he watched with minor amusement as Shiori quickly grabbed Nejaya by the scruff of her clothing. Oh, here you were, Heido Nejaya. Instead of Nejaya's previously assured relaxed demeanor, relief and exhaustion warred on Shiori's face as she crouched slightly to meet her daughter's eyes, seemingly ignoring the red mark on her forehead. Heido Nejaya. Look at your mother. Nejaya obeyed, her expression with a mix of guilt and fear. Guilt for worrying her mom, and fear of the punishment. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Shiori continued. You said you were just going to say hello, and then an entire hour passed without a word. Were you so excited to finally meet up here that you forgot about us completely? No. Nejaya's eyes darted around, desperately searching for a lifeline, finally landing on Ishun. She gave him a pleading look. Ishun met her gaze, utterly unmoved. His expression clearly said, nothing I can do. Betrayal stabbed through Nejaya's heart, her face naturally forming into a pout. Before she could protest, Shiori gently but firmly tilted Nejaya's face back toward her. And now you're already trying to get your new friend to save you. Shiori sighed. Heido Nejaya, when we get home, you're getting a spanking. Nejaya went pale. She looked between her mother and Ishun in sheer panic, silently begging for help. Looking at Nejaya's pitiful expression, Ishun, who was weak to emotional appeal, made to support her, but was immediately intercepted at Shiori, who gave him a kind smile. Yeah. You're on your own. Thank you for looking after my Nejaya-chan, Shiori said. As thanks, would you and your family like to come over for dinner? Free food? Even as Nejaya resigned herself to her fate, her eyes sparkled again. She looked up at Ishun hopefully. I'll have to ask my parents once they wake up, Ishun replied, deploying the greatest excuse known to mankind, sleeping parents. But they'll probably say yes. Shiori nodded. You don't need to call me Mrs. Heido. Auntie is fine, but I don't think I caught your name. Oh yeah, I didn't introduce myself yet. But before Ishun could even respond, Nejaya interjected. His name is Shunkan Ishun. Shiori calmly covered her mouth. Sorry about that, she said apologetically. My Nejaya-chan is a little energetic. It's fine, Ishun said. And yes, my name is Shunkan Ishun. Then Shunkan-kun. Thank you for spending time with Nejaya-chan. I hope you two get along well. Please take care of her. No problem. Isn't she older than me? Judging by Nejaya's expression, she'd thought the same thing. She opened her mouth only for Shiori to intercept her again and begin dragging her home. Ishun waved once which was unseen, and closed the door. Well, that was a weird experience. Plus, I know this fic will probably not be popular, so if we somehow get 500 power stones, you'll get an extra chap, lol. Chapter 4, Childhood. 1408 words. Test number 5, successful. Ishun glanced down at the pencil resting neatly on his desk, its atoms intact and unspliced. A small, satisfied smile tugged at his lips. This puts a smile on my face. Teleportation was a deceptively troublesome ability, mainly because in his case, it wasn't a naturally self-regulating phenomenon the way most quirks were. This meant that he couldn't just cheat and hope for the best. It wasn't like Endeavor, who didn't need to consciously calculate oxygen ignition or heat expansion every time he used his flames. That man could just think of fire hot and his body would probably combust into flames. While it did have some similarities with the personal realities of espers, they still worked in opposite ways. Most quirks acted like extensions of the body. Once activated, the mutation handled the technical details automatically, compensating for human error. Ishun's teleportation from the Shirai Kuroko template offered no such assistance. In essence, it lacked an internal correction mechanism. The ability responded exactly to what he calculated through formulas with practically no margin of error. Success depended entirely on his ability to define space, distance, and orientation within vector space. While quirks primarily compensated for human error, teleportation was the complete opposite. Teleportation, or more specifically Shirai Kuroko's teleportation, worked on the basis that the user themselves are the reference point. While this undeniably made the calculation process much easier as a result, it had a lack of flexibility. Ironically, that lack of flexibility was what made it learnable. It had taken Ishan roughly 1 year to teleport reliably using himself as the reference point without disorientation, misalignment, or cellular damage. Rather, due to the constant intake of sensory data due to the mutant changes brought by precognition and passive utilization of his computation, Ishan could even say his computative ability surpassed that of Shirai Kuroko. Processing vectors, distances, and mass distributions came almost reflexively to him now. It wouldn't be as exaggerated as teleporting an entire house to a different location. It was entirely plausible for Ishan to teleport cars. Ishan hadn't had the opportunity to experiment on distance, but that was for another time. Rob hadn't said that he would be limited to how strong Shirai Kuroko was in the Toaru universe. Well, that extent would still undoubtedly be overpowered in this universe. After all, was it even possible to dodge an instantaneous attack which could result in an instant KO with an object placed directly into their head? Enough digression. After a few experiments on teleportation without using himself as a reference point, what Ishan discovered was that attempting to use teleportation without any reference point was near impossible with his personal reality. The Earth was never stationary in the universe, with the Earth constantly in movement. And in order to prevent any accidental murders or splicing, Ishan gave up on that route. However, moving things around him using himself as the reference point was plausible. The reason why Shirai Kuroko couldn't move anything without being in contact with that object or person was that teleporting mainly involved moving objects away from the origin point, herself, through the 11th dimension. What Ishan was doing was creating a domain where he himself was the origin point as a reference point, not the takeoff point. This normally wouldn't be possible, but with the combination of the main effect of his quirk, which granted him a near omnipresent awareness, it was equally as easy to make a graph on everything around him. What happened just now was an attempt at teleporting a pencil on the floor to the desk without any issues. And it was successful. Maybe I am a genius after all? Ishan stretched and let out a tired breath. Well, that's enough experimenting for the day, might as well take a nap. Of course. Before he could even reach his bed, he sighed and shuffled toward the window. He pulled the curtains open just in time for bang! 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 Shun-chan. Wanna go play? This girl and that beaming smile. Nejaya. Yeah? She tilted her head, eyes sparkling. Ishan hesitated for half a second before sighing. Sure. They said you couldn't spit on a smiling face. Turns out, they were right. Nice. Now in the Shunkan family's backyard, Nejaya put her hands on her hips in contemplation. So, what should we do? You have to be kidding me. I'm going back. Before Ishan could take even one step, a pair of hands latched onto his shoulders. Wyatt. I was just joking, Nejaya whined. What was that ahing for? Nothing? She tilted her head, putting on a clearly fake look of innocence. Yeah, I'm heading back inside. I've decided. Nejaya cut in. Decided what? To get a job? Let's be heroes, she declared, flashing a confident grin. Heroes? MHM. Nejaya was already bouncing on her heels, clearly excited. Why? Ishan tilted his head in actual confusion. At one point, Ishan had entertained the idea of becoming a hero. Being reincarnated into a world literally called My Hero Academia made that train of thought almost unavoidable. But in reality, heroes had always felt distant to him. In the 6 years of life he'd experienced so far, his interactions with heroes and villains had been limited almost entirely to television. While the classification he was born with was the middle-class average family, with both parents having jobs, meant that their income bracket was technically in the middle-high class of society. This meant that the living conditions weren't near any crime-heavy areas. And with Ishan being a homebody, plus parents who neither idolized heroes nor placed much importance on them, heroes existed in his life only as a concept. From his perspective, they were essentially just a more marketable version of the police. Why, you ask? Nejaya froze. That question had caught her completely off guard. For someone as naturally curious as Nejaya, it wasn't strange that a job involving flashy quirks, dangerous situations, and meeting tons of interesting people appealed to her. It was like asking a kid if they wanted to be famous. Most kids would answer yes without hesitation. But knowing Ishan for the past year, she could already imagine the look he'd give her, like she was some kind of idiot. And that annoyed her. She wanted to erase that image he had of her. She was his senpai, after all. Yet for an entire year now, he hadn't shown her even a shred of the respect an elder deserved. Every kohai at her elementary school respected her, even if she was only in 2nd grade. Even her parents sometimes mistook Shun-chan for the older one when they played together. Look at the height difference. Look! She was a full-fledged second grader, thank you very much. Shun-chan wasn't even in elementary school yet. Why is she looking at me like that? Is-hun watched as Nejia's face slowly twisted into a pout, her thoughts clearly spiraling out of control. Shun-chan. Yeah? I want to become a hero to save everyone. She definitely copied that straight from All Might. 100%. Still, Is-hun hadn't asked the question to be philosophical. They were kids after all, and kids were supposed to have fun, not plan out their entire futures before they even learned what a job application was. What was the point of worrying about adulthood now? They practically had their whole lives ahead of them. Really, he just wanted to see if Nejia would try to sound thoughtful. With her hyperactive, almost paramecium-like personality, even a clumsy excuse would mean she'd put some thought into it. But kids were whimsical by nature. Wasn't there a saying that mature children were the most heartbreaking, or something like that? Wow, Nejia, Is-hun said flatly, I didn't know you could even think that far ahead. Thanks. So, what do we do to become heroes? Well, I heard they have to go to UA. Just like All Might. Do they? Yeah. So how do we get into UA? How do we get into UA? Now why in the world are you the one asking the question? Plus? Zen, it's surprisingly hard to try and get Nejia's personality down without it sounding really overbearing or annoying, so I hope I did her justice. Additionally, in my attempt to try to make her personality decent, I was thinking of Kiona Kaslana while writing this, lol. Chapter 5, Childhood. 1,235 words. In the Shunkan family's backyard, there were two children, one sitting down, and another standing up. Is-hun was the one sitting, mentally exhausted after explaining a severely dumbed-down version of the Japanese education system, hero schools, and professional licenses. A few steps away, Nejia stood with her hands raised, bright spirals of energy spilling from her palms. They released small, uneven bursts of wind that fluttered the grass and kicked up dust. Okay, so if I just do it like this, whoa. The spirals wobbled violently and fizzled out. So basically, Nejia continued without pause, all I have to do is pass an entrance exam, and I can be a hero, right? She blinked, expression unusually focused as she watched her quirk misbehave. It's supposed to spin more. I think. Or maybe faster? Do you think faster helps? Is-hun hesitated, tilting his head and tuning out Nejia's muttering about her quirk. Well, I guess so. It was clear that both Is-hun and Nejia had drastically oversimplified the steps it took to become a hero. Then we can both be heroes. Yeah. Sure. Is-hun was one of those kids who didn't really know what he wanted to do in the future. So if someone else decided for him, all the better. It was the privilege of being a child. Even if the person deciding for him was a paramecium. Wasn't your quirk something? Precognition. Yeah, that. Her quirk training already forgotten, Nejia plopped down on the grass across from him, legs crossed. So how does it work? Thankfully, despite Is-hun having answered this exact same question multiple times over the course of their year-long friendship, it seemed his long-term efforts to curb Nejia's question spamming were finally paying off. He was so proud. Is-hun had made some new discoveries about his quirk, but explaining things like sensory input and Laplace demon to an 8-year-old would only open the door to an entirely new barrage of questions, which Nejia would absolutely forget by the end of the day anyway. So Is-hun dumbed it down. I can see 5 seconds into the future. Nejia's eyes lit up as she remembered, nodding enthusiastically. Then that means you can definitely be a hero, right? Maybe. At the vague answer, Nejia puffed out her cheeks before suddenly brightening with an idea. Well, if you can't be a hero, then I'll definitely let you work for my agency in the future. Nepotism is truly for the win. What's nepotism? Realizing that he had accidentally opened up a can of worms that Nejia wouldn't even remember tomorrow, Is-hun sighed inwardly. So, what are you two doing? Kako, having come home early, took in the scene, Is-hun sprawled on the grass, sweating, and Nejia lying right beside him, staring up at the sky. Welcome back, Mom. Welcome back, Auntie. I'm back. So, Nejia-chan, what did you and Shun-kun play today? We didn't play. We were training. Nejia declared, beaming. Really? Kako raised an eyebrow, looking at her quintessentially lazy son in questioning. Is-hun gave a resigned nod. Nejia saw it as training. Ishan saw it as an unfortunate cardio session. Nejaya had decided that flying was important because heroes flew. That was reason enough for her. Unfortunately, every attempt ended the same way, a burst of spirals fizzling out, a wobble, and... Ishan was already moving. Because he knew beforehand. He didn't stop her from trying, because without any failure or any attempts made, she wouldn't grow. Instead, he positioned himself where she would land, arms braced. Again. And again. To Nejaya, it was obvious everything was fine. Ishan was there, just before she fell onto the grass. The yard was soft and she hadn't gotten hurt yet. Nejaya had completely convinced herself that, since she was under supervision, by a child younger than her, training outdoors in a private backyard, not even her own, everything was perfectly safe. Additionally, and completely unintentionally, keeping Nejaya safe meant Ishan had to push his precognition further than usual in response because on some occasions, 5 seconds just wasn't enough. This led to him getting used to the information input at the 7-second range as a side effect, even if it wasn't intended. In the end, the whole thing devolved into a game of catching the falling Nejaya. Catch me if I fall. Nejaya laughed. It was worse because she was slightly taller than him, which meant he had to calculate angles, momentum, and how not to let either of them get hurt. Multitasking at its finest. Thankfully, her quirk ran on stamina. Otherwise, the session might have gone on far longer than comfortable. So, Kako said after a moment, "Are you going to be a hero in the future, Shunkuan?" She sounded genuinely curious. Her perpetually lazy son suddenly showing signs of ambition was new. Still, it was nice to hear. "I'll probably be a janitor for Nejaya's agency," Ishan replied flatly. "No." Nejaya popped up. "He saved me every time." "That's totally hero stuff," she insisted. Kako blinked. Now she looked even more incredulous. Her son, saving someone? She'd thought they were just training. Under his mother's probing gaze, Ishan sighed. "I just stopped her from falling. That's all." "Hetilda, is that so?" Kako hummed. "What's that look for, Mom? You're not seriously shipping 2 kids, right?" "Well then," she said cheerfully, ruffling both their heads, "I look forward to both of your hero careers, Nejaya-chan." She turned toward the house, then paused. "Oh, and Nejaya-chan, would you like to stay for dinner?" Nejaya brightened, then hesitated. "Can I ask my parents?" "I already did. They said you could decide." "Then I'll eat with Shun-chan." Ishan promptly ignored his mother's pointed look. Once the sliding glass door closed, Nejaya turned back to him, eye sparkling. "So, should we train more?" "Let's do different training next time," Ishan said, shaking his head. "Like what? Isn't your quirk based on your stamina? How about walking?" "But walking is boring." Nejaya protested. "Then how about we go to the park nearby?" While the thought of going that far exhausted him, if it meant other children could take the aggro of Nejaya's enthusiasm, it was worth it. Her eyes lit up. "The far one?" "Yeah. But Mom definitely won't let me go that far without her." She pouted. "Well, we can probably ask when I walk you home." "Really?" "Yeah, probably." "Then let's go." With renewed energy, Nejaya spun toward the gate, seeing as they did live right next to each other, after all. Ishan, running on fumes, stopped her. "How about we ask today, and if she says yes, we go tomorrow?" "Please say yes." Nejaya thought it over, realized she'd probably be tired after dinner, and reluctantly nodded. "Okay. Let's go. Plus, Aizen, I completely forgot how to explain how Ishan's precognition worked in the previous chaps, but it's essentially using the concept of Laplace's demon in order to create an outline of what the future could be. This means that his senses intake an enormous amount of information, which is only curbed by Ishan's passively advancing computational ability through the Shirai Kuroko template. I still don't know whether to do harem or not, but if I ever do harem, Nejaya is 100% in it. I also hope I did her personality justice in this chapter again. Getting to UA will probably take a while, sorry? Chapter 6, Childhood. 1,365 words. "So, when are we leaving, Shun-chan? Why is this kid in my room?" Ishan stared at the periwinkle-haired girl standing right next to his bed, far too close for comfort, like it was something out of a cheap horror movie. "She just scared the shit out of me. Why are you in my room at?" Ishan looked at the electronic clock on the side of the bed. It read 8:12 a.m. "You can't be serious." Didn't Mom say I could leave early as long as you were watching me? Nejaya said brightly. So, when are we leaving? She tilted her head, eyes practically sparkling with anticipation. She did say that. Although she probably didn't expect us to leave the house before noon. Maybe later. Why? Nejaya asked immediately. Don't we get more time to play if we go early? She countered, her tone filled with the earnest logic of an 8-year-old. That's such a good argument I don't even know how to respond to that. It's so early that when we get there probably won't be many people to make friends with, Ishan said after a moment. Thankfully, that made Nejaya pause. She hummed thoughtfully, as if the idea had never occurred to her before. After a few seconds, she reluctantly nodded, her lips pulling into a small pout. Ishan should have felt relieved. Instead, he hesitated, then sighed. He rolled onto his side, too tired to bother pulling the blanket with him, just in time for Nejaya to leap onto the bed. Then I'll just take a nap too. Yeah, Ishan muttered. Facing away from Nejaya, Ishan closed his eyes to get at least a few more minutes or even hours more sleep. Not even a second later, he sighed inwardly. Nejaya, just go to bed. He heard a soft giggle behind him, before it went quiet. Thank Rob. How did she even get in my room, anyways? So, when are we leaving now? When Ishan woke up the next time, it seemed that he had rolled around in his sleep, being face to face with Nejaya, his white eyes locked with Nejaya's excited blue eyes. This girl doesn't even look like she slept. Ishan slowly sat up and checked the time. 11:28 a.m. Well, that's better. Right after I wash up. Yay! So how long will that take? Nejaya asked immediately. Soon. How long is soon? Ishan paused, rubbing his eyes. Soon as in, not long. Oh. Nejaya nodded seriously, then squinted at him. Like 5 minutes soon, or 10 minutes soon, or adult soon, where it's actually, like, half an hour. She's disturbingly perceptive for her age. 5 minutes, Ishan said flatly. Okay. Nejaya chirped. She hopped off the bed, then popped right back into his line of sight. Should I count? Out loud? Or quietly? Or do you want reminders every minute so you don't forget? I will remember. Are you sure? Yes. Because a week ago. I remember, Ishan interrupted, already standing up. Nejaya beamed, completely unbothered. Okay. I'll be right here. Why do I feel like that was a threat? Also, Nejaya, you're getting a flick once I'm done. What? For questions all at once? You want 3 flicks or 1? I'll take the 1. Did you let Nejaya in my room, Mom? Of course I did, Kako replied cheerfully. She looked so excited to go to the park today. She glanced at her son with open schadenfreude. If Nejaya didn't exist, this lazy boy would probably be holed up in his father's study all day. He really needed some vitamin D. Just look at how pale he was. Kako handed Ishan an old-looking flip phone. I put a new SIM card in it this morning. Mine and Shiori's numbers are already saved, so if anything happens, call either of us. Ishan nodded, taking the phone. You know how it works, right? Kako asked, just to be sure. Yep. Ishan pressed a few buttons, scrolling through the contacts to confirm. If we think you're responsible enough, we'll get you a real phone when you start elementary school. Now that's something to be excited about. Oh, Nejaya whined, having listened in without even pretending otherwise. My mom says I can't get a phone until middle school. For good reason. Ishan muttered, earning an amused look from Kako. Oh, and here. Kako handed him some bills. 2,000 yen. If you get hungry, buy snacks for yourself and Nejaya. Thanks, Mom. No problem. Now have fun, okay? Yeah. As they headed out, Kako pressed a piece of toasted bread slathered with jam into each of their hands. Getting to the park wasn't technically difficult. In fact, it was extremely simple. It was only 1 bus stop away. While Ishan didn't really understand why there wasn't a park or playground closer to home, he did know it was one of the main reasons families with younger children didn't live in the neighborhood. Most of the kids around here were already in middle or high school. Nejaya already had a Suica card given from her mom before she left, so after waiting for the next bus, they arrived without any trouble. Without even waiting for Ishan, Nejaya marched straight up to the nearest mutant-type quirk user, a kid with a hair of grass and flowers, and immediately began firing off question after question. Well, as long as it isn't me, I'm all for it. For younger children, having someone so openly fascinated by the very traits they wanted to feel special about was undoubtedly a good thing. Since Ishan didn't really have a purpose at the park beyond bringing Nejaya here, and making sure she got back, he headed toward the nearest bench and settled down. Might as well try and make a teleportation domain with the introduction of moving variables. After modifying the 11th dimensional interaction formula enough to remove the need for direct contact, even if it currently only worked on something as simple as a pencil, Ishan was essentially set, as long as he adjusted the parameters properly. If there was a limitation, it would be distance. He had never tested the upper bounds directly, but he could estimate the point at which his computational abilities would no longer be able to keep up with the constantly shifting variables. Past that specific threshold, the margin of error became so large that attempting teleportation at all would be little more than a gamble. Right now, if Ishan used the method of using himself as the origin point and the takeoff point, then the theoretical max distance without any margin of error was around 150 meters. For the teleportation after creating a domain in which everything was graphed, it was around half that, at 75 meters. Of course, this was all theoretical, based on calculations done at home. He'd never actually tested it outside, nor bothered trying. If he failed or got caught, that would be a pain. Not that he was afraid of failing, cause it wouldn't happen. With the movement of children and adults throughout the park, his teleportation domain shrank slightly due to the increased influx of information. The direct origin method, however, remained unaffected. Another benefit of the Kuroko method, I guess. Given the physical changes to his brain structure and nerve composition, the effective range would likely increase as his computational abilities grew with age. No reason to worry too much. His computational abilities would probably grow as long as he used it a lot, similar to a muscle. Even his precognition quirk was more used when there was more info in his general location. AFK farming, son. Never mind. Ishan glanced in Nejaya's direction just in time to hear her call out to him, surrounded by a growing crowd of kids. Shun-chan. Of course. Well, I did say this counted as his stamina training when I suggested it. Making his way over, Ishan took in the scene. There were a lot of kids. How did Nejaya befriend this many people in, like, 10 minutes? Let's play heroes and villains. This stupid-ass game again. Plus. 8N, why is getting to 15,000 words so hard? Chapter 7, Childhood. 882 words. Who invented this shitty game that's literally the breeding ground for child bullying? Well, at least could be the breeding ground for child bullying? Ishan looked with an interest, looking at the children playing. He tapped out a while ago, but it seemed that Nejaya hadn't gotten tired at all. Maybe this really is training for her, he thought. That boundless stamina of hers. At least with Nejaya's personality, she probably wouldn't allow any bullying, whether it be intentional or unintentional. Now what is this? Ishan glanced toward a group gathered around a car near the bank. Black hoodies, masks, and an obviously suspicious demeanor. 7 seconds. That bank was about to turn into a hostage situation. Are these people stupid? This is broad daylight, you know? Oh, your main method of fighting is a gun? So either useless quirks or quirkless, then. To be fair, most quirks wouldn't do much against firearms anyway. Still, how did you even get guns in Japan? At least this means I can use my teleportation for something other than experiments. 7. The group adjusted their masks. 6. They opened the door, letting the 4-man group inside. 5. The glass door shut behind them with a soft click, the bell above chiming cheerfully. 4. Ishan lazily adjusted his posture on the bench, resting his chin against his palm. His pale eyes remained fixed on the bank's entrance. 3. Approximately 34 meters away. Gun still holstered. 2. No heroes approaching within the next 7 seconds. The teller's nervous. 1. The first gun in the man in the back was cleared, and the scales on his hands were barely revealed. A mutant-type quirk. 0. Vanish. The man at the front, probably the leader, reached for his pistol. Everybody who? The moment he tried to raise the weapon, it vanished from his hand as if it had never existed, reappearing neatly on the bank teller's counter in front of him. The same thing happened to the rest of his crew. An awkward silence settled over the lobby. The leader recovered quickly, snapping his head to the man on his left. Shiroki, cut the comms. The man with radio antennas protruding from his cheeks nodded sharply. Cutting off the comms? What will that even do? Ishan sighed inwardly. A moment later, every mask vanished from the group's faces, reappearing inside a nearby trash can. Before they could even react, their hoodies followed. Now that was awkward. Ishan glanced to his left just as Nejaya approached. The other kids had already been pulled away by more observant parents. What's happening over there, Shunchan? She asked, peering toward the bank. Ishan merely shrugged. Maybe a circus performance. Should I ask? No. Ishan raised an eyebrow. Oh. Okay. Maybe it's something that kids like us wouldn't understand. Before another one of the men, running for the bank tellers, claws sharpened, could even take more than 2 steps, they were instantly teleported back to his starting position. Whoa. That was so cool. Nejaya gasped, grabbing Ishan's arm and shaking it excitedly. How did they do that? A quirk probably? Well, obviously it's a quirk, Shunchan. Maybe it's that one thing, precognition. My quirk is precognition, Ishan corrected. You mean teleportation? Yeah, that. Well. She's pretty on the dot with that one. The men were getting desperate. While they could use Shiroki's quirk to prevent anyone from calling the police, it didn't last forever and they weren't able to move even 2 feet before being sent to their previous location. Just which hero is stopping us? They had even researched the hero's patrolling schedule for the past week. Yet, before they could even do anything, their guns were gone, and they couldn't even move from their position. The leader looked around the bank for anyone who looked like they were using their quirks. However, the leader would never expect the child 30 meters away in the nearby park was the culprit. They couldn't do anything other than wait for their inevitable arrest. All the people are gone, Shunchan, Nejaya said, glancing around the park. What should we play now? She was still confused about why her new friends had all left at the same time, but parents were parents. Even she couldn't do anything about that. Wanna just go home? Ishan looked at the time on the flip phone. It was already 3 p.m. We can just come back tomorrow. Really? Yeah. Ishan nodded, remembering something. Glancing toward the bank one last time, he ensured the robbers had nothing left on them that could cause harm when he left, which included almost their entire attire. Then he turned away. Before Nejaya could look back, Ishan gently covered her eyes and steered her toward the exit. We still have the 2,000 yen Mom gave us, he said. Want to grab some ice cream on the way home? Ice cream? Yeah. Ice cream. Plus? Asen, damn sorry for the short R chapter. Also, I hope my depictions of Ishan's precognition quirk is understandable enough. It's 7 seconds cause his training and trying to see more, cause his basically chaperoning Nejaya. I heard how characters are as smart as the author is, so I hope my MC isn't dumb to you guys cause they seem pretty smart to me. Chapter 8, Childhood. 2,188 words. Damn does school suck. Ishan stared ahead with indifference as the teacher at the front of the classroom introduced herself. The only real upside was that maintaining a teleportation domain in a space with hundreds of constantly shifting variables was decent mental exercise. A workout for the brain, at least. He rested his chin against his palm. Ishan sat near the hallway at the back of the room, close to the rear door. It was a convenient position, even if it meant people constantly passed by on their way to their desks. So, let's start off this school year with introductions. The teacher clasped her hands together, smiling brightly. I'll go first. My name is Nishijima Himari, and I'll be your homeroom teacher for the year. It's nice to meet you all. The class applauded in unison, Ishan included. As introductions went on, however, they quickly devolved into quirk demonstrations and enthusiastic declarations about becoming heroes. Why am I not surprised? Ishan watched as students proudly displayed tiger-like arms, elongated ears, and rocky skin transformations. Each flashy quirk earned louder applause than the last. Unsurprisingly, the more visually impressive the quirk, the more popular it was. If your quirk was visually interesting, for these elementary students, then it was no surprise it was popular. For now, the uses of a quirk didn't matter as much as the visual appeal. A few students with emitter-type quirks that required setup or simply couldn't be displayed on quick notice, returned to their seats with faint disappointment, receiving polite but noticeably weaker applause. When it was Ishan's turn, he stood and gave a simple bow. My name is Shunkan Ishan. My quirk is precognition. I want to become a hero as well. It's nice to meet you. That was it. Precognition wasn't something you could visually demonstrate, and Ishan had no intention of trying. It would have been a waste of time and effort. Still, he wasn't antisocial enough to deliberately brush off giving a decent introduction. Though, from the looks of it, his delicate and overall polished look had somewhat made up for the lack of a braggable quirk, with the amount of clapping being on the same level with more of the showy ones. Lookism really does encompass everything, even a society with superpowers, Ishan mused as he sat back down. The moment he did, his previously quiet seatmate shot up with boundless energy. Tokuj Setsuna. When I grow up, I'm gonna be a hero, she announced loudly. And my quirk is this. She grabbed her head and popped it clean off. Thanks to precognition, Ishan wasn't even remotely startled. The sudden beheading visual, however, sent shockwaves through the rest of the class. About half the room erupted into delighted applause, while the other half froze in silence before offering awkward, delayed claps. Tokuj! Nishijima-sensei yelped. Before the teacher could spiral into full panic, Setsuna casually plopped her head back into place, grinning as if nothing had happened. Nice to meet you. She gave an exaggerated, theatrical bow before dropping back into her seat, clearly pleased with herself. Nishijima-sensei took a slow breath, visibly steadying herself, then cleared her throat and moved on to the next student. Ishan watched the teacher for a moment, mildly amused, before returning to his neutral expression. What the? He glanced to his left just in time to meet Setsuna's eyes as she leaned over, mid-whisper. She froze for a split second, like she'd been caught sneaking snacks. So, she whispered anyway, undeterred. What did you think? What am I supposed to say? That it was psychologically scarring? Ishan thought. Outwardly, he hesitated, then answered honestly enough. It was something. Really? Setsuna's eyes lit up. She completely missed the undertone, but hey, it wasn't a no, was it? Yeah. Nice. She nodded, satisfied, and immediately turned to the student on her other side as he sat down after his introduction to ask the same question. Thank Rob she isn't fixated on me, it's for everyone. I was already thankful Nejaya isn't in the same grade as me, but if there were a Nejaya clone sitting next to me, it would have been a loud year. Ishan leaned back slightly, eyes narrowing in thought. Tokuj Setsuna. That name sounded way too familiar. This act of vigilantism is the work of a teleporter. The statement alone was enough to draw grim expressions from the senior members present. After reviewing all available footage before it had been cut out due to an electronic disruption quirk, Tsukochi Naomasa replayed the key moment in slow motion once more. On screen, a firearm abruptly appeared directly in front of the bank teller, popping into existence without warning. The meeting room was filled with several pro-heroes alongside high-ranking members of the police force. While acts of vigilantism always warranted investigation due to their violation of the quirk restriction laws, this case was in a different category altogether. From the limited footage alone, several conclusions could be drawn. First, the user did not need to be anywhere near the scene. Second, there was no visible signifier preceding and announcing the teleportation, no glow, distortion of space, or even an activation cue. Third, the ability was powerful enough to relocate an adult male with ease. There was no doubt about its potency. This was a spatial-type quirk operating far beyond the norm. Spatial-type quirks were already exceptionally rare, comparable to advanced healing quirks. However, this case stood apart even among them. Most known spatial abilities either required visible activation, suffered from range or mass limitations, or were weak enough to be dismissed as situational. This one had none of those drawbacks in first impression. A spatial quirk this powerful and versatile, with no apparent limitations, implied near unrestricted use, meaning it could be used anytime, anywhere, with no observable risk to the user getting discovered in any way, shape, or form. And if there truly were no downsides, then apprehending this vigilante, now or in the future, would be extraordinarily difficult to the point of near impossibility. Was there anyone near the crime scene who appeared suspicious? One of the heroes asked. Naomasa shook his head calmly. I've already cross-referenced the quirks of every individual present in the bank at the time. None of them possess a quirk even remotely consistent with what we observed. As the video cycled through multiple camera angles surrounding the area, one of the newer heroes hesitated before raising his hand. Doesn't that kid look suspicious? He zoomed in on a still frame showing a vanilla-haired boy and a periwinkle-haired girl observing from a distance, focusing on the boy's notably disinterested expression. Naomasa shook his head again. No. The child does not possess a quirk related to teleportation or spatial manipulation. He does, however, have a quirk that could explain that reaction, but I can't disclose the details. Like spatial quirks, time-related abilities were also exceptionally rare and closely monitored. Pro-heroes like Sir Nightai were a prime example. While Shunkan Ishan's precognition of seeing 5 seconds into the future wasn't particularly flashy, knowing what would happen ahead of time and lacking the context of what followed after the electronic jamming made his lack of visible reaction unsurprising. Although Naomasa himself didn't know the exact sequence of events once the feed was cut, eyewitness reports stated that the criminal's clothing had been teleported away. Additionally, footage from a more distant camera, one unaffected by the jamming, showed the boy covering the girl's eyes as they walked away. That detail alone all but ruled him out as the culprit. Another rookie hero raised her hand hesitantly. So, if we don't know who the vigilante is and we have 0 leads, why were we called in? A senior hero lightly elbowed her for the blunt question, but Naomasa answered regardless. This meeting is about awareness, he said evenly. The existence of an ability like this one, with no visible limitations and extreme versatility, means crimes can occur right under our noses. He glanced around the room. As a result, if anyone encounters even the smallest clue or anomaly that may relate to this teleporter, it is imperative that you report it immediately to fellow heroes or directly to the police force. The rookie hero nodded slowly. That made sense. Hey, Shunchan. So, how was your first day of school? Nejaya asked as she fell into step beside Ishan. Ishan shrugged lightly. About how a first day usually goes. I think. Nejaya nodded rapidly. Ham. That's good. Yeah. There were a lot of people whose quirks might interest you, Ishan added, thinking briefly. The first thing that came to mind was that whole beheading stunt. Really? Nejaya bounced on her heels. Then I have to go see it tomorrow. Yeah. There was this one girl who could just take her head off, Ishan said flatly. Scared the teacher pretty badly. Oh. Nejaya whined. I should have been there. Why couldn't we be in the same class, Tilda? Ishan could only shrug again. They stopped at a crosswalk, waiting for the pedestrian light to change. Any more cool quirks? Nejaya asked, filling the silence almost instantly. Well, there was this guy whose eyes glowed when he pinched his nose, Ishan said. Nejaya gasped. What color? He said any color he could think of. He did a whole rainbow. Ishan continued answering while Nejaya continued asking, the conversation overlapping naturally as the pedestrian light flipped to green. What color fur did the kid with animal hands have? Was it blue? Nejaya, completely absorbed, stepped forward. But Ishan didn't. He quickly grabbed her sleeve, keeping her beside him. At the same time, he reached out and caught the sleeve of a woman and the child she was holding, pulling them both back a step. The woman blinked in surprise. Excuse me? The mother asked, along with a confused tilt of the head from the child. Ishan turned to her, already speaking. Sorry. I thought I saw a bug on your back and wanted to let you know. Hunk. A massive truck roared past the crosswalk, exactly where they would have stepped moments earlier. 2 pro-heroes blurred by soon after, clearly in pursuit. Ishan cast the truck a brief glance before returning his attention to the woman. But I must have been mistaken. He bowed quickly. The woman stared at the truck getting further away for half a second, then turned back toward Ishan with a thankful expression and returned the bow, tightening her grip on her child, who looked between them in wide-eyed confusion. He gave a small wave at the receding mother-child pair as they crossed the road. Ishan turned back to Nejaya. And no, Nejaya, I'm pretty sure the fur was orange. Kind of whitish. Nejaya, however, wasn't even paying attention to the previous conversation anymore. Whoa. How did you know there was, precognition? Never mind. She clapped her hands together. That was so cool. You're catching on, Ishan said, allowing himself a small, tired smile. You were all like, stop, and then, whoosh, and you didn't even freak out. Nejaya reenacted the entire thing with dramatic flair. MHM. Ishan merely nodded along at Nejaya's dramatic reenactment of what was basically a 30-second interaction. That's why I'm saying we have to be heroes. Nejaya declared. Me and you, same energy. We can be the Vanilla and Berry team. Yeah, Ishan replied. I'm being serious. Plus, A10 might be a long author's note but stuff to add. I hope that just cause I added Setsuna people don't assume this will be a harem. Just couldn't think of an additional character to introduce, and since Nejaya and Ishin are in different grades so needed another character for interactions in class. Just didn't really want a class 1A student to be here, and I do like Setsuna so boom. Additionally, Ishan's quirk isn't technically precognition, it's the hypersensory intake from mutant changes in his body and the brain interprets all that information. It's just that precognition is merely an aspect of the brain naturally using a decent amount of that information to predict the future through the concept of Laplace demon. I just call it precognition cause that's how it's classified as. Or at least that's how I made it. Ishan actually uses some of that information to create the teleportation domain if that wasn't clear. And you know, with how smart I made the MC I can't think of a reason of how he could naturally expose teleportation to anyone except a thing I have in mind for the relatively far future, that's also plausible DW. Fuck. So sorry for the people who want MC to aura farm with teleportation short term, but with his personality it isn't happening. I also wanted the MC to not be a doormat, but I feel like some people on WN considers everyone with accommodating personalities to be a doormat, so I hope he didn't come off that way. Thanks to all my readers for enjoying my first work. If there are any issues, constructive criticism and any issues with grammar would also be nice. Bye bye. Chapter 9, Childhood. 1,792 words. So you're saying that you and Nejaya-chan want to join a dojo? Kako and Shori looked across the table at the two children after dinner. One wore a confident grin, while the other looked quietly resigned. As usual, both mothers turned their attention to the more responsible child, Ishan. Yeah. Nejaya said brightly. Do you need a reason? Shun-chan has a bunch. She turned toward him decisively, completely confident in her choice of spokesperson. Both parents followed her gaze. Ishan could only offer them a helpless glance. Beside him, Nejaya was practically bouncing in her seat, thrilled at what she clearly considered another step on the path to becoming a hero. Rewinding a few hours earlier, Nejaya and Ishan were walking home from school. Hey, Shun-chan, what happened to our hero training? After her stream of questions about her recent math homework finally stalled, the thought resurfaced. So she finally realized. With elementary school starting for both of them, their daily schedules no longer resembled the life of the unemployed. Somewhere along the way, Nejaya had unconsciously forgotten about her and Shun-chan's hero training. We don't really have time after school, Ishan said. Didn't you say you needed help with your math homework? Ishan attempted to smoothly transition the conversation, but as if the outcome was inevitable, Nejaya kept circling back to the conversation of hero training. Yeah, that too, but we should still train. Nejaya said, poking his shoulder. So. I heard from a friend that they go to a martial arts dojo where they're learning how to be a hero. Who? Who put this idea into this cotton ball's head? That probably didn't even exist for elementary schoolers. Her friend had definitely been misinformed, or just wanted to brag. This wasn't a world that trained child soldiers. Ishan complained internally, but Nejaya kept going, clearly trying to convince him. And we can definitely get stronger there, she added, smiling brightly. Shun-chan had told her before that becoming a hero required passing an exam. But when Nejaya asked her classmates, she'd heard a dozen different explanations that each of them heard from their parents. Still, Shun-chan wasn't the type to lie for no reason. And none of the answers actually contradicted each other. So Nejaya made an executive decision. Just do everything. It'll probably be fun anyways. And honestly, didn't the idea of a dojo where you bowed before training and swung swords and shot bows around sound so cool? Some dojos are expensive, Ishan said plainly. Do you even have the money? Yeah. I've been saving my allowance, and I definitely have enough. Nejaya nodded. She'd actually thought about it. Her piggy bank was pretty full, after all. It wasn't like her dad skimped on her allowance when she helped around the house. It's definitely not enough. Ishan complained in his head. But at least she considered the pricing. What about time? He tried again. Don't you still have to study? I'll just work harder. Nejaya said. Don't I have you to help me? She smiled at him. While I don't mind, she surprisingly actually put a decent amount of thought into this. You know that you probably can't give. I'll never give up. Nejaya declared with confidence as she said that statement, her hands on her hips. If you insist, Ishan sighed. Sure. Even if he didn't particularly enjoy exercising, or committing to things like this, it would probably be easier with a human-shaped motivator beside him. The purpose of the questions were if Nejaya had actually put any thought into what sounded like an impulsive move. It was more of a habit than anything, seeing as if Nejaya had put this much effort into trying to convince Ishan, it meant she was correspondingly going to invest that much into that action. Even if she'd sounded like she'd forgotten their promise to become heroes, asking her classmates for their perspectives meant she hadn't forgotten at all. She just wanted something more. Now that he thought about it, oversimplifying the entire process of becoming a pro-hero into just passing an entrance exam probably reduced any pressure that Nejaya might have had on becoming a hero. Nice. Then you can convince Auntie Kako and Mom, right? Nejaya asked. Was this your purpose this entire time? So. It led to this scenario where Nejaya had smoothly passed the responsibility over to Ishan. Well, since Nejaya and I are going to be pro-heroes in the future, Ishan began. Yep. Nejaya chimed in. And the foundation. What's? Nejaya, Ishan said flatly, if you interrupt me one more time, I'm going to flick you on the forehead. Ignoring the amused looks from both parents, Ishan continued. And the foundation of hero work is, at the very least, being physically fit. He finished. Kako hummed thoughtfully. So you're fully committed? Both Nejaya and Ishan nodded. Shuri added gently, even if it's for your dreams, we'll need more reasons than just wanting to work out. You don't have to necessarily join a dojo to do that. It's also about learning the basics in a supervised environment, Ishan replied. While I'm confident in my ability to help Nejaya train, knowledge without experience can lead to bad habits. And I'm still a child myself. Nejaya hadn't even considered that angle, but she nodded along anyway, full of faith in Shunchan's ability to convince both Auntie Kako and her mom. Shiori hummed to herself. What she didn't say out loud was that she trusted Ishan with Nejaya more than Ishan himself would probably expect. After all, watching him chase after Nejaya during their hero training, making sure he was always positioned to catch her as she flew around without hesitation and glee, had steadily built that trust. It would have been strange if it hadn't. What Shiori didn't want was to burden Ishan with even more responsibility, especially if he'd been dragged into it by her daughter's enthusiasm. So, even if only to lessen the weight on Ishan's shoulders, she found herself agreeing with his proposal. Money had never been the issue. What kind of parents would Kako and Shiori be if they weren't willing to support their children's dreams? Of course, even with precognition, Ishan couldn't read minds. So he waited quietly for an answer from either parent. Kako, meanwhile, had arrived at a similar conclusion. She'd nearly agreed from the start, if only because she wanted to see her son go outside for reasons other than school. Whenever she asked Ishan whether he'd made friends, the conversation tended to derail awkwardly. Even if I hope you and Nejaya-chan get together someday, that doesn't mean she should be your only friend, she often thought. It wasn't like she could force her son's decisions. But that didn't mean she wanted to be a bad mother. When Ishan was younger, she'd been deeply career-driven. Confident in his intelligence and maturity, she'd maintained her workload, often leaving him home alone. It had been an unspoken agreement of sorts. Then one day, Ishan had casually asked her if she wanted to have dinner at Nejaya-chan's house the day they moved in. That unfamiliar feeling of her son announcing something had been a wake-up call. After that, she'd turned down several promotion offers and increased her remote work, just to spend more time with him. And in doing so, she'd realized how much she hadn't known before. What he liked to eat. How he spent his free time. How considerate he was to both her and Genzai and the Heido family. She was proud of the person her son had grown into. But knowing that she'd missed so much of it weighed heavily on her. After talking it over with Genzai, they both shifted to working remotely whenever possible, only leaving home when absolutely necessary. Even so, given Ishan's preference for independence, simply being able to watch him and support him and his friend and see them grow into kind, thoughtful people felt like a blessing. So, after several seconds of silence, Nejaya had clearly reached the limit of her patience. The two mothers nodded at the same time. Nejaya immediately lit up with excitement, while Ishan allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. We did it, Shun-chan! Nejaya exclaimed, shaking Ishan excitedly. Ishan, meanwhile, could only deadpan internally. We? You speaking French? That was all me. So, any preferences? Kako asked, already pulling out her phone to look up nearby places where the kids could exercise. Not really, Ishan replied. Oh. I want to learn how to swing a sword. And maybe shoot a bow. And I also want to. Only one thing, Nejaya-chan, Shiori cut in gently. Or? Nejaya pouted in disappointment before turning to Ishan expectantly. After all, he was the smartest person she knew. Why are you looking at me? I didn't even know this was happening today. Something that built coordination and endurance and wasn't especially dangerous would probably be best. While most martial arts helped with coordination, Ishan placed extra emphasis on endurance, keeping Nejaya's stamina-based quirk firmly in mind. With his phone out, Ishan quickly skimmed through various martial arts and their distances from both school and home. To an outside observer, it probably looked like he was rapidly switching tabs without really reading anything. After narrowing it down to a few options, Ishan could smoothly remove any options that made no sense. Sumo, out. Boxing, out. Kendo, out. Aikido, in? What about Aikido? Ishan proposed. Without even knowing what Aikido even was, Nejaya nodded along enthusiastically. Both parents began looking it up themselves, comparing schedules, class lengths, and logistics as they quietly discussed it. Once she grew bored of the adult conversation, Nejaya tugged Ishan by the hand and turned on the TV, flipping to the latest hero news and excitedly gushing over all the cool features and quirks. Someday, she said, completely certain, that's gonna be me and you, habitually tugging on Ishan's sleeve. Ishan glanced at her. Someday. Plus? Aten, I know some people might not like the martial art of choosing, but realistically, they're only in elementary school. Any other martial art that sounds cool like jujitsu or karate wouldn't even be necessary for either of them in the future. Nejaya is ranged, and Ishan can literally look into the future, and in close combat, at that point all you need is knowledge and the physical ability to back it up. Not that he'd need it with teleportation. While I intend to stray away from canon cause why else are you writing a fanfic, but I don't intend MC to be in general ed, cause that's a plethora of new OCS that I don't have the creativity to make up and remember. Thanks for reading. Chapter 10, Childhood. 1932 words. Ishan lay on his bed after finishing his bath, staring up at the ceiling. It had been a few weeks since he and Nejaya had decided to start attending a nearby Aikido dojo. As a result, his daily routine had settled into a simple loop: school, dojo, then home. It wasn't an especially demanding schedule, but for someone who had done very little exercise since being reborn into this world, it was still exhausting in its own way. Nejaya, on the other hand, had thrown herself into Aikido with the same enthusiasm she applied to almost everything. Even though it lacked the swordplay or archery she'd initially imagined, she adapted quickly. With a combination of boundless energy and relentless curiosity, she took to the dojo like a fish to water. Ishan's progress was average, if one was being generous. At the very least, he met the baseline physical fitness expected of a 6-year-old, enough to keep up with Nejaya when she dragged him around during their free time. That alone was an achievement. While his physical prowess left much to be desired, precognition made up for it to an extent. Even then, using precognition still required the physical ability to act on what it showed him. The downside of getting home later, however, was that it left him with far less time to experiment with his teleportation. Having a mother with a retrocognition quirk and a father with a hypercognition quirk made secrecy difficult. Even casual inconsistencies had a way of being noticed, whether his parents meant to pry or not. Tonight, though, both of them had been called away unexpectedly for work. That rare absence gave Ishan the opening he needed. Lying flat on his bed, he focused on his usual test subject, a simple wooden pencil. With a thought, it vanished from his desk and reappeared above his palm. Nejaya wasn't around, and, more importantly, she had no way of catching him in the act. Without knowing when his parents would return, Ishan only really had one experiment. He wanted to know whether he could teleport only half of an object. Or more specifically, only teleport one part of an object. Normally, teleportation treated an object as a single, unified entity, which made the calculations much more simplistic. If the Esper perceived it as one thing, the personal reality followed that interpretation and moved the entire object intact as one entity. It was why when Ishan teleported, he didn't have to consider whether he would turn out completely naked, as he considered the entirety of himself, clothes included, as one entity to teleport. But what if the object was mentally defined as two separate entities? Not broken physically, but conceptually segmented through precise spatial calculations. He already had a concept using the formula for the teleportation domain, and all he had to do was experiment. That was surprisingly easier than I thought. However, in his attempt to conceptualize different entities, Ishan ended up taking a completely different approach than he'd originally planned, something closer to a plan C. Rather than forcing himself to perceive the pencil as two separate objects outright, Ishan subdivided his teleportation domain itself. he created smaller zones of influence within the larger spatial field, defining everything inside each zone as a single object for the purposes of teleportation. And from that area of influence Ishan could filter out specific parts based on conditions such as molecule density. The blunt end of the pencil rested in his hand. The sharpened tip sat on the table several feet away. Both halves had perfectly smooth cross-sections, as if they'd been cut by an impossibly precise blade. Ishan nodded, quietly satisfied. Now for the second experiment. Even before today's opportunity, he'd thought through several theoretical approaches to splitting a single entity. Reassembly, however, presented far fewer options. There was really only one viable method. If teleportation produced a cross-section with virtually no material loss and negligible error, then in theory, bringing the two halves back together exactly should restore the object. Not gluing it together. Not even splicing it. But placing the two halves so precisely that, at an atomic level, the structure would register as continuous, convincing reality itself that the pencil had never been split to begin with. That meant overlapping the endpoints as closely as possible without causing interference. After carefully registering the dimensions of both halves in his mind, Ishan activated his teleportation. For a brief moment, the pencil appeared whole. Then it fell apart. Both halves clattered to the floor. Did it ever actually reconnect? Ishan picked up the pencils and analyzed the dimensions again, before realizing something that he should have thought about from the beginning. There's no way my senses can truly perceive the microscopic scale. No matter how exact his calculations were, the data he worked with still came from human perception and his enhanced senses. His spatial awareness right now had limits, which introduced a margin of error far smaller than what his senses could detect, but was unfortunately large enough to matter at the atomic level. So he had to account for the margin of error his senses would return from him. He exhaled slowly. So it's trial and error, then? The real danger wasn't undershooting the alignment, but rather it was overshooting it. If the two halves overlapped even slightly, the result wouldn't be a clean reconnect ion but molecular splicing. That would permanently alter the object, even if the loss or distortion was invisible to the naked eye. Which meant he had to proceed carefully. Extremely carefully. He'd need to adjust the placement in increments so small they bordered on the limits of what he could consciously calculate, slowly refining the results step by step until the margin of error disappeared. Ishan stared down at the pencil halves. This was going to take a while. Time passed, with no progress in sight. After a while, Ishan got sick of staring at the exact same pencil over and over again. I'll do this later, when I actually have time, or when I'm motivated. In the end, he spliced the two broken ends together. Throwing it out just because it had snapped in half felt like a waste of money. He'd barely set the pencil down when Ishan made his way to the window, pulling back the curtains and opening it just in time to catch the small pebble Nejaya tossed from her own room. At the sight of his face, she beamed brightly and held up a cup phone, waving it around with unmistakable excitement. This method of communication had come about a week ago, around 2 weeks into their training. Nejaya had complained about not having a phone while they walked to the dojo after school, lamenting how everyone in her class had one except her. The complaint had lasted practically the entire day, continuing even after dinner. She tried to rope Ishan into helping her convince her mom, to no avail. Then, one evening, Nejaya had flown up to Ishan's window and intruded into his room like usual, where she caught a glimpse of his computer screen, where it showed an anime he'd been peacefully watching. In it, two friends communicated from a distance using two cups connected by a string. Nejaya didn't know what it was exactly, but it had to be some kind of communication device. Naturally, she asked her designated dictionary. Hey, Shunchan. What's that? She asked, pointing at the paused screen. A cup phone. Cup phone? Nejaya tilted her head. But it definitely had the word phone in it. The novelty of the idea completely enthralled her. She convinced Ishan to make one, promising she'd decorate it in return. Even if Nejaya normally flew up to Ishan's room, it probably wouldn't be great if her mom eventually found out. She already knew. Because of the phone's simplicity and Nejaya's insistence on using it consistently, she managed to convince her parents to switch rooms to a larger one directly across from Ishan's. From there, they could see each other's windows clearly. And thus, the Blueberry Vanilla Phone MK.1 was born. Nejaya's cup was covered in drawings of blueberries. Ishan's featured vanilla ice cream and vanilla flowers. Ishan went along with it partly because he felt bad for her and partly because he appreciated the sheer novelty of it. Who cared if it was childish? These were the kinds of things that only worked when you were young. So, starting about a week ago when Nejaya was extremely bored, or it was late and she had to go home, they'd have these cool sessions. With her easily bored personality, they happened often. The conversations ranged from future hero careers to homework help, mostly on Nejaya's end. They were currently on Blueberry Vanilla Phone MK.2, after Shiori pointed out that speaking and listening into the same cup for several days straight was unsanitary. After Nejaya was convinced to replace the cups, Shiori and Kako came up with the idea that Ishan and Nejaya keep the original cups, after disinfecting, of the other's design, with sly smiles on their faces. Nejaya had quickly agreed, and Ishan didn't have much of a reason to disagree either. So, on a nearly empty bookshelf, aside from some manga and elementary-level textbooks, sat a white paper cup with clumsily drawn blueberries and blue flowers. On a similar shelf in Nejaya's room was a cup decorated with equally clumsy vanilla ice cream and vanilla flowers. After Shiori and Kako's suggestion, Nejaya had insisted that they decorate each other's cups instead of her doing both. Finally, with Nejaya being the one who was the most enthusiastic one about the cup phones, she was the one who held the phones, initiating conversations. That was how this method of communication came to be. Ishan watched with barely concealed amusement as Nejaya aimed, closing one eye and sticking an arm out for balance. Their windows were only about 7 meters apart, which meant Nejaya missing wasn't exactly rare. But Ishan, ever lazy, simply teleported the cup if it came close enough to be ambiguous from a distance, just like today. His precognition told him it would miss his range by exactly an inch. So he teleported it into his hand at the last second. Judging by Nejaya's proud stance, hands on her hips with an even brighter smile on her face, it seemed she hadn't noticed. Ishan put his ear to the cup. "Shun-chan." Her whisper carried through the string. He lowered the cup and looked at her. Nejaya stared back expectantly, clearly waiting for him to respond properly. With a sigh, he whispered back. "What?" "Mom got a call from Auntie Kako, and they probably won't be back until really late. So she told me to ask if you want to eat dinner at our house." "Sure," he said after a moment of consideration. "Okay. See you later." "Yeah. See you later." Ishan tossed the cup back. Even though his throw was slightly off, Nejaya quickly reeled it in using the string, making it look like he'd nailed it on the first try. She waved happily, but didn't leave the window. Ishan sighed inwardly. "She's probably not going to leave until I do. Plus, they're so cute." Mainly inspired by Tamako Market though, but my god was I smiling while writing the second part. Also, how do I have 100 power stones even before I hit 15,000 words? That's crazy, tie for all the support. Also, I'm finally 15,000 words. Let's go. No random chat with a ton of words just to hit the word count. Chapter 11, Childhood. 1,497 words. Ishan stared at the cup that had just glitched, or at least, that was the closest word he had for what he'd seen. Maybe I should have expected this, he thought. My computation speed has increased, and so has the theoretical range of my teleportation. His AIM diffusion field had progressed to the point where it was no longer just an abstract phenomenon. It was actively, visibly interfering with the space around him. When Rob had explained things during his reincarnation, it had mentioned that Ishan would gain an AIM diffusion field alongside Shirai Kuroko's personal reality. At the time, Ishan hadn't given it much thought, but now that it was becoming noticeable, he couldn't exactly ignore it anymore. If this continued, he'd eventually need a plausible explanation for why objects around him were behaving strangely. And if there was one thing Ishan hated, it was anything that wasted his time or made things unnecessarily complicated. The only reason he'd caught the cup blinking in and out of place was because of his precognition. Without that, the distortion was so brief that anyone watching would have just assumed they'd blinked or lost focus for a split second. Still, Ishan knew the truth: the stronger his personal reality became, the more obvious these glitches would get. At least there was one small aspect that didn't make it too bad. Because he wasn't actively teleporting the cup, touching or moving it mid-glitch didn't cause any accidental splicing. He didn't even want to imagine what it would feel like for a person to get caught in one of those distortions. If his ability ever affected someone nearby, specifically someone he cared about, and hurt them. He shut that line of thought down immediately. He wouldn't allow that to happen. Which meant he needed to figure this out before the problem grew beyond his control. Less than 10 minutes later, Ishan was back in his room, but this time with a rhinoceros beetle he'd found near the house. So now all I have to do is wait until the beetle glitches, he muttered. As long as the beetle didn't die and didn't start moving erratically afterward, the test would be good enough for his purposes. After only a few seconds, though, Ishan abandoned that approach. It wasn't like he could consciously control his AIM diffusion field in the first place. Instead of waiting for it to happen, might as well try to understand the mechanics of the glitching. Distance and timing were the most important factors. After a few seconds of thought, Ishan pieced together a basic framework for how the glitching worked. First, the range affected by the glitches didn't correlate with his teleportation domain, nor with the theoretical maximum distance he could teleport, both of which increased passively over time. Instead, it seemed to be governed by an entirely separate system, the development of his personal reality. That alone made it annoyingly difficult to quantify. For now, the effect extended to a maximum radius of roughly 8 meters, and it only affected inanimate objects. The interval between glitches ranged from a minimum of 2 minutes to a maximum of 7. Ishan hypothesized that as his personal reality advanced, these parameters would change, where either the time between glitches would shorten, or the range of affected targets would expand. Unfortunately, even after waiting far longer than expected, the rhinoceros beetle remained in its makeshift enclosure without any visible changes. Strangely enough, that lack of results was information in itself. It raised the possibility that living creatures, people included, weren't affected by the glitching at all. If that turned out to be true, it would be a huge relief. Or, just as likely, Ishan was simply having a streak of bad luck, and the glitch had skipped over the beetle for no particular reason at all. Ishan eventually pushed the issue to the back of his mind when it became clear that nothing else was happening anytime soon. As he reached to turn on his computer, a faint, instinctive sense of unease washed over him. He sighed under his breath. Then, as if on autopilot, he walked over to the window and opened it. Waiting outside was the familiar face of his ever-energetic neighbor, Hado Nejaya. He easily caught the pebble she tossed at his window and was immediately met with her bright, excited smile. Judging by the way she was practically vibrating in place, she had a lot to say, probably because she'd just returned from her annual health checkup. That was the only reason she hadn't come by sooner, since Nejaya usually stuck to Ishan like glue outside of school and sleep. Nejaya didn't even wait before throwing the cup, which was getting more accurate as time passed, even if technically she barely missed, even if the outcome didn't show that. Ever since Ishan had started teleporting Nejaya's near-miss paper cup into his hand, it had sparked an idea for a potential future technique. If he could reduce the delay between teleports, for example, reach 30 to 60 activations per second, he could create subtle but deliberate trajectories by teleporting the movement itself faster than the naked eye could track. At present, for simple motions like tossing a ball into the air and back down, his limit was about 15 frames per second. With the cup now in hand, Ishan lifted the cup to his ear, listening as Nejaya launched into a rambling recap of her day without Ishan. Hey, Shanshan, did you know that girls grow faster than boys? What a weird start to a conversation, but sure. Yeah. Or, I thought I'd stump you, she whined. Then do you know why girls grow faster than boys? Ishan asked. Nope. Why? Nejaya answered immediately, curiosity winning out her intention of trying to stump Ishan. Well, basically. Ishan froze. Ishan tensed for a split second before he inwardly sighed and then complained inwardly. However, this sudden pause caused Nejaya to visibly tilt her head in confusion. Shanchan. Who? Oh, sorry. In 5 seconds, Nejaya was going to glitch. He'd felt it coming through precognition and had instinctively prepared to teleport himself away if anything went wrong, secret be damned. But nothing happened. No injuries. No changes. Relief flooded through him at the information. Then irritation followed soon after her safety was known. For hours, he thought bitterly. For hours, and the beetle stays perfectly fine, but the moment I start talking to Nejaya. What kind of shitty luck was this? But after knowing that Nejaya wouldn't be injured due to his AIM diffusion field, all his worries regarding accidentally injuring someone fizzled out. So anyway, Iswan continued, girls grow. Shanchan. He tensed again, then relaxed just as quickly. I just saw a super cool world. Nejaya gushed. Like, I blinked, and suddenly everything was rainbow-colored. Yeah? Yeah. Ishan's eyebrow twitched, but not at her enthusiasm, but at the sheer absurdity of the situation. Because, 5 seconds later, Nejaya glitched again. Shanchan. It happened again. Ishan sighed. Such misfortune. Plus? 8n. Talking about how AIM diffusion fields work is pretty hard, but it does become more noticeable the stronger you are, which is why Misaka's AIM field was strong enough to power wind turbines passively. AIM diffusion fields on teleporters aren't even in the wiki, so just came up with the idea of glitching in and out of space as an alternative. Plus, A's N, after looking at the very supportive comments at the temporary announcement, I have a few announcements to make after some thought. The schedule is going to be 3 chaps a week, should be on Monwed Friday. This will 100% not be harem. While I might do some love triangles just for the sake of it, the end goal will be a healthy relationship between one person. Additionally, Power Stone goals will start. However, it's not going to work how it would normally like I've seen on other fics. If we do reach a Power Stone goal, instead of immediately getting a chap the day after, it'll increase the number of chaps per week by 1 per goal for the next week with a max of 2 chaps, where the extra chaps will be released the Sunday of that week, in which the first goal will be relatively reachable while the second one is kind of unrealistic. All of this is to hopefully keep me from burning out, which I'm sure no one wants. Judging by how I somehow got 335 Power Stones in the span of like a day, IDK how, here are the goals. 2,000 Power Stones, you'll get an extra chap next week. 4,000 Power Stones, then another extra chap next week. Again, the second goal is kinda unrealistic but still possible, so if you are extra motivated it might happen, but if it doesn't then less chaps for me to do. 2,000 horsepower, not complete. 4,000 horsepower, not unlocked. Thanks for all the support and comments, like actually it's insane. Chapter 12, Childhood. 1,563 words. While the glitching was basically invisible unless you were actively paying attention, Isnan had 2 parents whose quirks enhanced their cognitive abilities. So it wasn't surprising that, only a few days later, he found himself sitting across from them, both wearing expressions of quiet concern. Kako started the conversation. I know I give you a surprising amount of freedom when it comes to your life, she said gently, but that doesn't mean I don't care about you. I know. So, she continued, folding her hands together, do you have any idea about the events happening around you? Ishan's first thought was, how can you tell it has something to do with me? Not even a second later, he wanted to smack himself in the forehead. With 2 extremely observant parents, it would have been impossible for them not to notice the glitching. He'd already considered that. What he hadn't considered was the fact that he was just as perceptive, if not more so, when it came to cognition. His complete lack of reaction to the glitching had, in itself, been a reaction. It basically told them he already knew about it and didn't say anything. Genzai and Kako noticed the shift in his expression and assumed he'd either figured it out on his own or confirmed it through his quirk. Ishan sighed inwardly. He did hide his teleportation abilities, but he did so casually. Mostly because he couldn't be bothered to put in real effort. He only ever did the bare minimum, especially when it came to hiding things from his parents. With Nejaya, it was more about damage control, preventing a never-ending parade of questions. Even he didn't know all the possible applications of his teleportation, as he usually came up with them on the spot, then tested feasibility whenever he felt like it. Might as well tell her when he was confident enough to answer all her possible questions. As for his parents, the only active measure he took was using teleportation when they weren't home. That was it. Mainly because he didn't have a strong enough reason or motivation to spend most of his free time developing it. Teleportation, or his teleportation rather, was, quite literally, one of the most optimal abilities for killing. With his teleportation domain expanding to 110 meters over the past few weeks, Ishan assumed that by the time he was older, it would stretch into the kilometer range. That alone matched the effective range of most snipers. Except his teleportation couldn't miss. Even 110 meters was enough to kill without suspicion. The way to kill was even easier. A pebble embedded in the brain or heart. An instant dismantling of their body. Dropping someone from a lethal height. All of these methods were basically effortless. And aside from unconsciousness, ambushing him was practically impossible thanks to his precognition. The only truly troublesome aspect was that his teleportation was too clean. If the full extent of it were ever discovered, it would be easy to trace incidents back to him. Similar to how if there was a humongous fight with an extreme amount of fire damage, most would probably attribute it to heroes like Endeavor. Of course, he could deliberately make things sloppier to emulate other quirks. But that sounded like a massive waste of time that could be spent reading fanfics or web novels. Ishan sighed, mentally running through possible explanations, but before he could speak, Genzai beat him to it. Shunkuan, he said calmly, while everyone has secrets and we both respect your space, it'd be nice if your mom and I knew something beyond the fact that you can make objects blink in and out of space. We trust that your lack of reaction means the glitching isn't dangerous, Kako added. But it is surprising. You're still a child, she continued softly. If you're struggling with this, we just wanted you to know that we'll support you, no matter what. Well, Genzai added dryly, unless you hurt someone. Kako immediately elbowed him in the ribs. I think Shunkuan already knows that, honey, she whispered. Nah, Ishan interjected. It's not that big of a secret. And dealing with this now was less troublesome than dealing with it later. I just don't think my quirk is precognition. That caught their attention. Both Genzai and Kako blinked. Kako opened her mouth to speak, and Genzai gently covered it with his hand. Might as well let the kid finish. Yes, I can see a few seconds into the future, Ishan continued. That part's true. Kako tried to speak again. Genzai kept his hand there. But I don't think that's my actual quirk. It's... Ishan paused in thought before shrugging inwardly. I was going to reveal it eventually anyways. I'll just show you. The moment he finished speaking, Ishan vanished from his chair and reappeared in the one to his right, the seat Nejaya usually occupied when she came over for dinner. Teleportation? Genzai blurted out, forgetting his earlier restraint. Even his hypercognition stuttered like it just registered something that made no sense. No change in mass, no distortion in space, just his son was in his chair one moment and the next he wasn't. Kako's eyes widened as she replayed the moment in her head through retrocognition, scrutinizing every detail. Well, Ishan said, yes. But also, not really. He teleported a notebook and pencil from his room into his hands, ignoring their renewed shock. Ishan quickly wrote down his personalized 11th dimensional formula. It wasn't like it gave them any advantage against him, and they were family. Kako leaned in. Linear algebra. Genzai wasn't as mathematically inclined as his wife, but even he grasped enough to follow. Yeah, Ishan nodded. Using that formula and sensory input, I can teleport. The formula itself wasn't especially complex, just incredibly tedious. Parameter management actually took more time than the actual calculation. But even when I'm not doing anything, Ishan continued, gesturing pointedly at Genzai, I'm still passively gathering information. Genzai and Kako nodded in understanding. So I think my brain's passive state uses something similar to Laplace demon, Ishan said. That's what you interpret as precognition. Kako immediately nodded, understanding the concept. Genzai didn't fully get it, but the gist was clear enough. I see? Kako murmured thoughtfully. And the glitching you've noticed is probably an involuntary movement from the actual quirk, which is letting me apply formulas to reality. Ishan finished. Kako didn't ask any follow-up questions, despite the obvious curiosity burning behind her eyes. She was simply grateful he'd shared this much. A spatial-type ability like teleportation was a heavily monitored quirk. And knowing her son's I don't want trouble's personality, she knew he could have easily given a half-truth and she would have believed it. That he trusted them enough to be honest made her genuinely happy. So, Genzai said after a moment, you're still planning to keep your quirk registered as precognition. While it wasn't exactly legal to not change a quirk's classification in the registry when they knew about it, they could always claim they hadn't known their son could teleport if an unlikely public reveal ever occurred. Nah, Ishan replied. Just change it to something vague. Like personal reality. He couldn't be bothered to make a new name. I just don't have to display teleportation abilities, but if I do, I can just say it's a side effect. Genzai looked at Ishan with an exasperated expression. Now this was his son. Changing the quirk classification meant dealing with paperwork which was indeed time-consuming and bothersome, but if Ishan ever got caught teleporting under the new label, there would be far fewer questions afterward. A lazy genius, was what Genzai had to say about his son. So, Kako said, her tone turning mischievous. How are you planning to reveal this to Nejaya-chan? She smiled knowingly. Knowing Nejaya, learning about teleportation would only skyrocket her already absurd enthusiasm for becoming heroes together. Not that she needs the encouragement, seeing as her motivation to be heroes with Shunkuan is already sky high, Kako thought fondly. Just let her figure it out on her own, Ishan said with a shrug. And I'd appreciate it if you two didn't casually mention it, he added. You know her personality. That earned a long, inward sigh from Kako. At this rate, would she ever get to see a grandchild with such a passive son? Plus, A's N, most realistic way I could think of to reveal his quirk. Corsair Ishan wants to keep it secret, but when it comes to his parents, with the way I made him he just does the bare minimum to keep it. If a scenario comes where he has to explain something, he'd probably just explain it. Also, the formula is fine to show, cause look, realistically, how are you even supposed to counter it even if you knew? I hope I kept the parents very loving and protective, even if they don't obviously show it. It's hard to capture their personality in my opinion, so sorry if I did bad. Also, the plan is to get to UA by the 30 chat mark. Thanks for all the support in being so FR. Comments and power stones also give me motivation. It's only Wednesday and we already passed 1k, so 2000 is def possible, surprisingly. Plus 2000 horsepower, not complete. 4000 horsepower, not unlocked. Chapter 13, Childhood. 1415 words. After that conversation, nothing really changed for the Shunkan family. If anything, they were even more casual and closer than before. If there was a change, it was that Ishan could now casually practice and use his teleportation at home. And now that teleporting was an option, there really wasn't much reason for him to move around at all. Before, he had to go downstairs to grab juice and then come back up. Now, he could just teleport the carton straight into his hand, pour it into a glass, and teleport it back. How convenient! Genzai had noted that the conversation had only enabled Ishan to become even lazier than usual, a sentiment Kako wholeheartedly agreed with. Kako was even more grateful to Nejaya now, because while Ishan used to leave his room to do chores or handle small tasks, he now only emerged if Nejaya called for him, or if they had to leave for school or the dojo. With the sole exception of going out to buy snacks. Shunchan, should we get melon-flavored popsicles, or wasabi-flavored popsicles? And what a coincidence, it seemed Nejaya was already at the convenience store at the same time Ishan had decided ice cream was a perfectly acceptable snack. With the weather warming up and summer break approaching, it felt justified. Ishan inwardly recoiled at the second option. Why does that even exist? Unfortunately, his thoughts and his mouth were in sync. Why does that even exist? Obviously the melon-flavored ones. Ishan reached into the freezer and grabbed his usual choice, vanilla, before something else caught his eye. A summer special blueberry vanilla ice cream, only available for 3 weeks. That actually sounded good. While Nejaya had enthusiastically named their future team Blueberry Vanilla, neither of them had ever actually eaten blueberry vanilla ice cream. It wasn't a common flavor in convenience stores, blueberry cheesecake usually took its place instead. After quickly calculating the amount of money in his small wallet and deciding it was worth it, Ishan took one of the blueberry vanilla ice creams as well. Blueberry vanilla? Nejaya echoed, peering at the unfamiliar wrapper before reaching in and grabbing one herself, only to put both the melon and wasabi popsicles down. Why do you even ask about melon or wasabi if you weren't going to choose either? Ishan deadpanned. Nejaya grinned, giving him a completely thoughtless smile. Your ice cream just looked tastier. We can just share if you're curious, Ishan said, gesturing toward the ice cream she dropped. Oh yeah. Nejaya slapped her forehead. She bent down and picked up both the melon and wasabi popsicles. Both. I hope you know that if you eat the wasabi one and don't like it, I'm not finishing it for you. That stopped her cold. Nejaya hesitated, then sheepishly put the wasabi-flavored popsicle back. Maybe eating her vegetables for her has been enabling this, Ishan mused. Now that I think about it, Nejaya, I won't eat your vegetables anymore. What? Nejaya whipped her head toward him at lightning speed. After hurriedly apologizing to the cashier for the sudden outburst and paying for their ice cream, Nejaya followed him outside. Why? Ishan sat down on a nearby bench beside a small park, really just a square patch of grass where elderly people gathered for radio calisthenics in the mornings. Because, Ishan began calmly, it isn't healthy to not eat vegetables. Oh. Nejaya dragged the sound out dramatically, shoulders slumping as she plopped down beside him. But they're bitter sometimes. And you always eat them like it's nothing. That's because they're food, Ishan replied flatly as he peeled open his vanilla ice cream. That's not convincing at all, Nejaya puffed her cheeks, poking at her melon popsicle before taking a bite. Her eyes immediately lit up. Oh. This one's really good. Ishan hummed in acknowledgement, already halfway through his vanilla. The blueberry vanilla ice cream remained unopened in his other hand. Are you saving that one for later? She asked. Maybe. He glanced at it. It's limited edition. If it's good, I'll buy more next time. Nejaya leaned closer, squinting at the wrapper with intense focus. Can I have a bite? Ishan didn't answer right away. He finished his mouthful, then peeled open the blueberry vanilla and held it out toward her. Sure, go ahead. Only one bite though. I'll be gentle. Nejaya promised immediately. I don't know how one's supposed to be gentle with ice cream, but sure. She took a bite, then froze. Oh. Her eyes widened. Oh. Shun-chan, this is really good. I know. How did you know? I read the label. If it's a limited edition, it has to be somewhat decent. That's normal marketing tactics. That's amazing. She stared at the ice cream with open envy before reluctantly leaning back. Maybe I should have gotten that one instead. Ishan took a bite himself, satisfied. Nejaya sighed contentedly, swinging her legs. For a moment, they sat in comfortable silence as a light breeze passed through the park. Hey, Shun-chan, Nejaya said suddenly. My mom said we're going back to Akita during the break to visit my grandparents. Ishan paused, ice cream halfway to his mouth, before continuing to eat. And? Well. She hesitated. I wanted to ask if you wanted to come too. Why? I don't even know your grandparents. Ishan thought. Why? Because we'll be separated for a whole month. Saying it out loud only made her more downcast. Back then, when she lived in an old-timer neighborhood without kids her age, a month apart wouldn't have mattered. But now, being separated from her bestest friend for the longest time so far felt depressing. She had asked her mom if Ishan and his family were going as well. Shuri had shaken her head, echoing Ishan's own thought, why invite a friend to visit your grandparents? Shuri gently explained that the Shunkan family probably had their own plans, and that it wouldn't be right to intrude on another family's vacation. Feeling deflated, Nejaya had gone out to get ice cream to cheer herself up, only to spot Ishan entering the convenience store shortly after. Her mood had instantly brightened. And now, remembering why she'd gone out in the first place, she decided to take her chance. Nejaya looked at Ishan nervously as he hummed in thought, finishing the last bite of his blueberry vanilla. I've lived in this neighborhood my whole life, Ishan reflected. And my parents have never mentioned extended family once. So either they're dead, or we're estranged. Ishan wasn't particularly attached to vacations. All he really needed was entertainment, food, and a place to sleep. A remarkably low-maintenance human. If going with Nejaya made her happy, and he didn't care either way, then why not? Well, maybe I might be a bit lonely. Ishan added. His bigger concern was what the Hado family would think, letting their daughter's friend tag along on a family trip. Even if the two families were close enough to eat together 4 or 5 times a week. Kako and Genzai probably wouldn't mind, as his shut-in habits had exacerbated after the teleportation talks. If anything, they'd be more worried about inconveniencing the Hado family than about Ishan himself. Well. Ishan finally said, glancing at Nejaya's half-hopeful, half-puppy-eyed expression. I don't really care if I go. Yay? But you'll have to convince my parents. Oh. Well, what did she expect? A top-class lawyer and a first-class friend? He wasn't going to do everything for her just cause she was his friend. Plus, this chapter was mainly to set up a somewhat of a small, short event, so it's kind of like a filler, so sorry about that. Also, just to clarify, Ishan's currently 6 and Nejaya is 8. I put in a typo noting that Ishan was 7 when first grade only just started, which I fixed later. Also, we actually hit 2,000 power stones before the week ended. Color me surprised like I'm actually so thankful. Additionally, I also have a Patreon, but don't sub right now cause I don't have additional chaps as of now. It's my username, p@treon.com Cyprus. I'll probably finish setting it up today and write 1 or 2 additional chapters later today for Patreon with the goal of 5-8 plus additional chaps in the end. For money is the best motivator for a broke college student. Once again, thanks for all the support. Thanks for reading. Plus 2,000 horsepower, complete. 4,000 horsepower, not complete. Chapter 14, Childhood. 1,186 words. So, Nejaya-chan, you're asking if my Shunkun can go with you to Akita Prefecture over summer break. Kako rubbed her chin in mock seriousness, flicking a glance at Ishan's deadpan expression. Well, if Shunkun isn't saying anything, she mused, then this was probably Nejaya-chan's idea, like usual. It felt strange not to have Ishan be the one trying to convince her. Still, Kako merely shrugged inwardly before turning her attention back to Nejaya's determined face. Yeah. Nejaya nodded rapidly. Ishan had told her to try convincing his parents herself, but in practice, she'd practically begged him for advice beforehand. Her original argument had been that they'd be apart for a whole month. While that would probably tug at Kako's and Genzai's heartstrings, it didn't guarantee anything. So now, armed with the tutorial AI, Ishan, Nejaya was ready to make her case. On the other hand, Kako was already calculating how many vacation days she could squeeze out of her schedule to follow along. She hadn't had siblings, or even parents, growing up, which was one of the main reasons she'd poured herself so completely into her career before having Ishan. Genzai had lived a similar life, which was why the two of them had grown close despite choosing such different paths. Because of that, their usual vacation options like visiting parents were non-existent. And given their shared pasts, vacation had usually just meant staying home and resting, with no experience with any traveling. Now that an opportunity had finally presented itself, why wouldn't she take it? Akita seemed pretty safe too. And Nejaya-chan will probably bring Shunkoan everywhere. That mental image alone was something to look forward to. Still, Nejaya's expression told her this wasn't a spur-of-the-moment whim. She'd clearly put thought into it. So why not let her play it out? Why do you want to bring Shunkoan with you to Akita? Kako asked. She interlaced her fingers and rested her chin on her hands, the imaginary glint of her non-existent glasses flashing with exaggerated interest. Faced with Kako's uncharacteristically serious expression, Nejaya gulped nervously. She instinctively glanced at Ishan for support, then snapped her gaze back forward. No. I have to do this without Shunchan's help. If I lean on Shunchan, where will my big sister authority go? She chanted to herself, mustering her courage. Ishan watched Nejaya's expression shift from anxious to determined and shot his mother an exasperated look. Why are you making this difficult? Kako, naturally, ignored him, her focus entirely on Nejaya. Nejaya-chan. She didn't notice that just before Nejaya spoke, Ishan stared at her in confusion, then dragged a hand down his face in resignation. Shunchan promised that we'd be partners for life. Nejaya slapped the tabletop with absolute sincerity. No, where did this come from? Ishan blinked, completely dumbfounded. Let it be known, Ishan had recommended that Nejaya say that since he only left the house usually because of Nejaya's insistence, go down that route, not, whatever this was. Kako froze. The room went quiet in a very specific, dangerous way, like the calm right before someone decided whether they were amused or deeply invested. Partners. Kako repeated slowly. She turned her head toward Ishan, a teasing smile creeping onto her face. For life, Tilda? Just to clarify, Ishan started, only to be cut off. Oh. Kako tilted her head, eyes narrowing. So you didn't promise Nejaya-chan something like that? Ishan opened his mouth again. It was never. Nejaya, meanwhile, leaned forward, brimming with confidence she absolutely did not feel 5 seconds ago, interrupting him outright. Yep. Partners, she said brightly. Like, no matter what. Through hero work, school, and, life stuff. We're the blueberry vanilla duo. Nejaya added. Ishan threw his hands into the air in exasperation. How the hell am I supposed to explain if I don't even get a chance to speak? So basically. But Kako had already stopped listening to him. She knew the truth from his reaction alone, but really, why pass up the chance to tease Nejaya-chan? Her gaze returned to Nejaya, one eyebrow lifting in curiosity. And what does a partners for life mean to you, Nejaya-chan? She asked gently. Nejaya stiffened. Maybe this wasn't how it's supposed to go. Her eyes darted sideways toward Ishan for half a second before she caught herself. No. Independent argument. Completely forgetting that she'd begged Ishan for advice before coming over, Nejaya had fully derailed his entire plan. Well. She straightened up, hands planted on the table. It means we look out for each other. Train together, work together, eat together. Ishan winced. And if one of us is in trouble, the other shows up no matter what, she finished proudly. Kako blinked once. Then she smiled, not the teasing smile she'd intended, not even a playful one. But a fond one. Shunkuan is a lucky boy, Tilda? That sounds very serious, Kako said, nodding slowly. Ishan stared at his mother in mild horror. That was not a legally binding statement, he said quickly, just in case. So, Akita, she continued, steering the conversation with suspicious ease. Is this about spending time together? Or is there something specific you want to do there? Nejai relaxed just a bit. This is what Shunchan talked about. Oh. Both, she chirped. My family's there, and there are hot springs, and mountains, and I wanted to show Shunchan where I grew up. I talk about it all the time, but it's different if he actually sees it, right? She paused, then added more softly, "An. I don't like the idea of being away from him for that long." Ishan slapped a hand over his face. "What are you doing?" Kako noticed Nejaya's hesitation, her gaze softening further. I see," she said quietly. She leaned back in her chair, tapping a finger against the table in thought. Ishan just wanted this entire shitshow of a conversation to be over. How did a simple convincing session go this wrong? Nejaya clasped her hands together under the table, practically vibrating. After a long moment, Kako sighed. "Well," she said, "I can't decide this on my own. You haven't asked your mom about this either, right?" That got Nejaya's attention. "I forgot I haven't even told my mom. She even said not to disturb Shunchan's family." A chill ran down her spine. "We'll talk it over as a family," Kako continued. "But Nejaya-chan." Nejaya snapped to attention, her nervousness still there. "I appreciate you being honest," Kako said warmly. "And brave enough to say all that without Shunkuan helping." Nejaya beamed. Ishan groaned softly and buried his face in his hands. "I'm never letting her prepare an argument again. 8N, since we hit over 2K power stones, which is crazy, you guys will get an extra chat this Saturday. Since we didn't hit 4K, I won't change the goal this week, so it'll stay 2K and 4K respectively. Not really anything else to say, just that there's probably 2 to 3 advanced chaps on Patreon if you want to support me or read them. p@treon.com Cyprus. Thanks for reading. Plus 2,000 horsepower, not complete. 4,000 horsepower, not unlocked. Chapter 15, Childhood. 1,174 words. So. Here I am, in Akita. Ishan leaned against the side of the small, old-fashioned Japanese truck, the engine rattling steadily beneath him as cool wind rushed past. The air smelled faintly of grass and soil, with a hint of fertilizer carried in from the nearby fields. He looked out at a view that would probably make the average Japan glazer lose their mind over the aesthetics. The classic Japanese countryside, which, honestly, kind of looked like any other countryside. Nejaya, on the other hand, was half leaning over the truck bed, pointing excitedly at everything they passed. "That hill there? I used to sled it down during winter. And that field? There's so many frogs at night. Oh. And that's the path that leads to, never mind, I'll just show you later." It seems this vacation only made her more hyper, Ishan thought. "It's more hilly than I thought. But then again, it is Akita." The village itself was a flat farming settlement, but it was hemmed in by mountains on both sides, with only a single, slightly out-of-the-way road leading in and out. "So, what do you think?" Nejaya asked, sliding back to his side, her eyes shining as she waited for his opinion. "Well, if there was one undeniably good thing about the countryside, it was probably the air, right? I guess the air is kind of nice." Ishan shrugged. Nejaya froze for a moment, then puffed out her cheeks dramatically. "Eh? That's it? You're supposed to talk about the view, not the air." "The view is nice too," Ishan added belatedly. "That doesn't sound sincere at all," she said, leaning closer, clearly trying to peer into his face for a reaction. Caught. "Hey!" He wasn't really upset about Nejaya's outburst back then about being partners for life. She was young, and with the pressure his mom had unintentionally put on her, something like that happening wasn't surprising. What was mildly troublesome were the even weirder looks their parents had started giving them afterward, especially whenever he and Nejaya played together before summer break. It felt less like concern and more like they were watching some painfully sweet romance drama unfold in real time. Nejaya had gotten a spanking when she went home that day, but she seemed to have accepted that outcome as long as it meant she could still get Ishan to come visit during summer vacation. Not long after, Kako had apparently explained Nejaya's little stunt to Shiori, who then rather enthusiastically agreed to the Shunkan family's sudden vacation plans despite Nejaya's punishment. Unfortunately, due to how tiny the population of Nejaya's hometown was, there were no hotels or inns to speak of. Instead, Nejaya's grandparents, who were basically regarded as the village chiefs, had generously offered to let the Shunkan family stay at their home. At the moment, Nejaya and Ishan were hitching a ride with a kind neighbor to the nearest convenience store, which was a few kilometers away. It was the sort of community where everyone knew everyone else, so when Nejaya spotted the neighbor earlier, she'd asked without hesitation, and he'd agreed just as easily. When Nejaya said she lived in the countryside, "I didn't expect this much of a countryside," Ishan thought. Looking around at the sparse traditional buildings, with no obvious hero presence or modern amenities in sight, Ishan couldn't help but wonder how Nejaya had kept herself entertained before moving away. With a place like this, it almost feels like the whole future century part of the MHA world doesn't exist here. Ishan's gaze suddenly snagged on something out of place. Is that a Lawson's? A single modern convenience store stood among the traditional buildings like it had been dropped there by mistake. Oh, Shunchan, I see it. Nejaya pointed excitedly as they approached the convenience store. So I wasn't imagining it. The uncle had only been headed in their general direction, so after dropping them off, he couldn't take them back. Ishan and Nejaya bowed deeply and waved until he disappeared down the road. Ishan briefly glanced at the uncle's hands, which were oddly shaped, almost like chicken feet. I'm more surprised that I'm not surprised, he mused, bowing again. They walked back along the dirt path, each holding a snack they'd picked out. What should we do first? Nejaya wondered aloud, practically vibrating with excitement. There were so many things she'd always wanted to show Ishan if he ever came to her hometown, and now that he was actually here, the list felt endless. The creek near her house. The abandoned shrine. Her secret hideout. So many things to introduce. Well, I came because you wanted me here, Ishan said, adjusting the too large wide-brimmed hat perched on his head. I'll just follow your lead. MHM. Then let's go to the creek first. Sure. Let's tell our parents first though. Yep. When they returned to the relatively large Hado home and stepped inside, the atmosphere immediately felt off. It was too quiet. Grandpa. Nejaya called out, her voice echoing in the silence. No answer. She glanced toward the entryway and noticed several pairs of shoes missing. Who? Nejaya hurried through the house, checking room after room, her steps growing faster. Grandma? Mom? Nothing. Weird, where'd everyone go? They wouldn't leave without telling me anything. Nejaya muttered, turning around to ask Ishan, only to realize he wasn't behind her. Did I move too fast? Shunchan. Where are you? She called out, panic creeping into her voice. If Shunchan was gone too, what was she supposed to do? Relax, I'm right here, Ishan replied tiredly. He was lying on the living room floor, staring up at the open courtyard, a folded note in his hand. Oh. Shunchan. Nejaya rushed over and dropped beside him with a relieved sigh. You scared me. She leaned over to peer at the note. What's that? Just a note left by my mom. On the note read. Shunkuan. One of the nearby uncles seems to have gone missing in the mountains. Since Genzai and I wanted to help, we followed after him along with the Hado family. He apparently has frequent memory loss, so it doesn't seem too serious. If we don't return in a few hours, please call the police. That's absolutely a death flag, Ishan thought. Shunchan, we have to help. Nejaya said immediately, already on her feet. Sure, Ishan replied easily. He'd been planning on helping anyway. Leaving Nejaya alone wasn't an option, and as long as she stayed within a 100-meter radius of him, she couldn't really be any safer. With his newly dubbed omniscient domain, Ishan felt fairly confident. They'd only left recently, so they couldn't have gone too far. This is the debut of the Blueberry Vanilla duo. Nejaya declared excitedly as she filled 2 water bottles and handed one to Ishan. Yeah. She's not wrong. 8N, some might have noticed I changed the name, some people complained about getting clickbaited so just decided to change it. Chapter 16, Childhood. 1,564 words. You know. I'm kind of regretting leaving without Shunkuan. That thought lingered in Ishan's parents' minds as they searched the mountain for the missing neighbor. With both of their quirks being well-suited for search and rescue situations, Genzai and Kako had quickly volunteered when the Hado family organized a search party. However, not long after they began, Genzai detected unusual movement in the distance, movement that didn't match any normal human pattern. He immediately voiced his concern to the rest of the group. The rest of the search party, consisting of Nejaya's parents and grandparents, brushed it off, assuming it was just a wild animal. Bears and boars weren't uncommon in these mountains, after all. This was a community used to living alongside dangerous wildlife. Everyone carried bear spray, and 2 had brought a shovel for protection. While these so-called protective measures did little to reassure the Shunkan couple, there wasn't much else they could reasonably demand. It wasn't like everyone held hunting-grade weapons. The only hunter in the village with a licensed rifle lived on the opposite side of town, and there simply wasn't time to call him in before searching further. So Genzai, uneasy about the presence of a quadrupedal animal somewhere nearby, could only swallow his nerves and silently hope it wouldn't head in their direction. The missing neighbor had a mutant-type quirk that gave him deer antlers and hooves, which were features that only increased the danger if he wandered deep into the forest. Thankfully, due to repeated incidents in the past, the village, along with the neighbor's son who was frequently out due to having work in the nearby town, had agreed to attach a tracker to the man's antlers. Since the antlers had no nerves or blood vessels, it was harmless, even if a bit unconventional. It was essentially just a piercing. With the tracker active, the real challenge was reaching him. His deer hooves made traversing steep, uneven terrain far easier for him than for any normal human. This was the main reason that Genzai and Kako volunteered. So, with Genzai being the radar for possible wild animals and Kako for knowing which tracks were safer, it greatly assisted the Heido family. Still, the distance was far greater than anyone had anticipated, turning the search into an impromptu hiking expedition. Kako exercised regularly for her health and managed fine, but Genzai lagged behind, already visibly winded. With Ishan's senses that far surpassed Genzai and Kako's along with his teleportation, this sudden hiking trip could have been nipped from the route. However, they had promised to keep his teleportation a secret. Convenience wasn't a good enough reason to break that trust. And more importantly, they were still parents. Asking a child, especially one not even of age, to shoulder the responsibility of saving a life was an unreasonable burden. That conviction, however, began to waver as time dragged on. This is weird. Heido Genji, Nejia's grandfather, stared down at the tracker on his phone, his brow furrowing. What is it? Nejia's grandmother, Heido Toma, responded, already exasperated with how long this abrupt hiking session had gone for. Kako had reassured everyone that they'd left a note before heading out, but Nejia was bound to worry if she came home to an empty house. Without waiting for Genji's answer, Tomo snatched the phone from his hands and frowned. How is he moving so fast? That single sentence sent a chill through all 6 members of the search party. Are you sure you're reading that right? Heido Mitsuru, and Nejia's father, jogged up to her, peering at the screen. Mitsuru stared at the screen for a long second, longer than necessary. That's not human, he said quietly. His expression slowly hardened as he looked from the phone to his wife, then to Ishan's parents. We're heading back, he said with finality. We're getting old man Saburo. His voice left no room for argument as he picked up the pace as he turned around. Why? Genzai started, only to be cut off when Kako slapped his shoulder. Think for a second, she snapped, frowning. How can an elderly man with memory loss move that fast? His quirk isn't even remotely related to speed. She grabbed Genzai's hand, fully aware of her husband's limited stamina. Without support, he'd be exhausted in minutes. While Genzai noticed her hand subconsciously shaking, he couldn't say much, as his was the same. Mitsuru's next statement only made the nervousness worse. 60 kilometers per hour, to be exact, Mitsuru added grimly. 60? Shiori exclaimed. Isn't the average for bears 40? 40 to 48, Mitsuru finished. And that speed is assuming old man Moriyama is already in its mouth. The maximum speed is likely much higher. With no one in the group possessing anything near a combat-oriented quirk, the best bet was to get assistance. Realistically, Moriyama was probably already dead by the time the tracker registered movement that fast. With speeds of 60 kilometers an hour in the mountains no less, no one present wanted to face such a creature. They turned back, increasing their pace, but they were still several hundred meters from the village, never mind the distance to old man Saburo's house. Still, there was one small silver lining. With lives at stake, Genzai decided calling for assistance, his overpowered son, was probably justified. He looked at the phone that said no signal, hoping that eventually, they would get close enough to get a signal, in which they could call in Ishan for assistance or at least faster evacuation. Kako noticed his anxious expression immediately, glancing down at his tightened hand on his phone. Reaching for her own phone, she was about to try calling Ishan when Mitsuru suddenly froze. His face drained of color. It's coming toward us. At that exact moment, Kako's phone flickered. 1 bar of signal. Damn, they went further than I thought. Ishan was, admittedly, cheating by teleporting whenever Nejia wasn't looking his way. That said, it wasn't like Nejia wasn't doing the same. She used her quirk to hover over especially rocky or uneven terrain, occasionally glancing back to make sure Ishan was still behind her. Every time she did, she found him keeping up without as much effort as she thought it would. So precognition can do that too, she called out cheerfully. Ishan just nodded in response, all the while keeping his omniscient domain active. At its current stage, the teleportation domain had a maximum effective radius of roughly 150 meters. Within that range, the information he received was nearly flawless. The omniscient domain extended a little farther, reaching around 160 meters with acceptable accuracy, though the data began to degrade noticeably beyond that point. Past 250 meters, the amount of information was practically non-existent. Ishan didn't bother factoring data beyond the 150-meter mark into his teleportation calculations. The margin of error simply wasn't worth it. For searching, however, the wider range was more than sufficient. By following the search party's trail, as long as they hadn't gone too far ahead, Ishan could reach them within minutes. Any remotely threatening wildlife that wandered into his teleportation domain was immediately relocated 6 feet under. Out of sight, out of mind, as they say, Ishan mused, keeping pace behind Nejaya. On top of that, whenever his precognition flagged a branch, loose rock, or uneven step that might trip her up, he quietly teleported it away before she could reach it. As they continued their rescue mission that started off a bad feeling, Ishan momentarily faltered, and could only watch until Nejaya opened her mouth to speak. A moment later, Nejaya spoke. Shunchan. Yeah? You know that rainbow world I always see, but you don't. Yeah? Well, she said thoughtfully, I was just thinking. I feel like I only see it when I'm around you. Is that so? Yeah. At first I thought it was the house, but then I saw it at the dojo, and even at school, so I figured it was the neighborhood. Nejaya continued, voice bouncing with excitement. And? Ishan prompted carefully. Well, since I'm still seeing it now, and we're definitely not in that neighborhood, it has to be you. I'm kind of amazed you blamed the neighborhood before me. Ishan inwardly complained. So, Nejaya went on, how do you do it? While she didn't turn around, probably to make sure she didn't run into a tree, she also didn't like silence in general. Which was why she made the occasional comment about Ishan keeping up with her pace. But with a question that festered since she first saw that rainbow world, Nejaya assumed that it was a good time to ask, and it also filled up the silence. A win-win. Ring. Ring. Perfect timing. While Ishan could see into the future within his omniscient domain, outside factors such as a phone call originating beyond its range were harder to predict unless he sacrificed range for precision. And since he was prioritizing range for the search, his precognition only extended about a second ahead. Ishan slowed to a stop and quickly answered the call from Kako. Help, BZZT. Shunkoan, BZZT. The line cut out. Ishan stared at the phone. The call had dropped. 8N, we sure hit 2,000 power stones really fast. 2,000 horsepower, complete. 4,000 horsepower, not complete. Chapter 17, Childhood. 1,157 words. Ishan didn't waste a second. He reached out his hand into open air, and the next moment Nejaya was in front of him. While Ishan could teleport without using himself as the reference point, it was much more efficient to use himself as a reference point because it meant he could teleport further. Whoa! Nejaya yelped as the world lurched. Color smeared for half a heartbeat before snapping back into focus. She blinked, disoriented, then looked down to see Ishan's fingers locked tightly around her own. They held hands often, usually because Nejaya insisted, and sometimes just because it felt natural, but Ishan almost never initiated it. So when Nejaya felt the familiar palm of her best friend, instead of panicking at the sudden displacement, Nejaya found herself oddly comforted. However, Ishan didn't bother explaining, closing his eyes. In terms of mutant changes from their own quirks, Ishan was basically a pro-max version of Genzai. Ishan's quirk didn't rely on conventional sight the way most people understood it. His quirk, an extreme evolution of Genzai's hypercognition, meant that vision was only one of many inputs feeding into his omniscient domain, or his senses. He didn't need to see in order to see. Sight was just another variable, completely redundant. So he shut it off. He inhaled once, then held it, cutting out scent and dulling taste, stripping away every variable that wasn't strictly necessary for his omniscient domain. Now having removed 2.5 redundant variables for his omniscient domain to register, his available range was effectively doubled. He hadn't done it before because there he didn't feel much of a need to rush. But his mom's emergency call changed that. I have to get to them, now. He teleported. No one. Ishan clenched his jaw in tension and teleported again. And again. And again. The moment new information registered, he jumped, never giving his mind time to settle. Data slammed into him faster than his brain was used to processing, even with his high computation speed. Ishan ignored everything that wasn't important. Teleport, scan, teleport. Teleport, scan, teleport. Each jump crammed new data into his skull before the last batch had finished registering. His temples throbbed. White static could be felt at the edges of his thoughts. This is giving me a headache. Where? He repeated like a mantra. He teleported. Again and again. 5 seconds. 5 seconds of teleporting and scanning 5 times a second. 50 scans. 50 teleports. Then. Human movement. Ishan froze mid-thought, narrowing his focus on the silhouettes forming in his domain. 6 people. His family. Nejaya's family. They were running from something outside of his range, but they were unharmed. The relief hit him so hard it almost knocked the breath from his lungs. He teleported once more, pulling them fully into the range of his teleportation domain, then stopped. GH. A hiss slipped out as he finally released his breath. His knees nearly buckled. He brought his free hand up to his head, fingers digging into his vanilla-colored hair as he pressed against his temple. Phew yuck. The thought came unfiltered. But now that they were in his domain, Ishan could say with 99.9% confidence that they were perfectly safe. The headache was literal shit, sure, but his teleportation was still usable. That meant he could protect them, with near-perfect certainty. Phew, light work, no reaction. Nejaya, on the other hand, was not having a good time. Even with a stomach that could handle barrel rolls, sudden dives, and the occasional loop-de-loop using her quirk, the rapid-fire environment shifts made everything churn unpleasantly. Her ears, her eyes, her sense of balance, none of it could keep up. Ishan was teleporting once every 0.2 seconds, and unlike him, or Genzai, Nejaya didn't have hypercognition or something similar to reduce that sensory lag. Motion sickness hit hard. The only thing saving her was the forest itself. Tree after tree blurred together, similar enough that her brain and eyes didn't have to completely reprocess every jump. Still, it sucked. Nejaya rubbed her stomach with her free hand. Ah! Her face went a little green. She genuinely felt like she might throw up. And yet, her grip on Ishan's hand tightened. Partly because it was rare for him to hold on like this. Mostly because she wanted something solid to brace against just in case he decided to do that thing again. He looked like he'd swallowed several lemons, his face scrunched in pain, hair a mess from his frantic attempt at massaging his own head. Seeing someone who looked worse off than she felt, Nejaya's motion sickness slipped to the back of her mind. Shun-chan. Without letting go of their intertwined hands, Nejaya used her free hand to steady him. Are you okay? Do you need help? She pushed down the urge to shake him as the questions tumbled out. Should I call Mom? First, your mom is the one who needs rescuing, so I don't know how you're planning to call her, Ishan muttered. Second, please lower your voice. It's making it worse. His expression softened slightly as he looked at Nejaya, who was now right up in his face, copying his temple massage. Except she wasn't really massaging it, just rubbing it and messing up his hair even more. He didn't bother stopping her. If she thought it was helping, who was he to argue? His eyebrows stayed furrowed, though, as the lingering throb refused to go away. Never doing that shit again. After a few seconds, his face settled back into its usual neutral expression. Since the search party was now fully inside his domain, the rescue itself was basically complete. I'm fine. Nejaya studied him for a moment. When he looked normal again, she figured it was safe to ask what just happened, but Ishan cut her off before she could speak. I'll explain when we get back. She hesitated, full of curiosity, but nodded. They were still technically on a rescue mission. Ishan teleported them ahead, placing them directly along the path the search group was taking. Now all they had to do was wait for them to arrive. That was when Ishan noticed what they were running from. Information poured into his mind, and he blinked, eyebrows lifting in genuine confusion as a curse slipped out before he could stop it. What the actual fuck is that? 8N, here's your Saturday extra chaps from last week. By the time this chapter gets released, I should probably be back in the dorms, so I might have more time to release chaps. Also, when I was writing the next chap, I saw I was no one in Power Stone rankings, so thank you so much. Forgot to plug the Patreon last chapter P at treon.com Cyprus. He'll probably fill it up on Sunday and during week 1 cause he'll probably have less homework and such, so finally expect 5 more chaps on this book by the next week. Thanks for reading. Chapter 18, Childhood. 1085 words. What the actual fuck is that? Now fully within his range, Ishan's first instinct was to put it 6 feet under. But the moment he properly saw the outline of the thing's body, he froze. Is that a goddamn skinwalker? Its hind legs were far longer than its front ones, the proportions warped and wrong, and its face was vaguely human, just enough to be unsettling. Its stomach was grotesquely deformed, antlers jutting straight through its torso as black blood oozed from the wounds. And yet, the thing didn't even seem to register the pain. Its face was locked into a permanent expression of agony, like someone was slowly tearing its soul out. Its arms looked like what bat limbs might be without wings, ending in claws reminiscent of oversized ant pincers. As it ran, a human face began to form in its stomach, frozen in an expression of sheer terror. Its jaw hung open, revealing a circular ring of teeth like a leech's, interspersed with jagged, insect-like fangs that clearly didn't belong or fit, seeing as blood was oozing out them as well. It let out a constant, low groan that sounded eerily like, "Help, help," its glassy eyes and oversized ears twitching every so often. What happened to MHA? Ishan thought grimly. Did I somehow get transmigrated into the SCP world while I wasn't looking? He frowned, staring at what looked like a textbook example of something you'd put in a horror movie. What's what? Nejaya asked, noticing Ishan's expression shift from confusion to outright disgust. She followed his line of sight, which showed nothing. And, hey! No cursing, she added a beat later. Ishan ignored her. No way in hell I'm letting a kid see that. Not even considering himself when he made that decision, Ishan immediately changed his plan from waiting for the search party to come back to give him time to ignore the headache. With a thought, the Heido family and his own were teleported directly in front of them. Go faster, Shunkuan. Kako started, only to stop short when the scenery abruptly changed. The moment hypercognition registered Ishan standing in front of him, Genzai promptly dropped to the ground, exhausted. Some may think that it's not very parent-like of him to immediately rely on a child in a life-threatening situation, but Ishan was an outlier. Genzai, what are you doing, Nejaya? Mitsuru blurted out, confusion replacing his concern as he spotted his daughter. Hi, Dad. Nejaya waved cheerfully. Mitsuru waved back without thinking, still holding onto his mother, Tomo, with his other hand. Hi, he said, then froze. Wait, what about the thing that was chasing us? Father. I'm right here, Genji said calmly. Though disoriented, he glanced down at the tracker in his hand while his daughter-in-law, far more physically capable than him, kept a steady grip on his other arm. Deciding to ask the questions later, the current issue was with that monster chasing them through the forest. Did it stop chasing us? Genji asked. He frowned at the tracker. The red dot representing the creature jittered unnaturally, lurching forward, then snapping back. Showing that dot to the rest of the adults, some of the more quick-witted ones, Shiori and Mitsuru and Ishan's parents, looked at Ishan. For Genzai and Kako, it was rather obvious who was the culprit behind that glitching, while for Shiori and Mitsuru, it obviously wasn't Nejaya, and if the others could, they would have done that already. Ishan met their gazes and gave a small nod. Yeah. Me, he gestured with his eyebrow. Why aren't you, you know? Kako asked hesitantly, subtly pointing downward. She didn't know about Ishan's dismantling aspect, so her only idea of dealing with such creatures was his original method, putting them 6 feet under. Well. Ishan tried, and failed, to mime this looks like an experiments with vague gestures. He gave up. Instead, he glanced at Mitsuru, then at Nejaya. Nejaya still hadn't let go of Ishan's hand, nor did it even look like it was about to happen anytime soon. Mitsuru immediately looked at Nejaya in confusion, then looked at the two hands that were intertwined, forced down a fond smile, and put on an angry expression. Heido Nejaya. The sudden shift in tone sent a chill straight down Nejaya's spine. Yes? What exactly are you doing out here? Kako added, catching on immediately. In the woods. Without adult supervision. Didn't you say Shunchan counted as supervision? Nejaya tried weakly. With that being the only counter-argument she had, she subtly looked away from her parents, looking towards Ishan for assistance. Ishan was already looking the other way. Traitor! Nejaya puffed out her cheeks. Heido Nejaya, her mother called, thoroughly amused. Come over here. You're getting a talking to. This wasn't the time or place for punishment, and Ishan clearly wanted Nejaya out of the discussion anyway. Shiori gently grabbed a defeated Nejaya and guided her a short distance away. Nejaya attempted to appeal to Ishan's emotional side with puppy eyes on the way, but her head was turned back by Shiori before Ishan could even turn around. Darn it! I'm totally dragging Shanchan everywhere when we get home, so he's always exhausted. Nejaya sulked internally. Now that Nejaya was out of the picture, Ishan thought it was appropriate to give a 3-line summary. I can teleport. To explain to the Heido family. The thing chasing you isn't human, but there's still a person inside it. Why he didn't immediately put it 6 feet under. And it looks like some kind of experiment that escaped. Why Nejaya wasn't included? Perfect. How bad can it be? Genji asked. Tomo nodded uncertainly. Pretty bad. Ishan tried to explain what it looked like, but gave up after a few seconds. He looked towards Kako and Genzai, who each gave a nod. He teleported the creature into the air, then teleported it back into the air just before gravity could take effect. All 5 adults stared at the hovering abomination. Disgust. Fear. Horror. Like father, like son, Genzai's reaction was immediate and heartfelt. What the fuck is that? 8N, I have obtained the comments advice about not having point A to B chaps, and I have noted it, sorry about that. Chaps a lil short cause I wrote it before the flight and needed something fast. Also, for K-Power Stones. That's crazy. So there'll be 2 extra chaps this Saturday. Since we hit this harder goal, I'ma make it a lil harder. 2,200 horsepower, not complete. 4,500 horsepower, not unlocked. Chapter 19, Childhood. 1,069 words. At the sight of the monstrosity, all of the adults instinctively backed away a few steps. What the fuck is that? Genzai muttered, before Kako smacked him across the back. No cursing. Hey! There's no way that isn't your first reaction. Genzai shot back, gesturing wildly at the thing hovering before them. The creature hung awkwardly in the air, staring at them with a greedy, unfocused gaze. Its mouth opened and closed as thick, blood-stained drool dripped from leech-like teeth. Well. Even Kako couldn't argue with that, and she clicked her tongue, backing off. Genji cautiously stepped closer, circling toward the creature's swollen midsection. His eyes narrowed as he noticed something protruding through the flesh, deer antlers, unmistakably so. He glanced back at Ishan. It's safe to approach, if you want. As Genji moved in, Genzai leaned toward Ishan and whispered urgently, are you sure it's safe? Why would I lie? Ishan snapped back quietly, eyebrows raised in disbelief. So I can watch Nejaya's grandpa die. Maybe it was the creature's sheer presence, or maybe the information influx from hypercognition giving Genzai a headache, but Genzai's common sense seemed to have short-circuited. Flushing, he nodded quickly and retreated to Kako's side instead of digging himself deeper. Genji examined the stomach more closely, then looked back at Ishan. Can you take out Moriyama? Yeah. Ishan replied, hesitant but certain. With omniscient domain in its natural state, Ishan constantly received topographical data, normally supplemented by his other senses to create a coherent picture. That was why, when precognition activated, it didn't just return vague outlines like radar, giving the future projections color. However, if Ishan deliberately shrunk the range of the omniscient domain, the accuracy increased qualitatively. This meant that Ishan could basically see inside the monster and analyze everything perfectly like it was X-ray vision if the domain was small enough. Shrinking and increasing the domain in exchange for increased or decreased information did require some focus. Genji glanced between Ishan and the stomach. Is he alive? Yes. Somehow, there were 2 heartbeats inside the creature. One came from its chest, where a human heart should be. The other pulsed weakly from within its stomach. When Ishan focused there, the image made his stomach twist violently. Moriyama was barely recognizable, reduced to a mangled mass of flesh. Bones were bent at impossible angles, blood pooling freely inside the creature's stomach. Worse, his flesh was fusing with the monster's inner lining. Ishan barely had time to turn away before vomiting what little he'd eaten that morning. His enhanced senses betrayed him completely. He could smell the rotting and fusing flesh, see the flowing blood, hear the further cracking of already broken bones. His legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees, heaving. Shunkuen! Kako rushed to his side immediately, rubbing his back. Tomo followed close behind. Even knowing Ishan for less than a day, watching a child in pain was unbearable for any mother. Ishan had always thought of himself as somewhat desensitized to gore. Not because he was edgy or cared about blood or anything, but having a childhood with unrestricted internet access meant that he inevitably saw some fucked up things. He could watch movies that people considered cursed and look at images of gore with only a wince and a weird feeling throughout his body. This was different. This was a four-dimensional version. Smell, sound, depth, no screen between him and reality. Damn it, this is killing me, he thought hazily as tears streamed from his eyes and his throat burned. However, desensitization was the best method with his mind, as Ishan, instead of automatically dismissing his hyperanalysis, merely kept paying attention to it, but trying to also distance himself from it mentally. Kind of like how an experienced doctor could look at a patient from a detached point of view. After throwing up the rest of his meal, Ishan started dry heaving, a natural physical reaction. However, his mind was already ignoring the pain and focusing solely on the monster. Tomo pressed a water bottle into his hands. Ishan drank automatically, barely registering it. If Ishan didn't do anything about Moriyama, then his death was only inevitable. His heart may still be beating, but he also had to stop the fusing inside the monster's stomach. However, this fusing also told Ishan something. This monster wasn't just a monster. It was something with a quirk. Hyperanalysis confirmed it, a human brain, a human heart. This thing had been a person. And inside its flesh, there was something like a tracker. After confirming that, Ishan immediately dismantled the device. He didn't know its purpose, but leaving it intact wasn't worth the risk. Finishing the bottle, Ishan took a few deep breaths. Only then did he finally register the worried faces around him. I'm fine now, he said quietly. Yet even with that reassurance, Kako still hovered close to Ishan, worried that something might happen again. Ishan turned to Genji. The person inside is still alive. Is that so? Genji exclaimed. Before he could say more, Tomo yanked his ear hard. Is that what you're focused on right now? Didn't you see the kid nearly collapse? Genji winced, chastened. I'm really fine, Ishan insisted, cutting in. Tomo shot Genji a glare before exhaling and letting go. I can get him out, Ishan continued, voice steady but strained. But his? He didn't need to finish. Every adult present understood, their expressions darkening. What do we do, then? Mitsuru asked tightly. The nearest hospital is an hour away, and it's just a clinic. Even with an ambulance it's impossible, Genji added. Silence fell. One by one, their eyes drifted toward the same person. Ishan. With what he'd already shown, getting Moriyama to a proper hospital would be easy for him. But after watching him break down, after seeing how hard he was forcing himself to stand, no one could bring themselves to ask. This was supposed to be the adult's responsibility. Leaving it to an elementary schooler wasn't right. No matter how capable he seemed, Ishan was still just a child. So, what were they supposed to do? Zen, college low-key gives me little time for long chaps, so if I want to keep up the schedule, small chaps are low-key necessary cause my WPM is really low and I write pretty slowly. Thanks for all the support though. Plus 2,200 horsepower, not complete. 4,500 horsepower, not unlocked. Chapter 20, Childhood. 1,052 words. A few seconds passed with no one coming up with a good idea, while Ishan pushed his focus deeper into the monster's insides. Couldn't I teleport this guy's body back together? It was a stray thought that Ishan had, and it was undeniably possible. While Ishan couldn't see individual cells, he could distinguish organs and structures. With how splicing worked, and with the formula he'd modified a while back to allow for perfect welding, it could be done. But even with that capability, Ishan had never bothered learning anatomy in full. After all, life or death situations didn't happen every day. Yet now, staring into the creature, the only reason Moriyama was still alive was because being fused with the monster was forcibly supplying his heart with blood and oxygen. Damn it! Ishan clenched his hand in frustration. Death was something Ishan was painfully familiar with. In the middle of college classes and a part-time job, a call that should have been ordinary had announced the deaths of both his parents. The people who raised him. The people who loved him. He had spoken to his mother about what to eat for dinner that night. He had talked with his father about getting a driver's license. No goodbyes. No last meeting. They were gone. And they weren't coming back. Ishan knew what it felt like to come home expecting warmth, only to be met with silence. An empty house far too large for one person. Days spent without speaking a word. It hurt. Nejaya had told him about Moriyama on the way here. About his son. About how he still played with her, even with dementia. About how kind he was. The odds of Moriyama surviving were almost non-existent. But did that mean he had to die? Did Nejaya need to experience death so young? The kind of parting that comes far too early. The kind where you go to someone's house to play, only for them to never be there again. Isan was just about to make up his mind, even if it meant pushing his quirk until his head went blank, when Genji spoke. Let's give him a peaceful ending. Tomo and Mitsuru turned to Genji in shock. Before, and even after, Moriyama's dementia, Genji and Moriyama had been inseparable. Best friends in every sense of the word. If anyone wasn't expected to say it, it was Genji. And yet, Tomo understood. Even before Moriyama's condition worsened, every conversation had been painful. Every time Genji went up the mountain to retrieve him, it tore something open. After all, that mountain was where they had played as children. Almost every adult in the village had memories there. Maybe, before Moriyama forgot everything. It was better for him to die like this. Genji grimaced. Old age brought experience with goodbyes, but being forced to choose between your best friend dying in peace or living in constant suffering. There had only ever been one answer. Ishan looked at Genji, uncertainty tightening his chest. Even if he could be the executioner, it didn't mean he wanted to be. Death was a farewell. Before he could finish the thought, Tomo stepped forward, glaring at Genji. Genji, she said sharply. Are you really prepared to put blood on a child's hands? That was enough to make Kako speak up. She didn't think she had the right to interfere in something as personal as a neighbor's death, but she couldn't allow that. Ishan will not be the one to kill him. She wrapped her arms around Ishan protectively, while Genzai stepped behind him, steadying his shoulders. Genji stared, confused, then realization hit him. Oh, no, he said quickly. I'd never ask the kid to do that. Who do you think I am? He exhaled, then continued, voice firm. What I need to know is, can you keep him still without, whatever you're doing now? As long as Ishan maintained the teleportation, it meant he could still see it. That was how quirks like his usually worked even if he didn't know the specifics. And Genji didn't want Ishan to witness a farewell. Ishan gave a hesitant nod. He could embed it halfway into stone, sink it into the ground, or form a cage. Embedding it felt wrong. So instead, he teleported massive tree trunks into place, locking around the monster's limbs. It immobilized the creature while leaving its stomach visible. Genji studied the makeshift cage and nodded, then turned to Mitsuru. Get Saburo. Mitsuru started to move, but Ishan stopped him. He's already here. From the bushes emerged a rugged old man with a thick beard and two long antennae jutting from his head. Genji. Saburo. Saburo's eyes went to the monster, then back to Genji. Is that Moriyama? Yeah, Genji said quietly. He's inside. Only Genji and Saburo had the tracker, too expensive for anyone else, and the three of them had been inseparable for years. If Genji decided to say goodbye, it was only right for Saburo to participate. Saburo walked closer, eyes narrowing as he spotted the deer antlers protruding from the monster's stomach. He stopped. After a few seconds, his permanent scowl deepened. How'd he end up like this? Saburo asked. Genji opened his mouth. The monster. Obviously the monster ate him, you imbecile, Saburo snapped, then sighed. He glanced at Tomo. You're better at this. Tomo followed his gaze, to Ishan. Saburo turned, taking in the scene properly now, two adults, tense and guarded, and a kid standing calmly between them. The gun on his back didn't help their nerves. The kid's lack of fear told Saburo everything. This was the one who helped. Saburo approached Ishan, then knelt so they were eye to eye, his expression softening. Thank you. I never actually had a family member die on me, so I don't know how it feels, but I was really immersing myself in what I would probably react like, and I was low-key tearing up. My heart goes out to everyone who has experienced loss in their lives. So I hope you guys felt the same thing, cause I think I did an okay job. Also, for the people who seem to be okay with just killing willy-nilly, you'll need to get your brains checked out and I hope you are okay. Thanks for reading. Plus 2,200 horsepower, not complete. 4,500 horsepower, not unlocked. Chapter 21, Childhood. 1,333 words. Thank you. Ishan looked at the old man who had spoken. No problem. That was all Ishan could manage. Seeing Ishan's reaction, Saburo nodded and hefted his hunting rifle off his shoulder. He walked over to Genji, the two of them quietly discussing how to send their old friend off. Mitsuru approached Ishan, kneeling beside him and resting a hand on his shoulder. Thank you, Ishan, for helping us with this. Genji and Moriyama had grown up in a time where men were expected to bottle up their emotions as the men of the house. Even now, it was rare for either of them to openly show grief. Mitsuru didn't want Ishan to mistake that restraint as being ungrateful. But also, Mitsuru continued, softer now, I'd like you to play with Nejaya-chan for a while. Shiori had been keeping Nejaya occupied up until now, but she deserved to be present for Moriyama's send-off. Nejaya had known Moriyama. She had played with him, and laughed with him. But a child should witness a farewell, not a death. Even if the adults hadn't been especially reliable throughout this entire ordeal, every one of them understood that watching the life leave someone's body wasn't healthy for a child. Okay. Isman didn't hesitate to agree. He didn't want Nejaya to see Moriyama die either. Ishan turned toward his parents. They exchanged uncertain nods, and Ishan nodded back before heading in the direction Nejaya had gone. Resetting his omniscient domain, Ishan quickly located her, and couldn't help a faint, inward huff of amusement at the contrast. When he arrived, he found Nejaya asleep in Shiori's arms. Shiori's lecture hadn't lasted long. She didn't have the heart to scold her daughter for trying to save her, because, in her own way, Nejaya had. Instead, Shiori had shifted the topic to Ishan's teleportation. That alone had been more than enough to distract Nejaya, who immediately began rattling off theories and possibilities about his quirk. But Nejaya had spent most of the search flying and exerting her quirk, right up until Ishan had essentially skipped the entire process. The only thing keeping her awake after that had been pure determination to save her parents. Now that her parents were safe and that motivation was gone, the only thing fueling her was Ishan's new quirk. How could he hide something that cool from me this whole time? Shiori, who could read her daughter like clockwork, gently redirected that curiosity toward Ishan while rocking her and patting her head. The combination worked quickly. By the time Ishan arrived, Nejaya was already fast asleep. Shiori noticed Ishan approaching and stood up carefully, Nejaya still in her arms. Done, Shunkuen? Ishan nodded and held out his arms. Uncle Mitsuru told me to play with Nejaya. Shiori understood immediately. She nodded and gently handed Nejaya over. While it was a bit comical watching Ishan putting in effort to hold Nejaya, seeing as she was taller than him, the sight still brought a fond smile to Shiori's face. Thank you for taking care of Nejaya-chan, Shunkuen. This really doesn't have to be that deep. Ishan kept the thought to himself, glancing at Shiori's expression. Can you get Nejaya-chan home? Shiori asked. Isman nodded, giving a bow and a wave, watching as Shiori made her way back to the group. After making sure, Ishan teleported in the direction of the village, but stopped at the range that the teleportation domain ended. It was better to be safe than sorry. What if somehow the monster escaped and everyone died? Ishan had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Ironically, the distance meant Ishan could still see Moriyama's death, like watching it through a screen. It was more like since he wasn't there and looking at his death, it felt like he was watching it from a detached point of view. Not being physically present made it feel unreal. Since Nejaya was too heavy for him to carry for long, Ishan teleported leaves and dirt to make a small, makeshift resting spot. He gently set her down and sat nearby. A lot had happened today. First off, maybe it would be good to actively train my computational abilities. Second, learn anatomy. Ishan had once considered whether teleportation could be used to reassemble a body, but until he learned to precisely focus his omniscient domain, it wasn't feasible. And by the time he was able to focus the omniscient domain, it had already been filed to the back of his mind. If teleportation could kill so easily, who was to say it couldn't save just as effectively? While part of his mind wandered through these thoughts, another stayed alert, constantly monitoring the monster and Moriyama. Soon after, a sound could be heard throughout the forest. Bang! The monster's heart was shot. Bang! Moriyama's heart was shot. With Genzai's hypercognition and the antenna-like protrusions on Saburo's head, locating vital points had only been a matter of time. Ishan stared into space as he watched the monster's body finally go slack, its violent movement slowing to nothing. Once he confirmed it was dead, he looked down at Nejaya, who stirred at the sound of the gunshots. Is that Grandpa Saburo? She squinted sleepily, then her eyes landed on Ishan. Shun-chan. Shun-chan. For a split second, her first instinct was to punish the traitor who didn't help her earlier, but curiosity immediately overpowered it. Where's Mom? Is everyone safe? She had to take care of something. But she's safe. That's good. Nejaya beamed as she pushed herself upright. This is a successful debut of Blueberry Vanilla. Ishan nodded. Now fully awake and reassured, Nejaya stepped closer and planted her hands firmly on Ishan's shoulders, putting on the sternest expression she could manage. You have some things to explain, Shun-chan. Yeah. The tracker's broken? All for One's distorted voice carried through the monitor, unhurried. Yes, Master. Experiment number FITM-17. The doctor in the lab coat, Dr. Garaki, nodded as he adjusted his glasses. The device was destroyed before the specimen's vitals could finish transmitting. All for One's eyes narrowed slightly on the screen. Where was its last recorded location? A mountain in Akita Prefecture. Near a small village. All for One paused. Abandon all experiments and ongoing projects in Akita Prefecture for now. Yes, Master. The doctor agreed without hesitation. Neither of them were foolish. Quirks, by their very nature, were volatile and unpredictable variables. One day, there could exist a quirk that had the force of a nuclear warhead in the hands of a child. Even if the chances were low, they were never zero. From the limited information available, specifically, the fact that the vitals and location tracker had been destroyed before the vitals failed, two primary possibilities presented themselves. First, the individual possessed a quirk that ignored distance entirely. Second, they possessed a quirk capable of killing without ever revealing their presence. There were other explanations, of course, but these were the most plausible. Spatial-type quirks were rare, and most were unimpressive. But a spatial ability with sufficient precision and output would be effectively unbeatable in a direct one-on-one confrontation. Neither All for One nor Garaki was arrogant enough to antagonize an unknown, unstable variable without proper data. With the IDEO trigger experiments already underway and nearly finished, and a final confrontation with All Might looming, it was simply more efficient to cut their losses. Akita Prefecture was, after all, a backwater. A10, I feel a time skip looming. Also, this is the first extra chap for this weekend. Since we hit the 4,000 horsepower goal last week, which is still crazy to me, there'll be another extra chap TMR for the 4,000 horsepower goal. Originally both were on Saturday, but I had to switch courses cause the formatting was bad. Thanks for reading. Plus, here is now official schedule, if there isn't any changes. Mon-Wed Friday, normal. Saturday, if first PS goal is hit. Sunday, if second PS goal is hit. Plus, 2,200 horsepower, complete. 4,500 horsepower, not complete. Chapter 22, Childhood. 1,390 words. Moriyama had a quiet funeral, attended by almost everyone in the village. With the average age of the villagers being in their 50s and above, his passing, while mourned, felt more like an extension of an inevitability they had all learned to accept. Explaining Moriyama's death to Nejaya had been uncomfortable. Trying to phrase it as him having gone to a faraway place he wouldn't be returning from only went so far, but thankfully her parents had already sat her down and talked to her about separation in their own way. While Nejaya seemed to understand, or at least looked like she did, being so young, the meaning of an indefinite parting wasn't fully registered in her head. Not long after the funeral, she returned to her usual self. Loss was painful, but time really was the best healer. After all, summer vacation had only just begun. Nejaya had followed through with her inner promise, not giving Ishan a single chance to rest. Every morning, before Ishan could even properly register that it was daytime, Nejaya, who seemed to have an internal clock far more reliable than any average college student, would shake him awake with limitless energy. Unfortunately, Isman could almost never get a good night's sleep. With the unexpected guest staying over at the Heido household, there simply weren't enough rooms. The house only had 3 bedrooms and a single guest room. While the Shunkan family had been perfectly fine with all 3 of them sharing one room, Nejaya had firmly, and loudly, disagreed. In the end, entirely due to Nejaya's insistence, she and Ishan ended up sleeping in the same guest room. Which meant Ishan had to endure her rather unfortunate sleeping habits. Waking up in the middle of the night without a single blanket, despite them sleeping on completely separate futons, was only the beginning. On another night, he found himself actively suffocating, Nejaya having somehow twisted herself into a loose chokehold in her sleep. That had been his final straw. I refuse to sleep with that woman any longer. Ishan complained to Kako while she and Genzai helped Shiori prepare breakfast. Kako merely looked at him with amusement, casually handing a washed bell pepper to Genzai to cut. Why not? She asked, smiling. Ishan raised an eyebrow, utterly incredulous. Why not? Just look at the past few days, he protested. I wake up with no blankets, and this morning I almost died from being strangled in my sleep. Kako and Genzai both chuckled, and Genzai shrugged. Shunkuan, can't you be the bigger person? Bigger person? Ishan echoed flatly. No. Nejaya is obviously the bigger person. Maybe a little too big. He gestured with his eyes toward the living room. Nejaya was sitting in front of the TV, completely engrossed in a local hero versus villain battle taking place in Akita City. She was happily munching on the strawberries Shiori had set out, her cheeks puffed out as she ate. As if she could feel Ishan looking at her, Nejaya turned and met his gaze, immediately lighting up. She waved enthusiastically and patted the spot beside her. Ishan's expression settled into a grimace. He'd only managed to escape earlier by claiming he needed to use the restroom, using the opportunity to complain to Kako instead. See, he said. That earned him nothing but fond smiles from the adults in the kitchen. Why is it that every time I try to complain, I get that look? Ishan thought irritably. Well, don't worry too much, Shunkuan, Shiori chuckled, placing another bowl of strawberries into his hands. Maybe Nejaya-chan's just excited that she gets to play with you all day. She'll probably calm down soon. Is that so? Ishan didn't get the chance to say anything else before Nejaya grabbed his wrist and dragged him back to the TV. He gave up almost immediately. Thankfully, Shiori turned out to be right. Even a hyperactive child like Nejaya couldn't go plus ultra for weeks on end. So instead of constantly running around the village, Ishan and Nejaya spent the rest of their days helping the Heido family with their strawberry fields and other farms in the village. With his teleportation quirk, Ishan was greatly appreciated throughout the village, a fact that didn't surprise him in the slightest. By the time summer break ended, the Shunkan family returned home with enough strawberries and vegetables to last them quite a while. After that summer break, nothing particularly important happened. Elementary school was as boring as ever. If anything had changed, it was Ishan himself. He began experimenting with different ways to increase his computational abilities, pushing his mind the same way others trained their quirks. Instead of letting his computational ability passively grow, maybe actively utilizing his computational abilities would help in increasing his computational abilities. He studied new languages while solving advanced math problems, all while memorizing human anatomy, forcing his brain to multitask under constant strain. Still, for a long time, life remained uneventful. If there was one notable discovery, it was that Ishan could artificially increase the effective distance of both his teleportation and omniscient domain. For context, both Ishan's and Genzai's bodies were built differently from most people's. Enhanced senses meant denser, more numerous nerves throughout their bodies. One side effect of this was slow hair growth. Extremely slow. His hair never shed either. Ishan hadn't actually noticed this until Genzai pointed it out. Lacking confidence in choosing a hairstyle, Ishan hadn't cut a single strand of hair since he was born, and even then, it only reached his armpits. He had already decided that he wouldn't touch it unless he was 100% sure he wouldn't regret it. Unfortunately, Ishan had a devil's advocate for a friend. After hearing him complain several times about his bangs blocking his vision, Nejaya enthusiastically volunteered to cut them for him. Well, the rest was history. Surprisingly, it didn't look half bad. Unfortunately, both of them were scolded by both sets of parents that day. Ishan, thinking it would be a waste to throw away hair that took forever to grow, stuffed it into a plastic bag. Imagine his surprise when he went to school the next day and instinctively knew where that bag was and the area around that bag. After some experimentation, Ishan realized that if enough of his DNA was concentrated in one location, it acted like a marker, kind of like a small omniscient domain separate from the one centered on himself. That discovery surprised him, but it was a pleasant one. The radius of the smaller domain was only about 2 meters, but it was enough to bypass the distance limit of his teleportation. Still, as interesting as it was, Ishan couldn't be bothered to investigate further if it meant cutting more of his hair. Lying down on his bed after deciding to revisit the issue only once he settled on a proper hairstyle, he sighed, then immediately sat back up. When he opened the curtains, instead of the usual bright, energetic face of Nejaya, he was met with something different. She looked sad. Nejaya accurately tossed the Blueberry Vanilla Phone MK.109 into Ishan's hands, 3 years of experience showing in the throw. When Ishan raised the cup to his ear, an uncharacteristically quiet voice came through. Shunchan. Nejaya said softly. I think I might be moving away when I graduate. 8N, just in case ages are a bit confusing. Ishan is now in 4th grade and Nejaya is in 6th, so she's going to graduate elementary school soon. Also, I saw some comments about the leap in logic. IDKY, but when I was writing I thought it made sense, but looking at the comments I low-key saw how short-sighted I was. I said UA would start by chap 30, but my chapters are shorter than I thought. There's too many arcs in planning before UA, so maybe chap 30 is a little too soon. SRY about that. More characters will be introduced though, so it'll not be boring, I hope. But for now, the childhood arc is done. There'll be an interlude chap from Nejaya's POV and then pre-adolescence will start. Thanks for reading. Plus, AN, also am really happy that there's an influx of new original Ma fanfics recently. I haven't read much, but it's filling up my library. Plus, 2,200 horsepower, complete. 4,500 horsepower, complete. Chapter 23, Interlude. 1,070 words. Heido Nejaya was the darling of her hometown. Well, she was the only child in her hometown, so there wasn't much competition in the first place. Still, life as the only child in a small village wasn't bad. With her ever-energetic personality and constant eagerness to help, Nejaya was doted on by everyone around her. So while she was sad about moving, especially since the reason was Mitsuru getting a job in the city, all the way in Tokyo Prefecture, the very next thought that popped into her head was, the city. That meant kids her age. Friends her age. Overflowing with curiosity about city life and new people, Nejaya arrived in the neighborhood practically vibrating with excitement, ready to make friends the moment they finished moving in. Almost immediately, she rushed over to greet the neighbors and rang the doorbell of the house next door. Silence. HME, maybe no one's home, she thought. But the house's architecture was different from hers, more city-like, and that alone was enough to keep her interest. Even without an answer, Nejaya's curiosity got the better of her. Using her quirk to boost herself upward, she bounced lightly along the side of the house until she found a window that wasn't blocked by curtains. Curiosity 1. I'll just take a quick look. She wasn't great at flying yet, but she could hover well enough. Carefully wobbling into place, she steadied herself and peeked inside. Someone's inside. Inside was a child around her age. The first thing Nejaya noticed was their shoulder-length, messy, vanilla-colored hair. Her hair looks kind of tasty. Having barely interacted with kids her own age before, Nejaya worked off some very simple assumptions. Long hair meant girl, short hair meant boy. It was the same way she'd once thought everyone's parents were just called mom and dad, and all grandparents were grandpa and grandma. Why didn't she answer the door? Nejaya wondered. Oh. Maybe they just didn't hear it. That line of thinking made sense. What didn't make sense was what she did next. She knocked loudly on the window. Inside, the child turned around, startled, and locked eyes with her. Wow, she's pretty. The child's white gold soft eyes and long eyelashes immediately reinforced Nejaya's assumption that this was definitely a girl. We already have so much in common. Her desire to talk to them skyrocketed. Balancing herself against the wall, Nejaya waved enthusiastically whenever she didn't need to focus on not falling. After a moment of hesitation, the vanilla-haired child awkwardly waved back. A few seconds later, the child placed a cushion on the floor beneath the window and opened it, clearly inviting her inside. When Nejaya heard the child speak, his voice flat and deadpan, her assumptions shattered instantly. So it was a boy. Are all city people's genders this confusing? She didn't say that out loud, of course. Instead, realizing her first thing in common had been completely wrong, Nejaya did what came naturally to her. She decided she just needed to learn more and find new things they shared. And that was how Heido Nejaya met Shunkan Ishan. After that first meeting, Nejaya was perfectly satisfied with just this one friend. He knew everything. Anything Nejaya asked, whether it was about food, quirks, or even homework, Ishan always had an answer. Not always enthusiastically, and not always nicely, but always somewhat accurately. He played with her. He accompanied her. He helped her, sometimes. Ishan was a kind person. Even if he wasn't always a nice person. He knew when Nejaya was curious. He knew when she was bored. He knew when to step in and help, often before she even asked. Ishan was her quintessential partner. She had friends at school, but being around them felt different. Like they were being nice to her, instead of being nice with her. Even if it wasn't fair to expect children to be socially aware, Nejaya could subconsciously tell the difference between how Ishan treated her and how her classmates did. They were the blueberry vanilla duo for a reason. With the exception of her parents, Ishan was her number one. Grandpa Moriyama had suddenly gone to a faraway place. Was what her mom had told her. That was the first time Nejaya learned that people could leave without saying goodbye. When is he coming back? Nejaya asked. Shiori could only answer with a somewhat forced smile. Nejaya-chan, he's not coming back. Why? She had asked. Because? Mitsuru said gently, placing a hand on Nejaya's shoulder. He had to go get something precious. Will I ever play with Grandpa Moriyama again? Yes, Mitsuru said after a pause, smiling. You'll play with him again. How long do I have to wait? Nejaya wondered aloud. She hoped it wouldn't be long. A long time. A long time? How long is that? Nejaya wondered. How long? A long time. I hope I don't have to wait too long. While it was disappointing that Grandpa Moriyama had gone so far away so suddenly, there wasn't much she could do about it. Maybe if she got strong enough, she could go wherever he was faster. But the sudden farewell planted a stray thought in her head. If Grandpa Moriyama left so suddenly, what's stopping Shun-chan from leaving suddenly too? Shun-chan was her partner. If he went somewhere, she had to follow. To prevent Ishan from disappearing without her knowing, it was best if she could keep an eye on him at all times. After she reassured herself that Ishan wasn't going to vanish like Grandpa Moriyama, life returned to normal. Then one day, during a rare outing with just her parents, they broke the news. Nejaya-chan, you know how I work for a company. She replied, happily chewing on her favorite hamburger steak. I? Mitsuru hesitated. He knew how attached she was to Ishan. He'd even found himself looking forward to their future together. Being the reason she'd have to separate from him, Mitsuru couldn't help but pause. But Shiori didn't let the moment drag on. Nejaya-chan, sweetie, we're moving. Moving? Nejaya tilted her head. Are we moving the furniture again? No, Shiori said gently. We're moving away from the neighborhood. Who? I know sometimes POV chaps give like absolutely nothing to the story, so I hope mine did, cause this is prepping for the next small arc. Thanks for reading. 2,500 horsepower, not complete. 4,700 horsepower, not unlocked. Chapter 24, Pre-Adolescence. 1,287 words. I think I might be moving away when I graduate. That was enough to make Ishan raise an eyebrow. Nejaya's moving away. There was a faint sense of loss, but moving away was just a part of life, something Ishan was already familiar with. Wait, why is she so sad about it? So, where are you moving? Ishan asked. You're not sad. Even if Nejaya and Ishan were practically inseparable, knowing that her number one didn't look sad about her leaving was enough to sting. Her voice wavered just slightly. At her tone, one that clearly was a warning sign she'd spiral further if he didn't explain, Ishan quickly added. Wait. I am sad, but I obviously need more information. Ishan said through the cup. And also, did you just forget my ability? The moment he finished speaking, Ishan teleported, along with the entire cup phone, onto the windowsill. He looked down at Nejaya, both cups now in his hands, her eyes glossy with tears. Nejaya blinked up at him in surprise. Ishan sighed, teleporting a tissue into his hand and gently wiping away the tears clinging to her cheeks. Seeing his unmistakable's "what am I going to do with you" to expression, Nejaya felt her face heat up, a small blush creeping across her cheeks. She offered weakly, then paused. Wait, but you almost never use it publicly. It's totally normal that I forgot, right? She complained loudly. That's not even a valid argument, Ishan replied flatly. I've shown you this for, like, the past 3 years. That shut her up immediately. Her sadness was quickly buried under embarrassment. Thankfully, Ishan wasn't foolish enough to let the silence fester. So, he prompted, where are you moving? Nejaya sniffled, whatever tears remained making it hard for her to speak clearly. Without missing a beat, Ishan teleported another tissue and held it up to her nose. Blow into it. I'm not a child. Nejaya protested, but she did it anyway. After getting the snot out and teleporting it into the trash can, Ishan looked at Nejaya, waiting for a response. I don't know. Now that she really thought about it, her parents hadn't given her any details. Just knowing she'd be moving away from Ishan had been more than enough to upset her. Are you serious? Ishan muttered, slapping his forehead. My mom only told me we're moving when I graduate. Nejaya shot back. How was I supposed to know more if she didn't tell me? So you didn't bother asking, Ishan said slowly. That silenced Nejaya. I'll be right back, Shun-chan. Nejaya chose the wisest option available, retreating from a losing argument. As she bolted out of the room, Ishan glanced around, his thoughts drifting. He was very familiar with the layout of Nejaya's room. Mostly because she'd complained more than once about why they always hung out in his room when hers was an option too. Her room was surprisingly neat, almost sparse for someone with Nejaya's personality. Her bookshelf held a few elementary-level textbooks from school, alongside several art books. Those had started appearing after she realized Ishan's cup designs were far better than hers. Once she'd discovered she enjoyed art more than expected, she'd gone all in, buying supplies whenever she could. This was when Ishan found himself at a very artistic time in his life, which, in his case, meant he was taking a break from learning new languages. Ishan could probably get certified as a plumber, electrician, carpenter, or even a cybersecurity specialist if he really wanted to. In fact, he had earned plenty of online certificates, anywhere he could find them. Collecting them had become something like a game. Most of them relied more on memorization than true mastery, but still. Next to the books was a display shelf lined with all the cups they'd exchanged over the years. Small notes were placed beneath the more meaningful ones. First exchanged cup. First year anniversary cup. And so on. Ishan's own collection was organized the same way, so he couldn't exactly judge. Her bed was covered with a custom blanket he'd made for her 10th birthday, after learning how to sew. The underside was patterned like a waffle cone, while the top was a soft vanilla color dotted with blueberry accents. Ishan couldn't be bothered to make a small blanket just for her to outgrow it, so it looked almost comically large compared to the bed. In the corner was a big plushie he made for her 11th birthday, which was just another rendition of a blueberry vanilla ice cream, but instead of it just being vanilla topped with blueberries, it was a mix of vanilla colors and blueberry colors, topped with blueberries. Nearby were several dolls she'd received from her friends at school, or so she liked to brag. Ishan couldn't say much. The only person who ever really spoke to him was Tokud Setsuna, and that was mostly because she'd been class representative for what felt like 3 years straight. Ishan's rather quiet personality seemed to not mesh with his classmates that well, and Ishan didn't bother actively trying to make any friends either. Grinding certificates was far more efficient than making friends. Friends only slowed down his grinding speed. There were occasional moments when he got dragged into boy talk against his will, fantasizing and speculation that made his skin crawl. He felt no attraction to kids whatsoever, so his only response was a blunt, I don't know. That answer never satisfied anyone, but Ishan wasn't interested in humoring them. The only reason that Ishan wasn't even made fun of or actively bullied were 2 reasons. 1, he was a little too beautiful, so there was naturally a decent amount of bad attention if someone did. 2, he wouldn't bother entertaining them if they did. If there wasn't a satisfying enough reaction for some kids, there was no reason to interact with what they considered an emotional rock. After a few minutes, Nejaya burst back into the room, confidence radiating from her. It had taken her a while to memorize the name of the place, which explained the delay, but now she was beaming. I found out where we're going, she announced, planting her hands on her hips. All traces of sadness were gone. So? Ishan asked. Where are you moving? Muzu, She froze. Oh no. She forgot it already. I'll be right back. Her confidence immediately crumbled as she darted back toward the door. Musutafu. Ishan offered. Yeah. That one. Nejaya nodded enthusiastically. Ishan nodded in return. That's pretty far. It's a different prefecture, too. They currently lived in Saitama, still within the greater Tokyo area. Musutafu, located in Shizuoka, was far southwest by comparison. Ishan only remembered it clearly because UA High School was located there. With Ishan confirming the distance, Nejaya's confidence wavered again. Does that mean you won't be able to come see me? Well, no. Ishan was still smaller than Nejaya, so he had to reach up, but he still ruffled Nejaya's hair. Really? I've never seen you teleport that far before. Well, that's because I technically can't. Ishan inwardly thought. but with what he'd recently discovered about his hair. Just look forward to your graduation gift. 8N, thanks for reading. Some people were commenting why my PS stones are so high for short chaps, but it's cause you guys are really supportive and want more chaps. So thanks. Also, I have a few chaps up for a new fic idea on WN, but he'll probably update that story like once every a few days, with no specific schedule unless it gets popular, if you want to check it out. 2,500 horsepower, not complete. 4,700 horsepower, not unlocked. Chapter 25, Pre-Adolescence. 1,707 words. Not long after Nejaya's announcement, Ishan found himself sitting in front of both of his parents. Am I about to get the birds and the bees talk? That was, unfortunately, his first thought. Kako opened her mouth first. Shunkuan. Yeah? Ishan replied, glancing between them. Did he do something wrong? Are you aware that Nejaya-chan is moving away after she graduates? Yeah. Kako first glanced at Genzai with a smug expression, like she won a bet, but quickly turned back to Ishan. Well, after Nejaya-chan moves, we'll be moving too. What the? That was awfully convenient. But not to Musutafu, like Nejaya-chan, Kako clarified. I actually received a promotion a while back. The company wants me to head a new branch office in central Tokyo. She folded her arms lightly. I could refuse it or delay it, but honestly, the main reason we stayed here this long was because of our friendship with the Heido family. So, Ishan said, flattening it down to its simplest form, since Nejaya's moving, we're moving too. Kako nodded. Okay. Ishan shrugged. I don't really know what you want me to say. We just wanted to let you know ahead of time, Genzai added. So you'd have time to tell your friends at school. I don't have any friends, Ishan thought flatly, but obviously, that wasn't something he was going to say out loud. Well, okay, he said instead, giving a short nod. Truthfully, Ishan didn't feel much attachment to the school. With no close friends, there wasn't anyone he felt the need to say goodbye to. If anything, he was just relieved they weren't moving in the middle of the school year, as transfer student nonsense was a headache he didn't want to deal with. After getting the specifics from his parents, unlike Nejaya, Ishan promptly told Nejaya the news that night. For a brief moment, Nejaya's eyes lit up when she heard that Ishan would be moving too, her posture straightening with excitement. But the moment he explained where, her shoulders sagged. Tokyo? She repeated quietly. Ishan had multiple ideas for Nejaya's graduation gift. For one thing, just based on Nejaya's personality, she would probably prefer it if the two of them matched in some way. Even though Ishan had reassured her more than once that they would still be able to meet after graduation, the fact that their time as neighbors was steadily ticking down, second by second, still weighed on Nejaya. It made her nervous in a way she didn't quite know how to explain. With some enthusiastic recommendations from her friends at school, one particular concept started gaining traction, something that could keep Nejaya spiritually connected to Ishan. Or at least, that was how they put it. As a result, Nejaya had recently become enamored with the idea of matching jewelry. That much became obvious one day when after school ended, Nejaya came after her home economics class, proudly holding up a pair of handmade friendship bracelets and talking a mile a minute about how cute matching accessories were. The knowing looks Ishan got from his mother that day were irritating, but they also gave him an idea. After asking Shori for some of Nejaya's hair, which was an awkward conversation for everyone involved, Ishan got to work. He taught himself the basics of CAD software, consulted his parents for their opinions, and managed to put together a rough prototype surprisingly quickly. As for the actual string of the piece, the solution was simpler than expected. Using his hair in its raw state felt unsettling, even to him, so instead he fused it through his teleportation quirk, thickening it into something closer to a durable cord rather than something thin and stringy. Once his hair had been condensed down to roughly the width of a thick guitar string, and after confirming that it still counted as sufficient DNA to maintain a Nejaya-sized domain, Ishan nodded to himself, satisfied. He'd put more thought into this gift than he probably realized. First, it had to be growth-resistant. He didn't want to waste time modifying it later just because Nejaya grew or changed. Second, it couldn't be something that might accidentally fall off. And lastly, it couldn't inconvenience her during hero work or daily life. After weighing all of that, Ishan settled on a necklace. It was simple in looks, secure, and practical all in one. And most importantly, something that Nejaya could keep close to her. A week before Nejaya's graduation. This was Ishan's first time actually wearing his own set, and he couldn't help but scrutinize it. This necklace looks like I put way too much effort into it. He held it up to the light, watching it reflect off the yellow gemstone set into the cup-shaped charm. The one meant for Nejaya had a blue gemstone in the same style of setting. Even though his family was solidly upper middle class, Ishan had never been someone who liked spending money unless it was on food. For the gemstones, he'd simply bought cheap, uncut ones and shaped them himself using teleportation before placing them directly into the charm. The charm itself was silver, but even that had been done by a cheating, using small amounts of sterling silver bought separately and then fused together with teleportation. All things considered, he'd spent less than $30 on the entire graduation gift. All hail teleportation! And yet, staring at the finished necklace, Ishan couldn't shake the feeling that it still looked excessive. Maybe I should get a second opinion. He headed downstairs, where Kako was sitting in the living room with her laptop open. Mom. HM. Kako glanced up from the screen. Ishan sat down beside her on the couch and pulled out both necklaces and handed them over. Wow, the quality on this, Kako thought immediately as she felt the cord and examined the silver charm. Nejaya-chan is so spoiled, Tilda? What a lucky girl, Tilda. But when she looked up and noticed Ishan's genuinely worried expression, she frowned slightly and glanced back down at the necklaces. Is something wrong with them, she wondered, inspecting them more carefully. They look perfectly fine, even better than fine, honestly. Like most things Ishan made. Don't you think this looks way too overboard? Ishan asked. Kako raised an eyebrow. Is that really what you're worried about? She said, incredulous. No, look, Ishan continued, gesturing at the charm. Doesn't it look really expensive? Maybe I should just take the charm out, he muttered, already thinking through revisions. I mean, I kind of agree, Kako thought, but compare this to your past birthday presents for Nejaya-chan and tell me if this is where you draw the line. She wisely kept that to herself. Shunkuan. Do you think Nejaya-chan would be happy with this? She'd be happy with whatever I give her, Ishan replied honestly. But yeah. She would. And you still wonder why I ship you too, Kako sighed internally. Such an unfairly wholesome relationship. Then what's the problem? She asked gently. Ishan paused, then nodded to himself. Maybe I was just overthinking it. Thanks, Mom. Kako smiled and closed her laptop. That's only natural. Nejaya's graduation ended anticlimactically. Well, it was only elementary school. After the ceremony, the Heido and Shunkan families celebrated with a group dinner. Even though they did that multiple times a week anyway. Once the Heidos had left, Nejaya rushed to her room, already eager to call Ishan. After all, Shunchan had told her to look forward to her graduation gift, but every time she asked during the day, he just said after dinner. Now that dinner was over, her anticipation was at an all-time high. She opened her window, letting in the cool spring air, and spotted Ishan in his room already, holding a small box. At his signal, Nejaya stepped back as Ishan teleported onto the windowsill. What's my graduation gift, Shunchan? She asked brightly. Ishan handed her the wrap box. Nejaya tore it open, revealing a necklace. How pretty! The braided cord intertwined vanilla and periwinkle. The cup-shaped charm held a blue gemstone where liquid might have been. As Nejaya looked closer, her eyes widened. Ah! She gasped with realization. She glanced at her bookshelf, at the very first cup phone they'd ever exchanged. The drawings and the engraving were the same. How did Shunchan even? She turned back to Ishan, who leaned against the window with an amused look. Shunchan. Yeah? Thank you. She rushed forward and wrapped him in a tight hug. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nejaya repeated, emotion in her voice, her hug getting tighter. Thank you so much, Shunchan, Nejaya mumbled. Whoa, don't get too excited, Ishan huffed, smiling despite himself. It was always nice to see someone appreciate your gift. After a moment, she pulled back, still clutching the necklace. Can you put it on for me? Sure. Taking the necklace from Nejaya's hands and putting it around her, Nejaya just belatedly noticed that on Ishan's neck was a similar necklace. We're matching. Yep. Ishan nodded, finishing putting on Nejaya's necklace. Ishan backed up and looked at Nejaya, who walked up to the mirror to see how it looked on her with satisfaction. As expected of me. But that isn't all, Ishan started, getting the attention of Nejaya, who was still admiring the necklace. That's not all. Nejaya looked at Ishan in surprise. There was more. Well, it's just a feature of the necklace, Ishan clarified. Not a new present. Oh. Don't be so disappointed yet. Ishan shook his head in amusement at Nejaya's changing expressions. If you call my name or need my help, I'll be there. That got Nejaya to pause, registering what Ishan said. Really? She asked hopefully. Really? Really? Yes, really. Real? If you say it one more time, I'm taking it back. She immediately shut up, then hugged him again, relief washing over her. Thank you, Shun-chan. 8N, I saw a comment where someone said Michaela pilled, and now that I think about it, the Ishan in my head does resemble Michaela more than I thought, so for the people wondering what his face looks like, there you go. 2,500 horsepower, complete. 4,700 horsepower, not complete. Chapter 26, Pre-Adolescence. 1,182 words. Ishan had created a new set of formulas specifically for Nejaya's necklace. The omniscient domain generated through accumulated DNA didn't fade the way the one originating directly from Ishan did. Within a 2-meter radius of the necklace, Ishan could detect everything inside that space. Beyond those 2 meters, however, his perception cut off completely. While Ishan had given the necklace to Nejaya both for protection and as a way to call him, that didn't mean he wanted to be monitoring her constantly. That would just be an invasion of privacy. So instead, Ishan built in a trigger. The formulas would only activate if something moved into that space. Even then, he would only check on the necklace when that condition was met. If nothing entered the range, he wouldn't pay attention to it at all. As for Nejaya calling him, if someone was loud enough within that radius, Ishan could hear it. That was more than sufficient. Not even a full day after graduation, the Heido family made their way to Musutafu. Ishan, meanwhile, would be heading to Tokyo by tomorrow. 2 hours after saying goodbye to Nejaya at the station, Ishan was helping Genzai pack up the house, mostly because he'd finished packing his own things in about 5 minutes. He had essentially done the job of a moving company, condensing the entirety of the house into neatly packed, secured boxes. Thank you, Shun-kun. You'll get double your allowance this week, Genzai said, nodding approvingly as he surveyed the packed house. Nice, Ishan replied, equally satisfied. Before he could add anything else, a familiar voice echoed inside his head. Shun-chan. Ishan tilted his head, confused. He set a box down and made sure there was enough hair on it to serve as a teleport waypoint. It wouldn't do to forget anchoring his original location. He glanced at Genzai, the only other person home, since Kako was off signing what she described as a bajillion moving papers for their new Tokyo apartment. I'll be right back. Before Genzai could respond, Ishan teleported away. He reappeared in a bare room filled wall-to-wall with boxes. Ishan barely finished scanning the area before something slammed into him. It really works. Nejaya exclaimed, glomping onto him in an enthusiastic hug. Keeping himself steady to prevent himself from falling over, Ishan looked at Nejaya with an exasperated expression. Is that really what you called me here for? Nejaya released him and shook her head quickly. Nope. Wanna have a house tour? Isn't your house basically empty? Ishan thought, but he nodded anyway. Sure. Nejaya grabbed his hand and dragged him out of her second-floor room, proudly pointing out the master bedroom before bounding downstairs. In the living room, Shori and Mitsuru were still talking with the movers about furniture placement. They looked up when Nejaya and Ishan came down the stairs. Mitsuru raised an eyebrow in confusion. Shun-kun? How are you? He trailed off, but just decided not to think about it further, just attributing it to Ishan's teleportation abilities. Shori, on the other hand, immediately squished Nejaya's cheeks. Couldn't you wait until we were done moving in before inviting Shun-kun over, Nejaya-chan, she said, half exasperated, half amused. Eh? Nejaya mumbled, clearly embarrassed now that she was really looking around at all the boxes. Do you need help, auntie? Ishan asked. I could probably. Shori shook her head and smiled, pressing 2 5,000 yen bills into their hands. Leave this to the adults. We can't be lazy at our age, after all, she joked, gently ushering them toward the door. Go explore the neighborhood. That immediately lit Nejaya up. Okay. Just be back before dinner, all right. Both kids nodded. Ishan quickly texted his parents to let them know he'd be out with Nejaya, then turned his phone off. So. Nejaya beamed. Where should we go first, Shun-chan? Did you eat lunch yet? She shook her head. Just a snack on the Shinkansen. There's a snack market nearby, Ishan said. I'm pretty sure. After 3 years, Ishan's original range had grown exponentially. Ishan attributed it to constantly using his brainpower, but who knew what the real reason behind it was? At baseline, his omniscient domain now had a radius of 2 kilometers. That was what 3 years of non-stop use had earned him. If he pushed himself and focused solely on distance, his theoretical maximum stretched to 4 kilometers. So locating nearby convenience stores, restaurants, and public bathrooms was effortless. Unfortunately, so was noticing a mugging happening in an abandoned alley roughly 973 meters southeast. This neighborhood is more dangerous than I thought. A mugging in broad daylight was absurd to Ishan. In his own neighborhood, there hadn't been any criminal activity within his range at all. With a single thought, he intervened. The mugger abruptly vanished. While obviously Ishan didn't kill him, the mugger's body was essentially buried underground, with only his head poking out. Ishan could have done far worse. He could have obviously fused the concrete with the mugger, which would have resulted in a rather painful degloving experience, but he was just in a rather nice mood today. She had been supposed to be an easy target. Entering an abandoned alley with nothing but a hand purse. He'd been born with the perfect quirk for intimidation. Blade body. Any limb on his body could be reshaped into a blade. While he didn't have the guts to actually murder someone, mugging through intimidation was something he could easily do. After all, it was easy money. The mugging went smoothly as it should have been. While her immediately bursting into tears was a little annoying, it only made it easier for him. Yet the moment he was about to snatch her wallet out of her shaking hands, his perspective changed. What? He couldn't move. When his vision settled, he saw the woman standing far above him. Why is she so tall now? He tried to move, but his body refused to respond. Looking down, all he could see was concrete. He tensed his muscles, trying to move, but nothing changed. A sense of claustrophobia creeped up on him. Panic set in. The woman stumbled backward, eyes wide, before bolting from the alley without looking back. Hey, he shouted, forcing his voice deep, threatening. Call for help. Yet as if she hadn't heard, she quickly ran away from the alley, ignoring his pleading yells. Hey! He could only watch as the woman left. He tried activating his quirk and tried reshaping himself to make himself thinner, but nothing worked. He was completely stuck. Am I stuck like this forever? Help! 8N, here's your PS bonus from last week's first PS goal. Since you guys broke the second goal last week, W5K PS, which is crazy, you will also get a bonus chap TMR. Ishan's face just looks like Michaela. When he grows up he isn't going to look that much like a twink trust. Also, the power stone difference between No 1 and No 2 is kinda crazy to see. 2,500 horsepower, complete. 4,700 horsepower, not complete. Chapter 27, Pre-Adolescence. 1,075 words. Life before the new school year started went by relatively smoothly. Well, there were only 2 weeks of break before school resumed, but as far as things went, it was about as chill as it could get. Ishan's new neighbors in the recently moved into apartment building were mostly old couples. The people living above them were a family with a kid already in college. So, realistically, Ishan's only real concern, which was the neighbors upstairs being loud, was already settled. Additionally, during those 2 weeks, it felt like Ishan barely had time to stay home at all. Nejaya called him every single day. After setting a minimum call time to prevent Nejaya from waking him up way too early in the morning, Ishan finally put his attention toward what he internally dubbed the Nejaya neighborhood purging plan. Well, after some thought, simply putting criminals straight into the ground felt a little too inefficient. For hidden crimes like muggings, Ishan set a routine: teleport a random officer's handcuffs directly onto the mugger's wrists, then send both the victim and the villain straight to the nearest police station. For the public acts of villainy like bank robberies, Ishan simply teleported them stuck into the ground, their heads popped out in view of the public. Of course, there was the philosophical argument of if you stop a crime before it's fully committed, does the perpetrator still get charged? But even if they were eventually released, they would still remember the experience of being utterly powerless. After all, no matter how perfect Ishan's protection could be, only Nejaya wore the necklace. And obviously, Ishan wasn't about to let Shiori or Mitsuru live in a neighborhood like that. So, as the friendly neighborhood teleporter, Ishan took it upon himself to make Nejaya's area just a little less dangerous. As for being afraid of getting caught, that was basically impossible. Teleportation was the complete opposite of flashy. Its only defining feature was its perfection. Not to brag, of course. Ishan might come off as lazy and goalless, but that didn't mean he didn't enjoy a little aura farming. After all, wasn't that the peak of life? Shunchan Tilda, does this look good on me? Nejaya asked, twirling around in her brand new middle school sailor uniform. Yeah. Just yesterday she had been showing off her new twin spiral hairstyle. Today it was the uniform. Couldn't she have shown both at the same time? That didn't sound sincere at all. Nejaya pouted. Well, unless you wore a literal trash bag, Ishan replied flatly, you'd probably look okay in anything. Is that a challenge? Nejaya asked, eyes lighting up with curiosity. Where did you even get that idea? Ishan sighed, rubbing his temples. So, would you say you're ready for middle school? Of course. Nejaya nodded confidently, hands on her hips. I'm gonna make so many friends. So you have to make some too, okay? Yeah. Musutafu Police Force, East Precinct. Any leads? None. Bang. Damn it. The police major slammed his hand down on the meeting room table. 2 weeks. It had been 2 weeks since a new vigilante appeared in East Musutafu. And in that short span of time, the number of villains captured in their jurisdiction had reached an absurd level. 300. 300 villains, all apprehended in just 2 weeks. Worse still, it was as if the vigilante was clocking into a 9-to-6 job. After capturing an average of 2 villains per hour throughout the day, nothing. As soon as the workday ended, they stopped. Not only that, but Blink, as the precinct had codenamed them, had also prevented over 20 traffic accidents and passively protected more than 100 civilians. People who were about to fall, collide with something, or otherwise get hurt were saved without even realizing it. Blink seemingly covered the entire jurisdiction and then some. After all, if you blinked, you wouldn't even realize anything had happened. Their efficiency was peerless. And it only highlighted how incompetent both the precinct and the area's heroes looked by comparison. Before anyone could even finish calling a hero, the incident was already over. Recently, some heroes had even started complaining that they didn't have enough work. Yet, as soon as the clock hit 6, as if Blink was Cinderella, they stopped capturing villains. As a result, villains who quickly got the memo had started their crimes at night. That led to a surge in complaints from heroes forced to take more night shifts, and the increased danger only worsened conditions for heroes whose quirks weren't suited for low visibility. So while the city was nearly spotless during the day, nightfall only made things more dangerous. Having heroes take constant night shifts wasn't viable either. Which meant one thing. This law-breaking vigilante had to be caught. However, there was one glaring issue. Blink possessed a spatial-type quirk. Not only was it a normal spatial-type quirk, but it was instant, hence the code name. With no visible drawbacks and no detectable traces, the precinct had no idea where to even begin. The only information they had was the code name itself. The profile folder for Blink contained a blank photo and a single note. Active from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. That was it. How were they supposed to work with that? It was like chasing a ghost. Undetectable, unseeable, and untrackable. And yet, the police major was constantly being hounded by higher-ups demanding updates. He had nothing to give them. Let's see you try to catch this guy. They'd even brought in tracking-type heroes to analyze the villains Blink captured, but there was nothing. No new scent, no residue, nothing. Nada. It was enough to give him a migraine. At this point, the major was half considering waiting until the main police force finally realized how futile the chase was. UA High was also located in Musutafu. Maybe they could enlist some help. After all, he'd heard UA's principal was a pro-hero with an intelligence-type quirk. And right now, without any leads, just going off of conjectures was their best bet. Some other vigilante names I had for Ishan was Daywalker, Instance and No Frame, but just decided on calling him Blink. Here's your Sunday extra chap from last week. Also, we broke the 4700 PS goal by way over. It's kinda scary to see, but thank you for all the support. You guys will get your 2 extra chaps next weekend. Chapter 28, Pre-Adolescence. 1688 words. Why is this bullshit a thing? That was Ishan's train of thought as he waited for the homeroom teacher to introduce him and another transfer student. Apparently, the school Kako had enrolled him in didn't rotate students between classes every year and kept the same homeroom teacher for all 6 years of elementary school. Unfortunately, that meant the cliché transfer student introduction Ishan despised was about to happen. If there was a silver lining, it was that he wasn't the only transfer student. Ishan had heard, eavesdropped, that the class Ishan was transferring into had a few students transfer out for bullying. Bullying? Oh. My mom has quite literally chosen the worst school possible. Still, it was the closest elementary school to home, so complaining wouldn't get him anywhere. Why were elementary schoolers bullying each other anyway? What has society come to? Hello, Tilda? Ishan glanced to his right, and found himself face to face with nothing. Not even a ghost, just empty space where he expected a head. Like an invisible mannequin wearing a sailor-style uniform. It took him a second to realize the girl herself was invisible. Sight, for Ishan, was more of an auxiliary sense, something he relied on mostly out of habit rather than necessity. So when he'd been expecting a mess ahead, bright-eyed girl, he instead found visually nothing at all. Hello. Hi. The girl smiled. You're a transfer student too, right? Ishan nodded. What's your name? She asked brightly. I'm Hagakure Toru. Damn. I think I know who this is. When Ishan had watched My Hero Academia, he wasn't great with names, usually remembering people by standout features or their quirks. Still, there was that one running agenda he remembered about Hagakure. Is that a beam attack? My name's Shunkan Ishan. Nice to meet you, Shunkan-kun. Toru spun in place, as if proudly showing herself off. My quirk is invisibility, if you couldn't tell, hee. I couldn't. Ishan wasn't particularly eager to make new friends, but he knew that since Nejaya had moved away, his parents were worried he'd end up isolated at school. And while he was introverted, he wasn't allergic to social interaction. So he decided that at least one acquaintance would be enough to keep his parents from worrying. Connections usually formed through shared circumstances anyway. Becoming acquaintances with Toru would check that box. Not much of a talker, huh? But yeah, people usually, huh? Toru paused before realizing what Ishan had said, then gasped. Wait. You can see me? Ishan nodded. Once he realized Toru was visually undetectable, curiosity had kicked in, and he'd instinctively focused his omniscient domain on her. For the record, Ishan's maximum high accuracy range was a 2-kilometer radius in every direction with a theoretical maximum of 4. That meant his domain covered roughly 33.5 cubic kilometers normally. The level of detail he perceived depended on how concentrated his focus was. Compressing his domain down to a volume of 5 cubic centimeters effectively gave him something like a 600,000 times zoom. Seeing individual cells only required about 400x zoom. Just based on the beam attack agenda he had chuckled at, Ishan could assume that Toru's quirk wasn't just invisibility as she had introduced, but light refraction. This curiosity prompted his investigation. Looking closer, he saw that each and every one of her cells possessed a unique mutation, a secondary membrane surrounding the plasma membrane that refracted light. That membrane had a limit, though, there was only so much light it could redirect before it was fully saturated, like a battery hitting maximum capacity. In theory, if that membrane were overloaded, Toru would become visible for a short time until that stored light depleted naturally. Regardless of all that technical detail, Ishan already knew what she looked like. Before Toru could say anything else, the teacher stepped back into the room. Hagakure-chan, Shunkan-kun. You can come in and introduce yourselves. Oh. Toru followed the teacher in, clearly disappointed at being interrupted. Yes. As Ishan entered the classroom, he was met with the stares of curious children. Ignoring Toru, who was supposed to be focusing on her introduction that she had prepared for but kept glancing at him every few seconds, Ishan bowed. Their names were already written on the board, so all he needed to do was speak. Hello. My name is Shunkan Ishan. My quirk is mathematics. That was the name they'd settled on. Originally, Ishan had proposed personal reality, but Genzai thought it sounded too metaphysical. Since Ishan used mathematical formulas to teleport, mathematics was vague enough to work. It was ambiguous enough to encompass a wide variety of subjects. Letting other people speculate about what his quirk actually did was part of the strategy. Toru wore an invisibly confused expression, at least, visible to Ishan. Mathematics didn't exactly explain how he could see her. The teacher led the class in applause, and Ishan stepped aside so Toru could introduce herself. If invisibility had one perk, it was that no one could see your expressions. So no one noticed how Toru snapped back to attention, and the small blush on her face as if she was caught being distracted. Well, with the sole exception of Shunkan Ishan, of course. Name's Hagakure Toru. Nice to meet you all. Since she was invisible, Toru exaggerated her movements to get her emotions across. As you can see, or can't see, my quirk's invisibility. Please take care of me. She finished with an over-the-top bow, earning noticeably louder applause. Nice to meet you both, the teacher said, gesturing toward two empty seats by the window. You can decide which one you'd like. I don't mind either one, Ishan said immediately. Now both of them looked at Toru, who hummed in thought, before picking the window seat. As they sat down, Ishan ignored the lingering stares from his classmates. You might be excited to have new friends, the teacher added, but please save your questions for after first period. How? Interesting. Nezu stared at the information displayed across the database he had quietly hacked into. While the police force hadn't requested his assistance, even with a vigilante running rampant through Musutafu, the very city UA was located in, Nezu couldn't suppress his curiosity regarding this new figure. There were several reasons for that curiosity. The first was simple wariness. All Might had only recently fought All for One, and though the battle ended in victory, it had been a Pyrrhic one. If All Might couldn't recover, then the public safety of Japan was under threat. Now, a vigilante with a spatial-type quirk powerful enough to capture 300 criminals in the span of 2 weeks had appeared. In Musutafu, no less. That alone was enough to prompt Nezu to begin his own investigation. Yet aside from narrowing down Blink's general area of activity, there was little else to go on. Nezu had analyzed every accessible camera in that region, reviewed timestamps, cross-referenced incident reports. And still, all he could do was quietly applaud the efficiency of Blink's quirk. There were no errors, traces, and no predictable patterns other than location. Unless new information surfaced, or unless Nezu resorted to a brute force investigation that would take far too long, he had reached a dead end. However, that Monday, Blink had vanished. Or rather, he hadn't intervened in a single crime that day. Even accounting for the natural dip in crime rates during daylight hours, Nezu had been monitoring every camera within Blink's usual operating range. Petty crimes still occurred. Normally, that was when Blink would strike. Yet, today? There was nothing. Nezu thought of every possible reason behind this absence before thinking of the most probable. As an educator, it was a time of month he knew all too well. Is Blink? Nezu murmured softly, a smile slowly curling across his face. Perhaps a student. 8N, I hope Nezu's conjecture isn't an aspal cause, it's still just a guess. Also, while Nezu is introduced here, it'll take longer to him to officially be introduced to MC cause even if he has a probable lead, it's like narrowing a multiple-year search to like a 1 to 2 year search. Also, just cause Hagakure is introduced does not mean this is harem. One person all the way, remember that. It's just that the process and end is still under development. Small author Q&A section. I saw some comments about why big PS goals for small chaps and why some PS goals are so high and increasing. I thought I explained it, but I guess I wasn't clear enough. The reason I enjoy writing is to see everyone's comments and readers growing attached to the story. One of the ways I can see that is PS and big numbers make me feel nice and creates determination, and giving extra chaps in return gives me a feeling of giving back to my supportive readers. Extra chaps in my opinion are supposed to be a nice reward after everyone puts in their hopes and dreams, or something like that, and evolve beyond the person they were a minute before. The first goal is supposed to be reachable, and the second is the one where you guys break your limits. I don't know why y'all's determination so strong though. Dash plus? Why are my extra chaps short? I think my extra chaps are similar in length to my normal chap, so I DK what you mean by short. I don't have the attention span to write for so long cause I type slowly in addition to college stuff. So unless it's a blue moon then chaps will unfortunately naturally be shorter than others. Also, short chaps like these stress me out less when writing. Most of these decisions are done to prevent me from burning out and disappointing myself and you guys. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but isn't 3 chaps a week normally decent? Dash plus? Sorry for the somewhat long author's note, but just wanted to get it out there. I won't repeat in a future chapter. The rest of the author's notes should be way shorter. 2,700 horsepower, not complete. 4,900 horsepower, not unlocked. Chapter 29, Pre-Adolescence. 1,176 words. So, what do I look like to you? During first period, Toru, who had been curious ever since Ishan mentioned he could see her, finally worked up the courage to ask the question that had been eating at her all class. You look like a kid. Aha, Anne. That's it. What does? Before Toru could complain any further, the bell signaling the end of first period rang. As if by divine intervention, she didn't even get the chance to follow up before their classmates swarmed them. Shunkan, how does your quirk work? Does that mean you're good at math? Where are you from? At first, Ishan was the one crowded, as the person who sat in the aisle seat, but Ishan calmly but quickly answered their questions without much enthusiasm. I can solve problems faster. I'd say I'm pretty mediocre at math. Saitama. After his short, lackluster replies, some of their classmates drifted over to Toru instead. Hagakure, are you permanently invisible? Do you know what you look like? Where are you from? Unlike Ishan's perfunctory responses, Toru answered every question with her usual boundless energy. Yep. I don't think I can turn it off, so it's kind of a pain sometimes. I was born invisible, so I haven't got the chance to see myself. But? Toru lowered her voice at the last part, her excitement barely contained as she remembered Ishan saying he could see her. Maybe, just maybe, she'd finally get the chance to know. I'm from Koto. My dad just got a promotion, so we had to move. The questions continued for a while, until their classmates eventually ran out of things to ask and seemed satisfied with the answers they'd gotten. As everyone returned to their seats, Toru finally found herself free. She raised a hand, ready to poke Ishan's side to get his attention, only to notice he was already glancing at her. So. Ring ring. Ooh. Interrupted for the third time that day, Toru groaned in frustration. She was dying to know what she looked like. Inwardly, Toru swore that if Ishan had been lying to her this whole time, she'd do whatever it took to bite him. When the lunch bell rang, Ishan hadn't even stood up to head toward the food cart before his sleeve was grabbed by an invisible hand. Shunkan-kun. I hope you have some time to spare for me. Sure. If you don't, who? Toru paused, confused. Aren't we waiting in line for lunch anyway? Ishan gestured toward the food cart, which was being manned by 4 of their classmates. As transfer students, both of them were exempt from classroom chores for their first week. If there was a single benefit of being a transfer student, then that was it. I guess so. See? Toru quietly followed Ishan to the lunch line. After using my amazing tilde brain, she said dramatically, arms moving around her head in a voodoo-type motion. I realized something. How can you even see me? She genuinely couldn't wrap her head around it. His quirk was just math. How did that let him see her? Was math that all-knowing? She wasn't great at math, but if it could help her visibility, she might, maybe, be willing to try. Math is everywhere if you look hard enough, Ishan said, opting to be cryptic. That tells me nothing. Toru whined. Ishan grabbed his miso soup, salad, tuna mayo sandwich, and a carton of milk before heading back to his seat. Toru sat down beside him. As he picked up his chopsticks with his left hand, Ishan pulled a notebook and pencil from his bag with the other. He opened to a page while eating his salad, completely unfazed. Toru froze. How are you doing that? Toru asked in amazement. Math. There's no way math lets you do that. Toru protested, then suddenly perked up. Wait, I have the perfect way to prove if you can really see me. MHM? She raised both hands, or rather, from everyone else's perspective, it looked like she was throwing her hands up in surrender. Ishan thought it kind of looked like the Chapsalute Cinema meme. How many fingers am I holding up? Toru asked confidently, nodding to herself. I must be a genius. 5. Oh. You got it right. But that's not enough. Toru said quickly. You could have just guessed, right? So we're doing this a bunch of times. Okay. 2. 1. 6. 9. 6 again. After a few more, Toru then put her hands behind her back, now seeing if Ishan could even make a mistake. 4. Wait. How did you even do that? I had it behind my back. Math. Darn it. Toru clenched her fists, half annoyed, half impressed. What started as verification had somehow turned into a game. Well, this one grudgingly believes you can see me, HMPH. She crossed her arms, punctuating it with an exaggerated huff. Hagakure Toru was born at a young age. Yet she was born invisible. Because of that, an entire layer of communication had been taken from her before she ever had a chance to learn it. People communicated using multiple aspects of their physical body. They relied on facial expressions, eye contact, subtle movements, things she simply couldn't use. Almost all of these were robbed of Toru from the start. In terms of the subtlety of human interactions, Toru was essentially mute. To compensate, she'd subconsciously made her voice more expressive and her gestures bigger. Exaggeration became her language. While it may have required a bit more effort on her end, it was still plenty effective. Of course, being so young, her ability to convey her emotions perfectly was still limited. Even so, despite trying to be nonchalant and confident like the heroes she admired, Toru couldn't help but feel a quiet thrill at the idea that someone could truly see her. She couldn't just let that go. Yet immediately asking for something felt a little wrong, and Toru believed her parents raised her right. I said I could see you, and I wouldn't just lie about that, Ishan shrugged, taking a spoonful of miso soup. You're not eating. He gestured toward Toru's untouched tray. Only then did Toru notice the time. After checking the clock and realizing she still had enough, she let out a relieved breath. She dug in quickly, eating with renewed focus before rubbing her stomach in satisfaction. So, Shunken-kun. Let's say someone I knew was invisible. You are invisible. If there was one thing Ishan disliked, it was this someone I knew were bullshit. Hey! Toru awkwardly laughed at the interruption. What do I really look like? 8N, I hope wrote Toru to not be obnoxiously energetic. Also, I really hope some people understand that platonic relationships between opposite genders really do exist. Also, I finally have 3 advanced chapters after like 2 weeks. Oh my days, cause just finished reading Vigilantes in a day and my days was that shit peak. Thanks for reading. 2,700 horsepower, not complete. 4,900 horsepower, not unlocked. Chapter 30, Pre-Adolescence. 1,122 words. What do I really look like? Toru asked the question a little nervously, voicing what she'd wanted to know this entire time. Ishan hummed in thought. He lifted his pencil from the notebook he'd been sketching in and glanced toward where Toru's face would be, one eyebrow raised in consideration. What? Do I look fat? Toru asked quickly. Or do I look weird? You look annoying to draw. At the unfamiliar description, Toru couldn't help but tilt her head in confusion. Is that a bad thing? For some people. Maybe. Can't you just give me a clear answer? Toru waved her arms in frustration. I'll bite you. She bared her invisible teeth in what was meant to be a threatening manner. Ishan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Kinda reminds me of Nejaya. Without comment, he handed his notebook to her. Ishan had insisted to Kako that notebooks were pointless for someone with the processing and memorization power of multiple supercomputers, but she'd told him he should at least look like he was studying. Actually taking notes, however, was wildly inefficient. What's this for? Toru asked, opening it. On the first page was a pencil sketch of a girl wearing their school uniform. There was no color, but even Toru, whose artistic ability peaked at stick figures, could tell it was good. Like, really good. The girl looked like she was in motion, 3 fingers raised on both hands, a confident, lively expression on her face. Her hair was messy as if it hadn't been brushed properly and shoulder length, and the whole drawing carried the charm of a kid enjoying their youth. Who's this? Toru glanced up at Ishan, only to receive an incredulous look in return. Is this what I look like? Yeah. Toru had always wondered what she looked like. She'd tried things before, painting herself, for example, but that attempt had ended when her parents caught her flooding the bathroom. Yet now, with a visible picture-like drawing of what she looked like, her initial reaction wasn't surprise. Instead, she felt confused. Don't I look a little too cute? How narcissistic. Ishan drawled next to her. No, seriously. Toru gestured wildly between the drawing and herself, pushing her invisible hair around as if she could somehow compare the two. I could be a child actor? She looked back at Ishan. You're still invisible, he said flatly. Just so you know. I know that. Toru huffed. It's just a what if, you know. Yeah. Maybe. Ishan shrugged. But then? Ring. Ring. Rah. Toru threw her hands up in frustration. How many times was this stupid bell going to be interrupting her today? The math teacher walked in just as she was mid-frustration. Unfortunately, since she was invisible, it just looked like random, distracting waving. You in the back, hands down. Everyone get your textbooks out and go to page 13. Just cause it's the first day doesn't mean you can start slacking off. Oh. I forgot to put back my tray. Hagakure looked down, yet her lunch tray was nowhere in sight. Instead, there was her math textbook and her notebook. What? She turned to her right. Ishan was sitting calmly, notebook back in his hands, looking like the most normal student in the room. Pst Shunkan-kun, she whispered. Did you put the trays back? With his seemingly all-knowing math quirk, maybe he was behind it. Without looking at her, Ishan wrote something on an empty page and tilted it toward her. No. Who? Then who did? She grabbed her pencil and scribbled furiously. Then who did? Ishan wrote below the no. Who knows? Maybe a ghost. Even I know ghosts don't exist. You must have done it. He wrote again. Caught. I knew it was you. So, how'd you do it? He paused. Then wrote. Math. Ugh. Toru slammed her hands on the desk. She was so sick of that stupid excuse. Unfortunately, this caught the attention of the very strict math teacher. You in the back? That's a warning. Sorry, sensei. After being scolded, Toru glared in Ishan's direction. He sat there like a model student, stupid calm face and all. I know you can see me. Ishan didn't react. Left unsatisfied, Toru reluctantly turned her attention back to class. As the final bell rang, Ishan stood up, ready to head straight home. Only to be stopped again. Why did you ignore me? Toru asked. Ignore you? Ishan replied. We were in class. You're supposed to pay attention. You weren't even taking notes. Toru complained. Not taking notes doesn't constitute not paying attention. Ishan retorted. Cons, what? Ishan sighed quietly. You really do remind me of her. Though I don't know why I'm acting like Nejia's dead or estranged. Remind you of who? Toru caught the mumble instantly. A friend. A friend. Toru brightened. Oh. Shunkan-kun, we should definitely be friends. Just because I can see you, he asked, eyebrow raised. Well, that's, like, a super-duper tiny part of it, but, what, you don't want to? I don't mind. Get a friend quest, complete. I truly am a master of social interaction, Ishan thought. I'm not antisocial because I can't make friends. It's because it's too easy. Maybe he'd get even more friends than Nejia and brag into her face instead. Yay! Toru cheered. See you tomorrow, Shunkan-kun. I'm gonna go make some more friends. Ishan watched as she happily wandered off toward a group of girls, then shrugged. Hey! A friend's a friend. I'm back. Welcome home, Shunkan. Genzai was already on the couch, home early and watching TV. As Ishan headed toward the bathroom, folded clothes and a towel teleported into his arms, and his backpack vanished into his room. I'm taking a bath, he announced, but paused, then reappeared in front of his dad just as Genzai opened his mouth. Genzai stared at him, exasperated. I know you can see me speak ahead of time, he said, but at least let me start and finish my sentence. Sorry. Genzai just shook his head exasperatedly. This weekend, I've got a business trip to central Tokyo. Got myself some tickets to a popular hero's farewell event at the Tokyo Sky Egg. I think his name was Captain Celebrity. There'll probably be a ton of pro heroes there. Want to come? Ishan thought it over. Well, seems like something Nejia would like. How many tickets? 3. Sure. Aiken, some may know, but... Captain Celebrity, Wikwim? Also, for the people wondering when I upload, I just use Inkstone's browser timer at 12 o'clock, which is always set in China time. For advanced chaps on my P at TR3 on Cyprus, shameless plug. 2,700 horsepower, complete. 4,900 horsepower, not unlocked. Chapter 31, Pre-Adolescence. 1,075 words. After taking a bath, the first thing Ishan heard was Shun-chan. He teleported his dirty laundry into the basket, then walked into the living room, where Genzai was still watching TV. Dad, I'm heading over to Nejia's. Have fun. Genzai waved lazily, and Ishan teleported away. As always, the moment he appeared in Nejia's room, he was immediately glomped by a hug. Shun-chan. How was your first day of school? Well, I'd say it was pretty okay. Really? Yeah. What about you? It was great. So many people in my class have such cool quirks. This is kind of giving me a bad omen. Nejaya, Ishan said, raising an eyebrow. You didn't go around asking everyone about their quirks, did you? No. She shook her head enthusiastically. I was planning to ask tomorrow. Thought so. Ishan wasn't particularly good at enthusiastically making friends, but he was somewhat familiar with the mindset of middle schoolers. Rather, it was actually common knowledge, due to mental and bodily changes. Even before he had reincarnated, it was common to be insecure about one's height, change in voice, or even just the appearance of acne. Ishan believed it was the height of when the community mentality of elementary school kind of devolved into smaller independent groups. And in a quirk society, where people had an extra trait to compare, judge, and brag about, it became even easier to be singled out. As they say, the nail that gets stuck out gets hammered down. While this wasn't as extreme in hero culture, middle school was a place where everyone was supposed to be equal. Overly curious personalities like Nejaya's tended to draw the wrong kind of attention. Ishan, who definitely, 100% wasn't worried about Nejaya's social health, thought it was necessary for a small lesson. After all, even if Nejaya had mellowed a bit thanks to a certain someone, that didn't erase how volatile kids could be. Nejaya. In a blink, Ishan teleported onto Nejaya's chair and gently relocated her onto the bed. She tilted her head. I think we need to talk about how you present yourself in middle school. Don't worry, Nejaya started. Better safe than sorry, Ishan interrupted. Also, if you listen properly, we can go to an event with a lot of pro-heroes. Like. A lot. Nejaya immediately sat down, miming a zipper over her mouth. Okay, Ishan began. This might not apply to you specifically, but kids your age are usually really self-conscious about their quirks. Nejaya raised her hand. Yes, Nejaya. Shunchan sensei. Why would they be self-conscious if everyone has such interesting quirks? This is conjecture, Ishan said flatly, but that's just how hero society works. But how? Look, Nejaya. Ishan teleported a whiteboard and an expo marker into his hands, sat down on the floor, and motioned for Nejaya to join him. What's the job almost every middle schooler wants? To be a hero? Nejaya said instantly. Correct. And while people used to argue everyone was equal before quirks, in this society, no one really is. So, what makes a hero? Saving people, she said confidently. Correct, Ishan said, sketching a tiny All Might and circling it. But to hero society, that isn't the whole picture. Why not? Isn't the entire point to save people? Nejaya asked. That's the definition, Ishan agreed. You get along with a guy who really likes swords, by the way. But practically speaking, what is a hero? A job? Exactly. He drew 3 arrows branching out from All Might. And jobs make money. Ishan added rough doodles, a podium, merchandise, and civilians being rescued. I'm fuzzy on the details, but heroes earn money through popularity, merch, and some kind of activity quota. Ooh? Really? Yeah. Like all the All Might hoodies you see at Don Quidget. But you're probably more familiar with the popularity part. Oh. Like the hero rankings. Ishan nodded. And unfortunately, most people don't have quirks suited for hero work unless they train really hard physically. These days, someone could probably throw a car if they exercised enough. Oh. Shunchan, we should start exercising again. Sure. But most people don't have the mentality for that, especially when they already have a quirk to rely on. Why not? Ishan shrugged. Who knows? He capped the marker. So here's the issue. Imagine you had an extremely specialized or a hard-to-use quirk. Then someone in your class, who seems perfect, with a hero-suited quirk that's flashy and all that, starts asking you tons of questions about it. Nejaya hummed. I'd ask tons of questions about the quirk they have. Don't change, Nejaya, Ishan muttered, rubbing his temples. But most kids would feel jealous. They'd think things like, why is she bragging? But aren't you still in elementary school? Yeah, Ishan said flatly. But I'm smarter than you. Dang it. Nejaya pouted, then tilted her head. So if you say they're going to be jealous, how do I make friends? Ishan paused. You're not wrong for being curious about other people's quirks, he said. I just don't want people misunderstanding you, 'cause it's annoying. Just take this as advice, Isman continued. If the thing they're most insecure about is their quirk, and yours stands out, just don't lead with it. Warrant? Let me finish. Get closer through hobbies first. Games, food, whatever, what you get close with isn't that important. Ishan proposed. The important part is that if they understand who you really are, they're way less likely to misunderstand your intentions. Well, if you say so, Shunchan. Nejaya nodded. Ishan was her main source of information most of the time, and more often than not, he was right. Thanks for listening. So. Nejaya leaned forward. What's the event with all the pro heroes? Oh. It's kind of like a concert/farewell party for a hero named Captain Celebrity. Oh. I know him. Nejaya pulled out the new phone her parents had gotten her, complete with a vanilla-themed case. She showed Ishan an ad with Captain Celebrity and Ingenium. Wow, Ishan said. This guy looks really pretentious. What does that mean, Shunchan? Pretentious. You remind me of a friend I made today. You made a friend, Shunchan. Ha. 8N, action coming up ISTG hope it didn't come off as mansplaining. Also goddamn how did we hit the second goal on Friday? For Advancicapsa Sofnawat but TR30N a Cyprus. Plus. 2,700 horsepower, complete. 4,900 horsepower, complete. Chapter 32, Pre-Adolescence. 1,416 words. I really hate crowded places. Ishan's omniscient domain normally had a radius of 2 kilometers. However, its size shrank or expanded depending on how much redundant information flowed through his other senses. After all, the domain relied almost entirely on Ishan's sense of touch. Sight, hearing, smell, and taste were largely filtered out, factored away to prevent redundancy. In a place like this, packed with nearly 50,000 people, 50,000 overlapping smells, sounds, movements, and shifting variables, those excess inputs acted like a massive muffler on his domain. Anything with a high enough density was treated as a variable. That rule existed for a reason, to avoid accidentally dismembering someone during teleportation. Of course, Ishan's for other senses were still absurdly advanced. His supercomputer-like brain handled the overload relatively easily. So while the information was irritating, it wasn't physically harmful. Still, it reduced his domain to roughly a quarter of its usual size. Even then, the entire 500-meter sky egg remained within range. In the unlikely event of something catastrophic, say, a large-scale terrorist attack, Ishan could save it. Why was he thinking about something so morbid? Well, wasn't it natural to have those kinds of scenarios where you're in a terrorist situation and you imagine yourself saving the day? Wow, there's so many people. Nejaya bounced beside him, gripping his hand tightly so she wouldn't get lost, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Genzai, who had only skimmed the event details, took one look at the crowd and immediately shook his head. Nope. I'm out. Unlike Ishan, Genzai had a very normal brain. He announced he'd wait at a nearby library and pick them up afterward. Yeah. Ishan muttered absently. Do you know which pro heroes are showing up today? Nejaya asked, nearly vibrating in excitement. Well, Ishan may have not read anything about it, he did have his domain. But? The suspense is part of the event, Ishan replied as they stepped into the elevator leading up into the sky egg. Oh. Nejaya slumped for half a second, then perked right back up. But, Ishan added, there'll be a lot of heroes. That was what Ishan ended with, as he and Nejaya went to their seats. Wow. It's Ingenium. Midnight. Nejaya rattled off names non-stop, her voice filled with awe. Ishan listened quietly. Seeing so many pro heroes gathered in one place sparked his curiosity. Watching quirks operate in real time, especially high-level ones, was genuinely interesting. Ishan reduced the range of his domain just to see the inner workings of some heroes. It was a little interesting to see how each hero had a specific mutation that resulted in each form, like how Ingenium's engine really worked. Of course, some quirks were I do this so it works like that's type, so Ishan didn't particularly know how that even worked, but still. This is more entertaining than I expected. Watching heroes perform choreographed stunts felt strangely dissonant. But if you combined entertainer and public servant, you got what this society called a hero. Ishan came from a world where heroism was an ideal, not a spectacle. From this angle, Pro-heroes felt closer to celebrities than saviors. Commercialization does that, I guess. While I don't support murderers like Stain, this hero society is kind of mind-boggling to see. A flawed society. Of course, Ishan didn't have the social obligation nor a desire to fix this so-called flawed society. Still, he couldn't help but think how this world would react to someone like Emir Shiru. A man who could only find happiness by saving others. A man whose happiness required misfortune to exist in the first place, yet paradoxically, didn't want said misfortune to exist. I might be cooking here. Isman didn't really believe that one man could change society. But if a book telling the story of Emir Shiru did exist, then it could definitely make some bank. Well, with a man so flawed that he can only obtain happiness through the act of saving, this world would be perfect for him. Rather because of this society, the themes that Ishan was familiar with back in his previous world weren't prevalent in this world. So what Ishan had enjoyed as media talk unfortunately didn't exist. Though it would have been funny for people to give All Might a 8/10 in complexity. Well, if there was a genre that didn't change after changing worlds, it was rom-coms. But wasn't there just something so cool about being a hidden author who was actually really popular? There was a reason the hidden overpowered guy trope was popular until it got oversaturated with slop. He glanced at Nejaya. She was completely absorbed in what appeared to be a pro-hero fashion showcase? Who? Well, this many heroes wouldn't gather again anytime soon. Might as well enjoy it. They were celebrities for a reason. As there was a layover between acts, Ishan turned on his phone to check the time. Even if this event was a little entertaining, being in a place with so many people drained his energy. Just as Ishan was about to put the phone away, he pulled it back out and showed the time to Nejaya as well. So much time already, she gasped. I mean, yeah. He stood, about to head to the restroom. Boom. The entire dome shook. Ishan overheard a conversation to his right. What's all this shaking? An earthquake, maybe. Just as Ishan stopped focusing on the heroes, he enlarged his domain to the original muffled 500 meters, to see. Villains? Faceless black creatures circled the sky egg. Is this a no-new? Doesn't look like one though. Did he just actually find himself in a 9/11 plot? He narrowed his eyes, analyzing the threat. Strangely, Ishan didn't feel fear like the rest of the people, instead, he only thought one thing. Annoyance. Such misfortune. He prepared to select the monsters before teleporting them together. Shun-chan. Nejaya clutched his sleeve, grounding him just as another explosion hit. For a brief moment, weightlessness washed over the arena before stabilizing. Wah! What's happening? There were multiple screams, and the crowd shifted, pushing the more lighter people around. In order to prevent Nejaya from falling, Ishan immediately grabbed her arm. Shun-chan, what's going on? Well, Ishan said slowly, they're saying it might be an earthquake. The sudden influx of redundant information made precise targeting impossible. Damn it. I really hate crowded places. You know, don't you? Nejaya whispered. You always know everything. I don't know what you're talking about. Liar, she pouted. Nejaya's voice softened, and she gripped his sleeve tighter, like she was afraid to let go. Shun-chan, if you can do anything, if you can really do anything, can you save everyone? I don't know what gave you the idea that I can do anything, but there are heroes here. You're supposed to let them handle it. But you're my hero, aren't you? The words came out softer, like she was afraid to be rejected. He ruffled her hair. Ishan sighed. Don't you find saying that kind of embarrassing? Nejaya blinked, trying to smile through her fear. Shun-chan, please. His patience was wearing thin from how long this variable selection was taking. At this point, precision wasn't worth it. Yes, I'm your hero. So, can you save everyone, Shun-chan? Yeah. Sure. Then do it. I believe in you. Her smile stayed bright, but her eyes were trembling. Ishan took his attention off Nejaya, closing his eyes. If I can't freeze one thing, I'll freeze everything. If Ishan couldn't select specific variables in his domain, then he'd select everything and then decide what to do after. Weight? Speed? Just who the hell do you think I am? Those variables ceased to matter the moment they were in his domain. I'm so going to get a headache after this. Ishan took in a deep breath, before exhaling. Stop. A10, here's your second extra chat from last week breaking the Power Stone goals. Also, for this week only there'll be a third PS goal that's low-key just there for show, cause this week is my sibling's birthday and I am very happy. So if you guys want it, you're going to have to break your limits. Y'all can start when PS resets. This is just an announcement cause low-key my upload timing is bad but I can't be bothered to change it. 3000 horsepower, not complete. 6000 horsepower, not unlocked. 8000 horsepower, not unlocked. Chapter 33, Pre-Adolescence. 1372 words. Stop. In that instant, everything within a 500-meter radius of Shunkan Ishan entered a state where every object inside his domain was being teleported back to a location he had marked in time. Range wasn't the only thing that had grown with his development. The interval between teleports had also shortened, now reduced to a point that exceeded human reaction time entirely. Ishan's most recent display operated at an interval of 0.2 seconds. However, this time, Ishan wasn't taking in any new information between teleports, which paradoxically made the process far simpler. What he was doing was reverting everything to a single, perfectly memorized moment in time. This drastically reduced the number of variables he had to consider, but demanded far more constant calculations. Ironically, the longer this imitation of frozen time lasted, the easier it became for Ishan to maintain it. Yet the moment Ishan had spoken the word stop, every object, human, monster, debris, was forced back to its original position. Every 0.001 seconds. Again and again. To even move a single meter before being reset, one would need instantaneous speed approaching Mach 3. Just to move 1 meter. In every sense of the word, everything within the domain was frozen. With the sole exception of Shunkan Ishan, of course. With a few caveats. What is happening? Unable to speak, Himawari Koichi, aka the Crawler, could only watch as the bomb-type villain who had been moments away from striking Captain Celebrity froze midair. It stopped. That's good. But I can't move either. Backstage, multiple pro-heroes were frozen in place. What the hell is this? Mako immediately flexed her muscles, attempting to force herself out, but found that despite feeling like she was moving, wasn't actually going anywhere. Ingenium activated his engine, and he could feel his fuel draining, and could feel movement. Yet his body refused to budge an inch. Edgeshot thinned his body to thread-like proportions and, to everyone's surprise, managed to extend himself several meters before abruptly stopping. Soon after, Best Jeanist was able to manipulate his fibers, only for them to halt once they reached a certain point. He altered their configuration and managed brief movement again before being stopped once more. So quirks themselves aren't completely frozen? Ingenium barely finished the thought before a voice echoed inside his head. This is Pro-Hero Mandalay of the Wild Wild Pussycats, addressing all pro-heroes within the Tokyo Sky Egg. We believe the perpetrator is using a spatial-type quirk that forcibly prevents movement. While some may have already come to this assumption, transformation-type quirks can temporarily move within this space, and emitter-type quirks can still be activated. However, I strongly advise against using transformation-type quirks unless you can continuously alter the affected area of your body. True to form, the Wild Wild Pussycats had begun gathering data the moment the phenomenon occurred. Using Tiger's plier-body, they confirmed that he could move briefly before being reset. Mandalay verified that her telepathy still functioned. And through ragdoll search, combined with Morse code communication through eyes, they determined the range of the effect. An estimated 500 meters. People in nearby buildings, staff, and civilians below were frozen just the same. Since when did a quirk like this even exist? As expected of pro-heroes. Though I don't know why I'm thinking like a mastermind. Barely a minute had passed, and they were already narrowing down the rules of his frozen time. They weren't truly stopped, just reset before they could react, creating the illusion of immobility. However, there was one thing Ishan couldn't fully halt without sacrificing range. Quirk-generated phenomena. Quirks more often than not, had a habit of ignoring physics altogether. Watching Tiger's plier-body, Ishan couldn't help but feel annoyed. How does one increase their volume while also keeping the same density throughout? Still, it didn't matter. Ishan was sifting through every single variable within his domain and only picking out the ones he considered monsters. His greatest limitation was that even if he halted the user, he couldn't pause the quirk factor itself. Which was complete nonsense. Well, my computations are already done. At this point, Ishan was simply holding the pose. Like the world's most high-stakes mannequin challenge. When will this pause end? Koichi kept his quirk active, just in case. But he and Captain Celebrity watched as the bomb-type villain suddenly appeared 30 meters away in the blink of an eye. Then, almost immediately, another villain fused into it. Then another. And another. The figure before them stopped resembling a man entirely. Captain Celebrity thought of a phenomena while looking at the amalgamation in front of him. Rat King. A moment later, that Rat King was dismantled in half. Then again. And 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 again. Even if they looked more monster than human, Koichi and Captain Celebrity couldn't even look away, as the Rat King was slowly getting sliced into pieces. The fused monsters watched as their super regeneration did absolutely nothing. After all, once you were dismantled by teleportation, the two halves were sliced down to an atomic level. They watched as the villain became closer and closer to dust, pale-faced. In addition to Koichi and Captain Celebrity, there was another group of prime witnesses in a helicopter. Eraserhead and Detective Tsukochi Naomasa. They had been preparing to enter the Sky Egg's airspace when Mandalay's telepathy stopped them just in time. Naomasa stared at the scene, dread tightening his chest. My sister's inside that building. Spatial-type quirks were notoriously volatile and dangerous. And as Naomasa looked at the Sky Egg, he realized he had no idea how to counter something like this. Hey, Tsukochi, I think we need All Might here. Eraserhead spoke. While Eraserhead didn't know what All Might was going to do, he was All Might. What couldn't he do? In Japan, All Might was practically a walking deus ex machina. The Tokyo Sky Egg might be staying upright, but it was still under threat of falling over if this spatial-type quirk using Vigilante just decided it would be fine to let go. Even if the bomber were all gone, the main threat had undoubtedly changed from the bombers to this unknown Vigilante. Yet, just as he was about to make the choice to call All Might, his grip on the phone relaxed in confusion. Naomasa watched as the crawler started moving around again. Times resumed. 8N, I forgot to put a timer so it's uploading 30 minutes late, sorry. 8N, Mandalay and Ragdoll Loki both have super useful quirks. I haven't seen much done with that squad. By the way, that muffler thing previous chapter isn't a nerf. I responded to a comment about how his domain was only 500M about how his domain fluctuates, so if you're curious, just read that. I don't like it if things aren't consistent or don't make sense when it comes to actual ability usage, cause I make sure of a lot of stuff before implementing it. The only kind of a nerf, which isn't even a nerf, is how quirk factors work. This'll be explained in a future chap if you don't get it this chapter. Just wanted to get that out there, cause I and other readers are probably sensitive about arbitrarily nerfing a character without a reason, which is a trope I also dislike. I made Ishan to be op for this verse, which is why most chaps are cute interactions, and occasionally sprinkle in some aura farming moments like these. If I didn't include this, realistically, I could just finish this fic in like 20 chaps and we'd call it a day, just cause I don't like nerfing characters for no reason. I'd rather finish the actual plot in 10 chapters than nerf my MC for literally no reason. SRY for rant even though I swore not to make a long AGen. Just confused on why it was called a nerf. Have a good day and thanks for reading. 3000 horsepower, not complete. 6000 horsepower, not unlocked. 8000 horsepower, not unlocked. Chapter 34, Pre-Adolescence. 1217 words. Undeniably, when it came to weight, there were obvious limitations. However, unlike Shirai Kuroko, whose teleportation was restricted by strict weight limits, Ishan had modified each formula to the point where, while within his domain, weight simply wasn't an issue. Of course, if he tried to teleport anything outside the domain's range, then yes, weight limitations applied. But on the bright side, the entirety of the Tokyo Sky Egg was contained within his domain. Unfortunately, repairing the Sky Egg itself wasn't possible. The debris had already broken down into pieces so small that if Ishan attempted to put it back together, he'd have to drastically shrink the domain for increased accuracy. After all, while the domain passively classified objects as variables, it didn't account for microscopic components. If it did, even Ishan would be stuck with a constant, splitting headache while maintaining it. That was why it was necessary to decrease the size of the domain when increasing the accuracy. Sure, Ishan could increase accuracy without shrinking the domain, but he'd end up with a headache to end all headaches. And as a modern human being, he wasn't exactly a masochist like those shonen protagonists who seem to be able to shrug off an explosion without flinching. So, one might ask, what would Ishan do? Well, he'd already accomplished what he wanted to. The villain had been stopped, Captain Celebrity was already holding up the sky egg, so the logical next step was to evacuate everyone and lighten the load. And Ishan wasn't a man of hesitation. Soon after that thought, he began teleporting groups of people down to the surface. The more individuals he removed from his immediate vicinity, the less redundant information entered his area, allowing his reach to extend even farther. Well, obviously, he was also going to rescue himself. Not doing so would have been stupid and suspicious. Ishan didn't particularly care how the pro-heroes planned to keep the sky egg from falling. They were pros for a reason. They'd probably survive. Who? Number 6, the one who had orchestrated the entire bombing for the sole purpose of killing Captain Celebrity, stared from a distance as everything came to a halt. What the? Even though he watched with his own 2 eyes the disintegration of the bombers, he grit his teeth, tapping on the phone faster and faster, as if the signal could get through force. Yet he watched as his phone did nothing. Damn it, damn it. Damn it. Crack. The phone shattered in his grip, fragments scattering to the ground. Number 6 had always known that, despite the high probability of killing Captain Celebrity and everyone inside the sky egg, there was always the possibility of a Deus Ex Machina. But there was no sign of All Might. What kind of kiddie show is this? He scowled. No stakes, no suspense at all. Ha. Ha. He crushed what remained of the phone between his fingers. Number 6, I recommend you leave that location immediately. Through the ear communicator, a voice went through. It wasn't a voice with boundless confidence as Number 6 remembered, but it had a bit of caution. All for One was watching through multiple cameras surrounding the venue, and unlike Number 6, he had seen what was happening. With a quirk that allowed him to steal and wield multitudes of others, All for One possessed numerous abilities that enhanced his perception of time itself. Number 6 may have had overclock, but he hadn't even considered that what he was seeing wasn't the full picture. All for One observed as everything within the radius of that unknown quirk blinked through space at a rate public cameras could barely register. He had also witnessed the destruction of the artificial next-level villains. This display of spatial control made Kurogiri, one of the most optimized and first high-end Nomu ever created, look like discarded trash by comparison. A delicate combination of multiple quirks, refined solely to produce an extremely versatile spatial ability, now reduced to something akin to an ant before a mountain. Well, that might have been a bit harsh. From what he could tell, Kurogiri still held the advantage in range and utility, given that his power revolved around portals rather than direct teleportation. But in terms of sheer combat potential and deadliness, this unknown ability far surpassed anything Kurogiri could possibly achieve. All for One might know All Might, but this person? Nothing. Number 6 was still a valuable experiment that hadn't outlived his purpose. Allowing him to die or be captured here would be wasteful. Oh, already? Number 6 complained. Feels like nothing even happened. But even I might agree. He turned to leave, just as. Bang! Wow! Ishan watched as Best Genius stabilized the tower using reinforced metal cables. Despite the circumstances, it barely felt like a terrorist attack. Aside from the emotional shock, nothing else had truly happened. Soon after Ishan had teleported down, they were able to get the sky egg stable enough to not fall on them at any second, if even the crowd had to be moved. Ishan observed everything with a calm, almost placid expression. Man, did I aura farm enough for you, Master Piccolo? The thought drifted through his mind. He glanced over at Nejaya, who was staring at him with wide, sparkling eyes, equal parts amazement and happiness. Before she could say anything, Ishan gently pressed his index finger to his lips. While the odds of a witness were low, the prime suspect behind the sky egg incident could still be somewhere in the crowd. As a result, several heroes suggested relocating everyone. Relief workers and law enforcement were quickly dispatched, but aside from the initial jolt, where a few people had stumbled and picked up minor bruises, there were no injuries. Citing uncertainty around the perpetrator's quirk, officials decided it was safer to keep everyone close to medical facilities, just in case. Ishan called Genzai to explain the situation. Genzai was understandably worried, but there wasn't much he could do beyond waiting. After Islan and Nejai got some free merch and drinks from a nearby area, they sat down in a relatively quiet area, waiting until everyone was let go. After all, even if authorities wanted suspects or witnesses, they couldn't exactly detain 50,000 people in the middle of Tokyo. Shun-chan. Nejai began, only to be cut off once more. You can start when we get home, Islan said calmly. Darn it. 8N, I low-key forgot that it was Tuesday cause we have so much power stones, WTF. You know I low-key should have done some events for milestones, and I completely forgot about it. So for an awkward 1.6 million views and 17k collections milestone crossed along with being number 4 in Power Stones across the entire site, which includes the actual original novels from the novels page, which is insane. Taking inspiration of another author, we'll have a small Q&A that'll be posted tomorrow cause Thursday is a rest day. Ask any questions in this specific paragraph, whether it's questions about the fic and characters or just questions about my work and myself, and I'll pick a few to answer. Have a great day and thanks for reading. 3,000 horsepower, complete. 6,000 horsepower, not complete. 8,000 horsepower, not unlocked. Chapter 35, Special Chap. 2,585 words. I feel like I say this multiple times, but I really don't think my writing is like, top tier. Personally think there are a lot of other writers who do better than I. If I had to rank myself, it'd be like, middle tier. However, I feel like I am a case of right place right time, and followed that momentum and had a fic that somehow seemed to scratch all of y'all's itches, and I am eternally grateful to all of my lovely readers. Like, in comparison to my chap length or even the number of chapters, it's actually so popular it's kind of mind-boggling to me. 1.7 M. And 17k collections. Excuse me? Hello? Also, I enjoy reading every comment every one of you guys write, whether it be weird, funny, or confused, and it makes me very happy, so keep 'em coming. I will try to answer as many questions this time as possible, so it might be longer than most chaps, unfortunately. Additionally, there'll be short character profiles for notable characters and fun facts just for the occasion. The format is below. Name. Question. Question here. A. Answer here. Without further ado, let's begin. Arkham Prisoner for 25? Question. 1. So how do you write? Like, do you have a certain vision that you are following? 2. Are you right on the fly? 3. What is the average word count of the chapters? 4. How long does it take you to write? A. 1. I have a habit of daydreaming throughout the day where I think of all sorts of scenarios, and when I find one that fits, I write using that as a basis. The only vision I've been having recently is Nejaya summoning Ishun like Mahoriga and Ishun Aura farming. 2. There are some specific events I want to write, but for the in-between scenes, I daydream them into existence. 3. I try to have my word count above 1,000 words cause for digit seem clean enough, and since I mostly write on the spot, it's hard for me to write long chaps. 4. Takes me around 1 to 3 hours to write a chapter cause I type with only my middle and pointer finger and I got too used to it to just switch. Earnestly. Question. 1. Are you making sure to stay healthy? We appreciate your novel and we would love for it to continue. So please keep yourself fed and well exercised. Make sure to drink water too. God bless you, bro. A. I'd say I'm pretty healthy. I don't know much about the exercising part, stopped cause the gym is too far now, but I'd say I'm well fed despite eating 1 meal a day. I do try to keep myself healthy cause getting sick in college is a pain in the ass. God bless you too. Not a side character? Question. Question, will be Ishun capable of reaching the equivalent of a level 5 or 6? A. A level 5, definitely. But if you're asking about level 6 in Toaru terms, absolute ability, I can only say that there is a possibility. Snow Rose. Question. Question, happy person raising one hand, light skin tone emoji modifier ##, what is a question? JK top 3 fave anime? If not anime, can do novels or movies or whatevs. A. I don't watch movies much, so I'll just do a top 3 anime and manga and novels or web novels. Anime, Sword Art Online, everything from S1 Realization, War of Underworld and the progressive and ordinal scale movies, Gurren Lagann and Grand Blue. Manga, Manaka Hearttune, a Jin, science fell in love, so I tried to prove it. Novels, web novels, Overgeared, The Academy's Genius Blinker, Sole Object Story. Ratman. Question. 1. Have you written other stories? 2. Also got any recommendations for other stories on web novel? A. 1. Nah, this my first real fic I ever committed to. 2. I actually haven't read much on web novel recently with the exception of the more popular ones RN you've probably already read. Maybe. Shadow Slave, Thera? Lewd_reader_123. Question. Can we get more Nejayapov chapters? A. I can only say I'm planning on more Nejaya POV when she enrolls into U.A, which is saying a lot now that I think about it. green_lazy1. Question. First of all, I want to clarify that I don't speak English, and I haven't seen the Toaru Majutsu Index series. 1. So, my question is, technically, can Ishan teleport to another timeline with enough information and stamina? 2. Or with enough perception, can he have the ability to manipulate matter? A. 1. Different timelines is a whole branch of pseudoscience I can't even begin to bullshit through cause him stupid asf, so no. I also dislike sudden multiverse fix if it wasn't specified in the synopsis, so no to that too. 2. Perhaps in the future it's possible. _Northstar_. Question. Release schedule, or is this gonna be a whenever I feel like it fic? A. Every Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 12 p.m. Beijing time, and Saturdays and Sundays at the same time if Power Stone goals are hit. This week is an exception, cause it's my sibling's birthday. Pratik_Baronwall. Question. When will the time skip happen? Like, when will Ishan go to UA? A. I haven't decided. There's multiple canon events that I will put in before UA. Mini time skips will happen pretty frequently before UA though. I heavily underestimated how much I wanted to write pre-UA. Big Chungas 10? Question. What are some powers or abilities Shan is gonna have in the future? E.G. Energy Blast, Healing, etc. A. Can't say too much without spoiling, but a pseudoscience move I'm planning to add includes the Pauli exclusion principle if you're curious. AZ0. Question. Who do you think will win? Who has more potential? Ishan or the MC of Ma, Gamma? A. I find it funny how we're now power scaling Ma fanfic MCS. Don't particularly like comparing different fics, but from an objective POV, Rio is definitely higher scaling in Blast. Widespread DMG like man is an amalgamation of nuclear bombs into one guy, like what? Ishan has the utility, maybe, though, so who knows. I feel like depending on whether Ishan could kill Rio without caring about their surroundings, then maybe. Depends on who can pseudoscience better. Demonic Dragon 21. Question. Can he still cover over 2 kilometers if he extends his domain like he was doing before to stop criminals? A. Yep. No issues with close density normally. Newfound. Question. How do you write the CH and character? Because I have tried to write a few fic but it came out bland. I even tried to use GPT and the story got even worse, so I paused writing. A. That's a pretty broad question to ask. I'm not a language teacher and I even got a C in my language course, so I can't say much about that. However, if you put in love and investment into a character you create and a world you enjoy, as long as you, the author, enjoys it, right? GPT isn't good for writing cause they have a skewed view. Also, I don't recommend depending on AI cause it low-key cripples creativity. But the more you write the better you get, so, row fight the power. Poyopio, and Apotheosis 24. Question. 1. Poyopio, since no one is man enough to ask the real question, I will. Who is your favorite girl in MHA? 2. Apotheosis 24, no one is asking the real questions. What your top 10 waifus in MHA? I want it in order. Uwabami better be on this list. A. This is so hard of a question, cause Horikoshi is so good at drawing and making good girls in MHA, even if he barely develops them half the time. Nejaya is best girl. 1. Heido Nejaya. 2. Hagakure Toru. 3. Burn-In. 4. Midnight, MHA, Vigilantes warmed me up to her character so hard ICL. 5. Stars and Stripes. 6. Kodai Yui. 7. Lady Nagant. 8. Uwabami. 9. Mount Lady. 10. Mandalay. Though I love most of the girl cast in MHA regardless of this list, and was sad to see most of them got sidelined so hard, so I'll try not to make it happen in my own fic. Venus_Campbell. Question. All for One can't find out who he is from this, right? A. Nope. Yurim. Question. Who is your favorite Toaru waifu and why is it Kuroko? A. Unfortunately for you it isn't Kuroko. It was me. Shokuhu Misoki. Kamadeus? Question. Hi, when will you update your Fate fic? A. I'm kind of in a rut on that fic cause most of it's original, so planning to update it when I have more time to think about the world building. Star Sword 1. Question. I have a question, is this your hobby, and if it is, what is your job or are you studying? Sorry for the personal question, smiling face with open mouth and cold sweat. A. This is indeed a hobby and I'm a professional college student. A clueless college student with no IRL friends but a college student nonetheless. Cognitive science major. Raphael_KP. Question. What is your type of woman? A. Someone who shares my hobbies and is just as lazy as I am. Joes_VN waiver. Question. Which character would you say could compare with Ishan by the time he gets to UA? Teacher, student, pro, villain, anyone? A. Stars and Stripes with her broken-ass quirk. Aurora Flower 30303. Question. Will this fanfic end soon? A. I certainly hope not. Aeon_06. Question. Will you introduce the multiverse? With a spatial quirk like his he could theoretically achieve the feat of traveling to other anime worlds. A. Ha ha. No. If I didn't say anything regarding the multiverse, then it won't be a thing. Samat_senpai. Question. 1. Who? Just one FL, right? No harem. 2. And if you have an idea of how many chapters this novel will have? A. 1. Yes, no plans to do a harem. 2. I know most of the time when people do this stuff and promise chap since it low-key never happens, but at the rate this fic is going, probably 200 plus. Bob685014. Question. When shall the harem petition pass? A. Probably never. Rokis LT. Question. Boobs or ass? A. Ass. Kaizu XI. Question. 1. How far ahead have you planned the story? 2. Do you already know how you want this to end? A. 1. Relatively far. 2. Somewhat. Reinhard_Van_Stree. Question. 1. What will his hero costume be like? 2. And when do you think his reaction time will be enough to avoid being hit by enemies with speed similar to All Might's? A. 1. Haven't decided, but the theme will be geometric shapes and iridescent colors. 2. Unless All Might can cross a distance of 2 kilometers in under 0.1 seconds, Islan can't get hit. Conrad_guess? Question. Can he teleport Mirio while he is intangible? A. Who knows? Maybe it'll be answered in the future? Max75? Question. Will he be like the goat in UA, to hide his broken abilities? A. Islan only does the bare minimum to avoid trouble, so who knows, for now. Zumvanum. Question. When's he going to add his quirk into his power and entirely remove the need to have a quirk? Cause, as you keep showing, AFO is interested in his ability. A. I'ma be so honest, I don't know what you're asking, but teleportation isn't Ishan's quirk. His omniscient domain pultricognition is his quirk. S for 2s. Question. Would you adopt me? A. Hell yeah. Love cats. If you're asking about the cat from solo farming in the tower, I'ma also give that a yes. Fun facts about the Shunkan family. 1. If you couldn't tell already, Ishan's name isn't creative. It's literally Shunkan, and Ishan. Shunkan means a moment, and Ishan means an instant. 2. I originally planned his first name to be Setsuna, which meant a moment. However, even if it used different kanji, it overlapped with Tokuj Setsuna, so I scrapped it. It was why Tokuj Setsuna was in the early chaps as a kind of inside joke for myself even if I didn't do much with her yet. 3. Additionally, I could have just used Shun, but that sounded way too generic of a name. Additionally, I also could have used Edo, for Shunkan Edo, but Edo didn't sound like a name. 4. Kako, he means the past, which is why she has retrocognition, and Genzai means the present, which is why he has hypercognition. 5. Additionally, another candidate for Ishan's name was Mirai, but it was already taken by Night-Eye. 6. Also, Night-Eye isn't related to the Shunkan family in any way. How their quirks work are fundamentally different anyways. Additional fun facts about myself, if you're curious. 1. 100% of the plot and stuff I come up with are daydreamed into existence when I listen to music and walk to my lectures and back cause I'm so far from the lecture halls for some reason. 2. It sounds cringe of me to say this, but I have a separate playlist full of those aura farming or edit songs just to daydream it better. 3. I enjoy slice of life a lot, my fave genre, but sometimes, the slice of life gets a little too slice of life to the point where I can't slice of life it much anymore. I read Watakoi and to the most recent Tonikawa chaps in one sitting cause it was so peak, but Chinese web novels where I'm reading someone slow as career from being poor to somewhat rich is too slow for me. 4. I actually don't have much of an opinion on harem as a genre. If it's good I'll have fun reading it like Manaka Heart Tune, peak. But if there's like no development on any character at all and they all seem to fall in love for seemingly no reason, I'd rather not. A 50-50th genre for me. 5. I'm naturally bad with computers and electronics. I like to think of myself as someone who's somewhat well informed, but I feel like in my efforts to do so it goes to shit. Recently I had trouble with my laptop for a while and discovered that I hadn't updated any drivers for the past 2 years. Another was when I realized 3 years after building my PC that I downloaded Windows on my HDD instead of my SSD, and I was blaming the wrong thing the entire time. 6. I dislike reading overtly angsty philosophical deep works of media. I feel like back then I interacted with the media and I do remember myself enjoying them after I read them. But I feel like most of the time I'm too dumb to understand the deepness half the time. Some people might have a trauma boner for characters, but I am not one of them. 7. I get sidetracked really easily. I could be researching quantum physics for Ishan's quirk 1 second, and the next start watching a 30-minute video on M-theory. 8. The earbuds I use for my computer are 2-year-old airplane earbuds when I first came to college to study. They're breaking apart but they still play audio, so A. 9. Also, I want to say that I don't use bots. I don't know myself why this fic is so popular. That should be everything. Hope you enjoyed the special chap. Your Friday chap will be released TMR. Thanks for all the amazing support. Chapter 36, Pre-Adolescence. 1,105 words. While on the train ride home from central Tokyo to Ishan's house, it was uncharacteristically quiet. Well, mainly because they were on a subway, and even Nejaya knew better than to be loud there. Genzai, however, was watching the news on his phone with a complex expression. The stations were barely able to get even a snippet of the Sky Egg Stasis incident, but there was footage of people suddenly being teleported onto the surface near reporters. Genzai was fully aware of his son's abilities. He was also fully aware of how intelligent his son was. Genzai and Kako were relatively lax parents, though that mentality mostly came from raising a child who seemed capable of raising himself. Ishan hadn't thrown tantrums as a child. When he went to school, he always had the highest grades. He was respectful, did chores, and helped clean without needing to be prompted. All in all, with the exception of his withdrawn personality, Ishan could be considered what most parents called a perfect child. Even if Ishan's personality was a bit eccentric. Genzai had also seen how easily Ishan defeated the monster during their Akita vacation. He didn't know many spatial-type quirk users besides Ishan, but the teleportation shown in the footage was identical to how Ishan did it. No charge-up, visual indicator, nothing. One moment, no one was there and the next, they were. Shunkoan probably had a good reason for doing this. He didn't. Nejaya just asked so he did. Nejaya had already gotten permission from her parents to stay over for the weekend, so when they arrived, she took a bath first as the guest. Once Nejaya was gone, Genzai and Ishan were finally able to talk. Was the person behind the Sky Egg Stasis you, Shunkoan? In contrast to Genzai's solemn tone, Ishan didn't see any reason to hide it. Anyone familiar with his teleportation could make the same deduction. Spatial-type quirks were rare, after all. Yeah. I did it, Ishan said plainly. I'm not lying, and I won't deny it. Ishan shrugged. Genzai was momentarily disoriented by the immediate admission, but then he shook his head and chuckled in exasperation. Of course. This is just how my son is. Shunkoan, Genzai said, why do you want to become a hero? Wow, coming out of left field, Ishan thought, before giving the first answer that came to mind. Because Nejaya said we should be heroes. Just get married already, Genzai inwardly complained. This old man's going to get diabetes. That can't be your only reason. Genzai looked at Ishan's unchanged expression, confusion creeping in. Right. Dad, no offense, Ishan said, raising an eyebrow, but I'm like 10 years old. Do you really expect me to have some deep, well-thought-out reason? He paused. Let's just say I'm in it for the money. It really is hard to lecture you, Shunkoan, Genzai said, shaking his head with a tired smile. Then why did you protect everyone at the Sky Egg? Again, because Nejaya asked me to save everyone. Kako really should have been here to hear this. Genzai sighed. Well, as long as you understand your own motivations, I guess that's fine. Then he added, quietly, just know that I'll always be on your side. Thanks, Dad. And don't get caught. Nezu hummed as he studied the information in front of him. Who would have thought that just as I was dreading the tediousness of finding Blink, information like this would fall into my lap? The computer file contained profiles of everyone who had attended Captain Celebrity's farewell event. Normally, the population density in Blink's known area of operation was far smaller than the number of people present during the Sky Egg Stasis incident. This, however, was the first time Nezu could properly observe the scope of Blink's true abilities. By comparing Blink's usual operational range with the individuals present in and around the Sky Egg, Nezu could begin narrowing down suspects. All of this, of course, rested on the assumption that Blink had to be within a certain range of their operation to use their quirk. If it turned out that Blink didn't have such a limitation, then while tracking them would become far more difficult, their threat level would increase dramatically. Well then, Nezu said, smiling faintly, let's start with the most obvious step. Filtering the list down to individuals who were still students and had residences in Musutafu, the pool of suspects shrank once again. After isolating the prime candidates, however, the problem remained the same. Catching someone who could teleport without moving themselves was nearly impossible. They would have to hope the suspect teleported personally, and that it was caught on camera. Though there was one hero better suited than most to detect teleportation. Elsewhere, other hero agencies were also examining the Sky Egg Stasis incident. After all, it was the largest recorded instance of illegal quirk usage/vigilantism in recent history. While some agencies were reluctant to investigate someone who had effectively acted as an unknown ally, others were being pushed by the Hero Public Safety Commission. In their view, leaving a rogue spatial-type quirk user with overwhelming power unchecked was unacceptable. Most heroes refused. Some chose to look the other way. Others simply couldn't help due to their specializations. Mako was an example of both. If the unknown individual had saved her, and hadn't made a show of it, then fine. She wasn't about to chase ghosts. Besides, she'd been one of the heroes completely immobilized during the incident. What the hell did the HPSC want her to do? She didn't even run an agency, and she certainly wasn't specialized in tracking. So despite her high ranking, she ignored the HPSC's request. Uwabami was much the same. She'd been immobilized as well, and investigative work wasn't her forte. She opted out, citing exactly that. Surprisingly, most heroes followed the same line of thinking. While emitter quirks and sometimes transformation quirks could do something, when they remembered that feeling of helplessness when being stuck, most thought it was wise to not poke the tiger if it was feigning sleep. Maybe if the person behind the incident did more than unauthorized quirk usage, they'd intervene. But for now, it was better to just not disturb the sleeping tiger. I finally have 5 advanced chaps on my Patreon. My days, it took longer than I thought. P at TR30N at Cyprus. Also, all of you guys are really motivated, cause it's amazing looking at the differences in power stone count. 3,000 horsepower, complete. 6,000 horsepower, complete. 8,000 horsepower, not complete. Chapter 37, Pre-Adolescence. 1,474 words. Shunchan. Nejaya sat on Ishan's bed, her legs folded into a W, already changed into her pajamas. Ishan replied without turning around, eyes still on his computer screen. I really wanted to ask you about today, Nejaya continued, popping to her feet on the mattress and pointing accusingly at him, and I even held it in all the way until we got home. But here you are, just typing and typing on your computer. Using her quirk, Nejaya floated over and lightly landed on Ishan's shoulders, leaning down so her face was right next to his, covering Ishan's view of the computer screen. Her cheeks were puffed out in an exaggerated pout. She'd held it in on the subway ride back to Ishan's house. She'd held it in during dinner, too. I had a flash of inspiration, Ishan said calmly. I know your memory is perfect. Nejaya shot back. I know you inside and out, Shunchan. So let's do something. Yeah. Ishan stood up, Nejaya still perched on his shoulders. They were around the same height now, though Nejaya was still a few centimeters taller, which made the whole thing look a little ridiculous. Still, Ishan had trained with her plenty before the move, he was more than strong enough to support her weight. Never underestimate baseline human strength in the My Hero Academia world. At this point, they were practically low-tier super strength holders. What did you want to ask? Ishan said, adjusting her so she wouldn't slip. How strong are you, Shunchan? Nejaya smiled. Finally. Shunchan was going to give her some answers. That's subjective. A clear answer. Nejaya protested, pouting again. She almost grabbed his hair in frustration, but instead redirected her energy into loosely braiding it. Ishan hummed. Dare I say? I'm the strongest. He was joking. Nejaya nodded along anyway. I thought so. What's with all this glazing? Ishan drawled. So? What do you actually want to do? Well. Nejaya perked up. Since we're both gonna be heroes someday, let's think of cool hero costumes and names. Yes, milady, Ishan replied dryly, teleporting his school notebook into his hand. Honestly, when else was he going to use it other than drawing at this point? He teleported 2 cushions onto the floor, carefully setting Nejaya down before sitting beside her himself. A pencil appeared in his fingers. Ishan flipped open the notebook to the first page. It was filled with his earliest drawing of Hagakure Toru, her excited expression somehow captured perfectly, even on paper. Oh. You told me about her. Nejaya said eagerly. Her quirk was invisibility. She trailed off. As Ishan moved to turn the page, Nejaya stopped him, staring at the drawing with narrowed eyes. Wait, hold on. Shanchan, how can you see her if she's invisible? Math. Nejaya tilted her head. But your quirk is teleportation. No, it's math. Really? Yeah. Then how do you do all that stuff? Ishan raised an eyebrow. Do you really want me to explain? Nejaya, being a curious child, had actually asked how Ishan's teleportation worked already a few times before. And every single time Ishan started talking about M-theory and higher dimensions, her brain had short-circuited completely. Nejaya laughed awkwardly, quickly flipping the page like the question had never existed. There were more drawings of Toru, posing, smiling, clearly aware she was being sketched. You really like drawing her, who? Nejaya said quietly. If you were invisible your entire life, Ishan replied with a sigh, and then met someone who could see you, wouldn't you ask them to draw you? Nejaya paused. Then draw me too, she declared, clutching the notebook. Now that she thought about it, Shanchan barely drew anything back then other than on the paper cups. So he should at least draw her a few times. What, jealous? Ishan teased. What happened to costumes? You can just draw me in a costume. Real slick, dodging my question, Ishan muttered, but he still turned the page and lowered his pencil. So. Any ideas? Nejaya went silent. If you don't answer in 10 seconds, I'm closing the notebook and we're doing something else. Wait. Nejaya grabbed his arm. 10 seconds is too short. 10. What? She started shaking him furiously, as if that might stop the countdown. Spoiler alert, it didn't. 9. 8. Blueberry vanilla. Nejaya blurted. Ishan paused. Then nodded. Sure. Nejaya immediately stopped shaking him and slumped back in relief. Phew. So, ice cream themed? Ishan asked. He began sketching. When Nejaya peeked down, she saw herself inside a full-body ice cream mascot costume, everything fully covered except her face, like something you'd see at a kid's birthday party. Not this kind of ice cream themed. Nejaya whined. Still, she didn't have the heart to protest too hard. Somehow, despite how silly it should have looked, Ishan had made it oddly endearing. Hair. Ishan snorted quietly and kept drawing. Oh. I also want some spirals in it too. Nejaya held her palm up, releasing a small burst of her wave motion, showing up as a small yellow spiral coming out from her palms. Your quirk still makes no sense to me, Ishan mused, watching it. While Ishan's teleportation may not make sense to most people, it in essence allowed events to happen through mathematical calculations that were merely processed through his personal reality to make the calculation into reality. So Ishan's teleportation at its core was purely physics-based. Of course, Ishan did try to explain, but Nejaya was a little too smooth-minded to understand. Wave motion, though, even if it was more logical than most emitter quirks, the energy conversion from energy to power baffled him. Nejaya's wave motion basically used her vitality in order to disperse blast waves throughout any point on her body, it was just that Nejaya habitually dispersed it from her palms or the soles of her feet. Her blast wave was basically on the same concept of creating a pressure disturbance only within the spiral that Nejaya produced. Ishan didn't know why the speed of the blast wave was so slow, because blast waves were technically supposed to be supersonic, but as mentioned earlier, quirks made no sense. The only consistent thing Ishan had noticed was that the energy naturally formed spirals. Ishan theorized that it was just how the thing that made up that energy blast naturally expelled itself in a spiral. And the fuel that Nejaya had told him that her quirk used could only realistically be ATP, or adenosine triphosphate, the compound which gave humans energy. It could be seen that Nejaya was similar to a battery, with the charge being ATP. The less of her quirk she used, the slower the energy was used. If she bottomed out, like any normal person who had no ATP, her cells would cease to function, which would result in death. Ishan didn't want to see Nejaya die. So being able to replenish her energy at all times was necessary. As he began sketching spiral-shaped support gear concepts in the margins, Nejaya leaned over. Shunchan, you can make support gear too. With enough time, even a monkey can type Hamlet, Ishan replied. What does that mean? It means that with infinite time, I can theoretically do anything. Oh. Nejaya nodded seriously. That makes sense. She definitely didn't understand. Then she brightened again. Hey! We should think about your hero costume too. Why? Ishan asked flatly. There's still, 5 years until high school. Nejaya just poked his cheek. Obviously, she said, smiling, so we can match. 8N, I feel like my sole talent is to make cozy scenes like this. Also, I know Nejaya only learned how to fly during her time at UA, but all I'm going to say is that she has a very good friend who lets her do practically anything without any stakes cause he'll save her. If she didn't, she would probably get hurt once and be banned from flying by her parents till she gets older. How are we even getting so much power stones? This might be my first time seeing 9k power stones during my time on this site. I'm regretting not signing up for Fanfic Fiesta when I had the chance. 8N, also, I am super duper ultra happy that I now have a Discord with the help of one of my Patreon readers. It's kind of bare bones RN, so it might take a while for the roles to take place, but I'd be really happy if you joined and talked around. https://discord.gg/cypress. If you want to just copy and paste it without all the trouble of typing it out, you can just copy it in the description of the fic cause I put it there. 3000 horsepower, complete. 6000 horsepower, complete. 8000 horsepower, complete. Chapter 38, Pre-Adolescence. 1303 words. So we can match, who? Ishan hummed. Yeah. Aren't we going to be a 2-person team? Nejaya nodded excitedly. You promised. I guess we can come up with some ideas then, Ishan relented. But only after we finish your costume first. Nejaya nodded quickly, smiling the whole time. Okay. Hey. Shunkan-kun. Toru asked during lunch, peering at Ishan's notebook. Who's this girl? She pointed at one of his drafts of Nejaya in costume. Ishan already had the boring T-pose version fully mapped out in his head. Since Nejaya probably wouldn't want to see herself standing stiffly like a mannequin, he'd drawn her in a dynamic pose instead, mid-flight, hair trailing behind her. It's the friend I was telling you about, Ishan replied, taking a bite of his lunch. Is she trying to be a hero? Toru asked. Yeah. She's already in middle school, Ishan said. Then, are you going to try to be a hero too? Toru asked offhandedly, her eyes drifting to the notes about Nejaya's support gear. Ishan had written everything down in simple terms so Nejaya could understand it. As a result, even Toru could easily follow how each piece of equipment worked. Toru was good at reading the room and picking up on social cues, so it was no surprise that despite being a transfer student, she became friends with the girls in her class almost immediately. She also wanted to enroll in UA and become a hero, but compared to some of the other girls, whose quirks were more obviously combat-oriented and were more flashy, Toru found it awkward to openly say so. That awareness was what separated Toru from Nejaya. Toru naturally considered how others might see her and adjusted herself accordingly. Nejaya, on the other hand, didn't have much awareness of that sort of thing, at least not until Ishan pointed it out. Even then, she mostly acted on her own feelings and Ishan's advice. Still, Toru felt like Ishan simply didn't care whether she had dreams of her own. That intuition wasn't wrong. Ishan disliked gossip and rarely talked enough with anyone to even start it. He barely ever pried and didn't feel the need to comment on things that weren't directly put in front of him. Well, I guess so. Ishan shrugged, taking a sip of his miso soup. Then, Toru hesitated again. Would it be weird to want to be a hero? Toru wasn't sure why, but looking at Ishan's plain expression, like nothing she said would change how he saw her, made her want to say what she honestly felt. It was the same feeling she'd had when she asked him what she looked like. No. Ishan shook his head immediately. Heroes are undeniably popular in children's entertainment. It's only natural for kids to want to become one. Aren't you also a kid? Toru thought, but she continued. But isn't it weird to only have invisibility and still want to be a hero? Instead of reassurance, Ishan's blunt, matter-of-fact answer only made Toru feel more confused, like she'd been overthinking the problem from the start. He did it often, making her doubt the worries she'd built up in her head with a common-sense bomb. Then let me ask you this, Ishan said. Why do you want to become a hero? It was a question that could be hard or easy, depending on the person. Regardless of whether it was reasonable or not, it was still a question with an answer. Toru hesitated before answering. Because it's cool. Is that really the reason? I don't know, Toru admitted, fidgeting with her sleeves. I guess it's weird that I want to be a hero without having a real reason. Ishan shook his head. It's not weird. People do things without a reason all the time. Though I don't know why I'm giving such a philosophical lesson to a kid when I don't even have much of a reason to be a hero either. You might not get this yet, Hagakure, Ishan continued, but sometimes the choices you make without a reason end up being the most meaningful ones. Maybe he was talking about himself, too. He raised an apple and took a bite before finishing his thought. If you want to be a hero, then be one, Ishan shrugged. Who cares if people think it's weird? Just don't give up halfway. Toru paused, letting his words sink in. I guess you're right. I know I'm right. A tick mark practically appeared on Toru's face. What a mood killer. She went back to eating, lost in thought. Nezu studied the screen thoughtfully. I seem to have overlooked a crucial issue due to my enthusiasm. He had been sidetracked by the existence of such a powerful spatial-type quirk user, subconsciously linking the Musutafo vigilante activities and the Sky Egg Stasis incident to the same individual. Statistically, it was extremely unlikely for two spatial-type quirk users with such exaggerated capabilities to appear so close together in time. His instincts had made the connection automatically. That didn't mean it was impossible. Still, if the method by narrowing down suspects by comparing the people within each area didn't come out to anything, it wasn't too bad. While the existence of two overpowered spatial-type quirks would be troublesome, Nezu believed that even if it was possible it was unlikely. However, the most important thing Nezu hadn't considered was how to convince this student to do anything at all. Blink's quirk registration obviously would contain no mention of teleportation, otherwise, this investigation would have ended in a single day. Which meant either teleportation was only a sub-aspect of his quirk, or he could use it well enough to mimic other abilities and had deliberately registered false information. Identifying the culprit behind the Sky Egg Stasis incident and the Musutafo vigilante was only a matter of time. But there was a different issue entirely. How were they supposed to catch him doing anything? The culprit could simply deny involvement, and without concrete evidence beyond vague circumstantial details like location overlap and quirk similarity, it wouldn't be enough to justify an arrest. That meant that Nezu couldn't just kindly convince them to go to UA and be a hero. Catching them on camera was just as unlikely. Might as well identify them first and decide what to do after. If the student was engaging in vigilantism, then deep down, they probably wanted to be a hero, didn't they? 8N, I feel like MHA is a good world to go in depth about the belief of heroism and why some people become a hero. Or rather, why anyone would go out of their way to save and protect people at the expense of their own safety in a suitable environment. While in modern society this theme and reasoning can be seen in some jobs like firefighting, police, etc., in a fictional world like MHA where all of these jobs are combined into one, where heroism can be a theme behind joining, it's a good area to explore personal motives in my opinion. Though IDKY am hyperanalyzing MHA. It's just an interesting universe when it comes to the theme of heroism in a human society. 5 advanced chaps on Patreon, at Cyprus. If you want to talk to me, then the Discord link is in the description of the fanfic. Also, just a disclaimer, and I'm pretty sure I explained this in the author's notes in an older chap, but the Power Stone goals for this week affect the next week's extra chaps. So this weekend we'll only have 2 since it's from last week. And for next weekend we'll have 3 extra chaps because you guys smashed the PS goals. 3,500 horsepower, not complete. 7,000 horsepower, not complete. Chapter 39, Pre-Adolescence. 1,106 words. As the bell rang to signal the end of school, Ishan started to stand, only to be stopped by Toru. Shunken-kun. Yeah? Do you really think I can be a hero? Ishan paused, then sighed internally. She already asked me this earlier. Still, he nodded. I mean, if she was able to get into Class 1A in the original story, then nothing's stopping her. Yeah. Why? Nothing. Just wanted to ask. Toru smiled faintly, then added, are you going to try and be a hero? HM? Obviously. Ishan tilted his head. Are you still doubting yourself? He raised an eyebrow. Toru fell quiet. Even without seeing her face, Ishan could tell she was hesitating. What's with all this overthinking? Aren't you only in 5th grade? He exhaled. Then don't believe in yourself, Hagakure. Who? Toru tilted her head, confused. Then what was all that stuff you said earlier supposed to mean? Believe in the me that believes in you, Ishan said flatly. After all, I'm the strongest. Toru froze, then raised a hand to her mouth. Phut, what's that supposed to mean? She giggled. The strongest is obviously All Might. Sure. Ishan shrugged and grabbed his backpack. Either way, I don't like answering the same question twice, so don't ask again. Thanks, Shunken-kun, Toru mumbled. No problem. See you. MHM. See you tomorrow. Enough time has passed. Just kidding. Only a few weeks passed. Ishan hung his backpack on the hook beside his desk. Good morning. Morning, Shunken-kun. Ever since that conversation, Toru seemed a little more confident. At least, she didn't seem to be embarrassed to tell her dreams to her friends from what Ishan could tell. It was good that she seemed a little happier. Ishan didn't know when he developed a soft spot for energetic people, but seeing Toru like this wasn't bad. As he sat down, he immediately winced. This was a mistake. It had been a while since Ishan had exercised seriously. Part of it was because he hated working out. The other part was because Nejaya was way too enthusiastic about it. Recently, she'd started hounding him non-stop to train again, and after enough pestering, Ishan agreed. Since there weren't any places nearby to learn at Nejaya's place, and signing up for another felt like a waste of money, Ishan just decided to just leave working out to themselves. He already had enough knowledge of anatomy and science to get a sports science degree, so it wasn't like they were going to get hurt accidentally. He'd even learned a new skill after a few days of experimenting. Artificially creating microtears in his muscles so he could technically get stronger muscles without ever exercising. Naturally, Ishan preferred that method. Nejaya, on the other hand, absolutely did not. Rather, unlike Ishan, who was fine just not being fat enough to not hate himself, Nejaya's entire quirk was based on her stamina and energy. Ishan, who couldn't even zoom enough to see let alone manipulate atoms yet, couldn't artificially increase Nejaya's ATP count. So instead came running, cardio, and an egregious amount of laps. And Nejaya, being Nejaya, refused to train without her promised partner. Thanks to the influence of her new friends, she'd also started coming up with increasingly dramatic ways to call for him. Her current favorite was, I choose you. Shun-chan. Ishan didn't lie to Nejaya for no reason, so when Nejaya asked the best way to build stamina, Ishan naturally delivered. He regretted it deeply. I fucking hate cardio. Ishan inwardly cursed, massaging his calves under the desk. You okay, Shunken-kun? Toru asked, watching him. No. I am currently in excruciating pain. Ishan replied evenly. Of course I'm in pain. You're not blind, are you? Hey! I was just trying to be nice. Toru crossed her arms in indignation. Is that so? Then I apologize. Ishan bowed to Toru in apology. You don't have to be that serious about it. Then I take my apology back. Ishan straightened up, getting comfortable in his seat, so he wasn't in a position where his ass was hurting every second. Huh? Toru blinked in confusion at the sudden change in tone, before realizing that Ishan was playing her the entire time. What's that supposed to mean? Toru slammed her desk in frustration. The two girls sitting in front of them glanced back, then immediately turned around once they realized it was just the usual. After a few weeks of interaction, Ishan had learned one thing: Toru's reactions were very entertaining. From Toru's perspective, being friends with Ishan was both fun and extremely annoying at the same time. So, why are you sore? Oh wait, don't answer that. Toru stopped herself, eyeing Ishan's expression. Rather, Toru had already asked this question multiple times before, it was just a habit to ask why. You were exercising again, wait, don't answer that either. She thought hard, trying to avoid another obvious comeback. Then her face lit up. You're totally doomed. We have PE today. She crossed her arms smugly. Says the person who wants to be a hero and hasn't trained at all yet other than PE. That wiped the smug look right off Toru. Ishan could see heat rising to her face. I mean. Ring. Toru visibly relaxed in relief. Ishan leaned closer and whispered, you know I can still see you, right? She turned toward him and shot him a very threatening glare. Stop dodging. Toru shouted, lunging at Ishan and aiming straight for his sore muscles. Why would I? Ishan replied, sidestepping easily. How are you dodging so perfectly? Toru complained, after trying again. Math. KGH. Toru grit her teeth, before trying again, but before she could move, she was called out. Hagakure. Are you messing around again? The P.E teacher shouted, which got Toru to stiffen. Ishan, of course, made it worse. You know, for someone who's invisible, you sure get caught a lot. Her face heated up. Then. Ishan froze, cursing internally. I'm cooked. All right. Partner up with your seatmate, the teacher clapped. We're stretching before we run laps. Toru's expression immediately brightened. She completely forgot about the stretching. Stretching meant contact. She walked up to Ishan and placed a hand on his shoulder. Mercy. Toru smiled. Not a chance. Age N, I think I just like writing the bubbly types. Also, just to reiterate, this is single fluid. I'm probably going to do if stories if I ever finish the fic though, so if the girl you chose doesn't win, she probably will in another universe. Also new MHA fanfic out. 3,500 horsepower, not complete. 7,000 horsepower, not unlocked. Chapter 40, Pre-Adolescence. 1,312 words. Hey Shunkan-kun. Toru poked Ishan's shoulder. I will have vengeance, Ishan muttered, massaging his calves after the stretching session. What? Do you train with your friend every day? Unfortunately, yes. Ishan raised an eyebrow. Why? Are you finally going to lock in? Toru looked away awkwardly. Maybe. Good for you. Ishan started jogging, and Toru quickly matched his pace. So. Shunkan-kun, Toru said after a moment, would you say you're pretty experienced with exercising? After all, her quirk didn't boost her stamina or strength in any way. If Ishan had been training for this long, then he had to know what he was doing, right? She had to keep up somehow. I'd say so. Ishan had a bad feeling about this. Then. Toru clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture. Please teach me your ways, Shusho. Ishan shot her a look. Huh? You heard me. Shusho. Toru said, eyes sparkling with excitement. What are you even yapping about? Ishan sighed. I never agreed to anything. I'm a busy man. Didn't I say earlier that I train with a friend every day? Don't you have the power of math? Toru shot back. You said it was all powerful. When I said. Are you a liar, Shusho? Toru smirked, clearly thinking she had him cornered. Why is this girl calling me Shusho when I haven't even agreed to anything? Ishan couldn't help but feel a bit incredulous. Also, is she trying to rage bait me? Rage bait at that level doesn't work on me, Ishan said flatly after a brief pause. Darn. Toru pouted. Is there really no way, Shusho? And don't call me that. Why not, Shusho? Toru tilted her head, putting on an exaggeratedly innocent expression. Ishan glanced at Toru, pausing for a moment, before sighing. I can't do it for free. Really? Toru's face lit up, then she hesitated. What do you need, Shusho? He hadn't thought this through. How about 50% of all your future earnings? Even I know that's a horrible deal, Shusho, Toru said immediately. Smarter than I thought. Ishan nodded. What's that supposed to mean? Toru pouted, clenching her fists and waving them in front of him. I said what I said. Ishan shrugged, then continued before she could fire back. Fine. Then get me ice cream once a week. Ice cream. Toru blinked. Shisho, you like sweet things. This was the first she'd heard of that. Ishan nodded once. Toru thought it over for a few seconds, then grinned. Okay. So when do we start, Shisho? Tomorrow morning. I regret everything. Toru was on her knees, breathing heavily, sweat dripping down from her invisible neck. Well, unfortunately, it's too late to regret it now, Ishan said, sitting down on a nearby swing with ice cream in hand. He raised his hand, then lowered a finger. I asked your parents, and they enthusiastically agreed. Actually, they were practically begging me to make you exercise. He lowered another finger, taking a bite of his blueberry ice cream. I know your address, so I can just wait for you outside. Another finger lowered. When I said I might be able to help with your invisibility, you were one of the most enthusiastic people I'd ever seen. Another finger lowered. Now your parents are the ones paying for my ice cream, and I am many things, but I am not a scammer. Ishan paused on his pinky in thought, then nodded and lowered it without another reason. Toru noticed immediately. Hey! Why'd you lower that last finger without saying anything? She pointed at him indignantly. Also, don't you think it's a little weird that I'm the only one working out? For the past week and a half, Ishan had come to her house and dragged Toru out to exercise. School started at 8:30 a.m., and Ishan showed up around 6 every morning to work her out for about an hour, then gave her time to wash up and eat before they walked to school together. Toru lived pretty close by, and she didn't really have anyone to walk to school with, so she'd originally been fine with the arrangement. It was just a little embarrassing how enthusiastic her parents were about her exercising. It wasn't like she was fat or anything, thank you very much. She was just a bit lazier at home than most. And Ishan's proposal to try and help her become visible was far too tempting to refuse. Toru didn't know how he planned to do it, but with his so-called omnipotent math quirk, and the fact that he was the only person she knew who could see her, there was hope. She wasn't as desperate as she used to be, but it still wasn't something she could simply ignore. After all, it was something important to her. Hagakure Toru had always been an overthinker. After Ishan's conversation about becoming heroes, Toru had gone home that day with a question stuck in her head. Why did she want to become a hero? Ishan had said that sometimes, you didn't need a reason. But Toru could feel it. She had a reason that she couldn't just put into words. His words stuck with her, but instinctively, she knew they didn't apply to her. On her way home the day of the conversation, she heard laughter and overlapping conversations. She glanced toward the sound and saw a group of high schoolers crowding around a particularly beautiful girl, all of them clearly focused on her. Toru looked away. Then something else caught her eye. An advertisement. Uwabami filled the screen, promoting a new skin cream. Toru stared at it, dazed, then looked down at her phone. Because it used Face ID, the screen stayed pitch black, despite her looking straight at it. The black screen reflected nothing back. She opened her images and scrolled through an entire album of Ishan's drawings of her. In every one, she looked happy, energetic, expressive, and was always aware of the artist's attention. Yet Toru couldn't feel happy like the girl in the drawings. Why? Is she not me? What makes her and me so different? The thought followed her all the way home. When she arrived, her mom greeted her from the kitchen, wearing skin-tight gloves as she cooked so she wouldn't accidentally burn herself because of her own invisibility. Welcome back. I'm back. Toru lingered a moment longer than usual, staring at her mom. After a few minutes, her mom finally noticed she hadn't gone upstairs yet. Hungry, Toru-chan? And no snacks before dinner, I've said this already, she added with a teasing tone. Toru shook her head. No. Just thinking about something. Need advice? Her mom asked. No. Just something I was talking about with a friend. What kind of friend? Someone who's kind of annoying, Toru said, then added quietly, but a kind person. Well, that reassures your mom. She smiled. Don't forget to wash up before dinner. Tonight's shogayaki. Okay. After that, Toru went to her room and shut the door. She stepped in front of the mirror. There was nothing there. She tried to smile the way Ishan had drawn her. But she just couldn't see it. She couldn't see anything. Is this what he meant? Her thoughts drifted back to their conversation earlier that day. Why do you want to become a hero? Because it's cool. Is that really the reason? She hadn't been able to answer then. Toru stared into the mirror reflecting an empty uniform. A single wish surfaced. Something so small yet impossible to ignore. I want to be seen. I'm pretty proud of this chapter. Also, I spent a decent amount on a custom link for my lovely flowers in my Discord server if anyone wants to join. Discord.gg/site process. 3,500 horsepower, not complete. 7,000 horsepower, not unlocked. Chapter 41, Pre-Adolescence. 1,528 words. Hagakure Toru wanted to be someone who wasn't subconsciously ignored. Maybe that was why she wanted to be a hero. Attention and fame. Toru glanced at Ishan, who was finishing off his ice cream. The first, and only, person who could see her. Ishan glanced back, raising an eyebrow. Why are you looking at me like that? Want to do more laps? Toru immediately shook her head. It felt weird. She wasn't used to people calling her out for staring, especially when most people couldn't even tell whether she was looking at them. Even knowing Ishan could see her didn't make it any less unfamiliar. Because, well, she was invisible. Ishan studied her for a moment. Toru looked like she was debating something internally. Want some more motivation? He asked. Toru looked up. What kind of motivation? Ishan hummed in thought. Can you keep a secret? Is this something juicy? Toru nodded rapidly. Yeah. That doesn't inspire confidence, Ishan said flatly, finishing the rest of his cone. Trust me. He eyed her excited expression with suspicion. Well, if it motivates you enough. If you keep exercising until, let's say, when we graduate elementary school. What? Toru whined. That was, like, an entire year and a half. I'll tell you how my quirk works. That made Toru freeze. This might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After a few seconds of silence. Deal. No backing out. Okay. Ishan nodded. Now get up. We've got more sprint sets. We've rested long enough. We? Toru muttered. You mean me? Coaches don't play. Darn it. Time passed, yet the view in the nearly park was consistent as always. You know, Ishan said, I'm pleasantly surprised you've kept this up for so long. Why are you the one who's surprised, Shisho? Toru asked between gulps of water. For someone who calls me that, you certainly have remarkably little respect for me, Ishan replied, popping a piece of mochi into his mouth. Well. Shisho rolls off the tongue better than Shunkan-kun, Toru said, looking away. Can't argue with that. Ishan shrugged. Still, I'm a little proud of myself. Why are you proud of yourself instead of your student? Toru protested. I've put in so much effort over the past year. Really? In the past year of training you, I've had to physically drag you out 59 times. We don't need to go into detail, do we? Toru interrupted, face heating up. But still, she added quickly, it's just one more year until you tell me how your quirk works, right, Shisho? That was the deal. Ishan nodded. Have you made any progress on making me visible? Toru asked quietly. Hagakure Toru wanted to be seen. Whether that meant standing out through popularity, or simply existing where others could notice her. Oh. I figured that out a while ago, Ishan said casually. Toru paused, registering what Ishan had just said. What? Ishan clamped a hand over her mouth. It's still morning, he said calmly. Don't disturb the neighbors. Oh. Sorry, Shisho. Toru laughed sheepishly, then immediately grabbed his shoulders. Why didn't you tell me? Toru whisper-yelled angrily, shaking him. You didn't ask, Ishan replied, unfazed, popping another mochi into his mouth. So can you make me visible? No. What? Why not? Toru shook him even harder. It's related to my quirk, Ishan said evenly. And I only said I'd tell you after we graduate elementary school. That was the deal. Ishan thought back to when he first started investigating Toru's quirk. He discovered how to temporarily deactivate Toru's quirk entirely by accident. After weeks of analyzing her cellular structure, he decided he needed a sample, one so small Toru wouldn't even notice. He teleported a single skin cell. And the moment he did, he could see it. What the? As stated before, Toru's mutant quirk gave all of her cells a unique membrane that refracted light but had a limit if the light was too strong. If that limit was passed, then she would be visible. Ishan theorized that Toru might be able to store excess light and release it all at once, like a flashbang. He just didn't know how she'd do that. Quirks were bullshit like that. Maybe it was similar to how he activated his teleportation. Ishan looked at the teleported cell, now fully saturated and visible. Is this an effect of the 11th dimension? Ishan's teleportation was instantaneous within the 3rd dimension, but it still traversed higher dimensional space. Perhaps moving through 11th dimensional space possessed properties that forcibly saturated Toru's cells. So technically, if Ishan teleported Toru right now, she could be seen. However, Ishan himself didn't know the properties behind traversing the 11th dimension. He himself may be able to move through it, but he didn't know the inner workings of it. If Ishan teleported Toru and she was basically permanently visible, he basically just made her quirkless. And Ishan was actually quite partial to this invisible girl. After all, even after a year, it seemed that she was his only friend in school. So, until he made the proper precautions, he wouldn't teleport her. Interestingly enough, Toru had actually been affected by Ishan's AIM diffusion field multiple times over the year of Ishan coaching her. However, Ishan believed that since she didn't cross any distance within the higher dimensional space and only popped in and back, she didn't turn visible. Which meant movement was the key. Just consider it a graduation gift, Ishan said aloud. Is that so? Toru tilted her head, suspicious, but unable to argue. So, Ishan continued, any progress on your end? While Ishan said that he could help make her visible, he also assigned Toru a task on if she could use her quirk. After all, Ishan needed to know if Toru could control or even disperse the built-up saturation within her cells in order to determine if it was fine to make her visible. It's not that impressive, Toru said, tugging back her sleeves. She wanted to show it to Ishan after she got a little used to it and making it a little more flashier, but she wasn't very good at lying. Now suddenly on the spot without preparation, she had to make sure Ishan didn't have any high hope, just in case. Raising her arm toward the sunlight, Toru focused. A thin beam of light condensed and struck the ground. It was only slightly brighter than the sunlight hitting the ground. But Ishan froze. She can do that. He stepped closer, shrinking his domain to zoom in. Do that again. Toru blinked at his reaction, then smiled. Have I finally impressed Shisho with my skills? Okay. Toru's cells naturally absorbed light and gained saturation. But for her to be visible, this saturation had to be egregiously high. Her cells also naturally dispersed the light after holding it in at the same time. In the sun, Toru was taking in light at a rate faster than she was losing, but only by a small amount, which wasn't even close to being enough to be visible, only gaining around 0.005% saturation every minute. And by the time night came, since she wasn't getting any sunlight, naturally by the time she woke up all of that built-up saturation was gone. However, what Ishan was seeing now was that Toru was somehow expelling the saved-up light that her body held. Since Toru was immediately using up the barely saved energy, the beam was only a little bit brighter than the sunlight. But for Ishan, just knowing that Toru could expel the saved energy was a good thing. Can you control where it goes? Ishan asked. Of course. Toru said confidently, pointing it toward a different area on the ground. Wait a few seconds before releasing everything, Ishan said. Toru was a little confused, but still nodded. After a few seconds, a light brighter than her original beam was expelled, causing Ishan to squint. This might be game-changing. After all, if Toru could expel the saved-up light, then Ishan didn't have to worry whether he would accidentally make Toru quirkless. Additionally, just based on the small sample Ishan had of her cells, even moving a little within 11th dimensional space charged up the saturation to its maximum, or at least to the point where she was visible. If Toru could expel all of that light, even he might get blinded. Well, even with this discovery, Ishan wasn't going to do anything until graduation. Mainly because it felt awkward to just take back his statement. I'm impressed, Hagakure, Ishan said. Hey. You finally see my talent. Toru puffed out her chest proudly. Yeah. He nodded. If you're that blunt about it, even I might get embarrassed. Toru scratched the back of her head. You're not a shonen protagonist, so don't scratch your hair like that. Ishan said flatly. It isn't sanitary. And do 10 more laps, we still have school to go to. I can't even bask in my talent. 8N, random bullshit go. Random pseudo-science go. 3,500 horsepower, complete. 7,000 horsepower, not complete. Chapter 42, Pre-Adolescence. 1,479 words. It's finally over. Toru threw her hands into the air, celebrating her graduation and the end of the painfully boring ceremony. Sure, it was a day for goodbyes with some friends, but there was something that demanded her attention far more than sentimentality. Today was the day Toru would finally learn Ishan's trick. And finally see herself. For the past 2 years, Ishan had always done strange things around her. And every single time she asked how, he answered with the same infuriating one-word response. Math. Ah. Just remembering it made her blood boil. But now. Toru glanced toward Ishan, who was talking with his parents while they took photos of him holding his diploma in front of the school. Just as she was about to head over, she caught sight of something from the corner of her eye, a group of girls from another class approaching him. Does he know them? Ishan did not, in fact, know them. He stared at the group, particularly the girl at the front, who looked visibly nervous. Are you fucking kidding me? You him? Shunkan-kun, do you have a moment? The girl asked, her voice wavering. Ishan opened his mouth, fully intending to say absolutely not, but a hand landed on his shoulder first. Of course Shunkan has time, Kako said cheerfully, then leaned in closer to whisper. At least reject her nicely, she added, her tone firm. Fine. As Ishan followed the girl toward the back of the school, there was a third presence trailing behind them. Kako and Genzai, more observant than most people, noticed a familiar face, or rather a familiar silhouette following Ishan and the girl. Isn't that Toru-chan? Kako whispered. Genzai nodded. With Ishan only ever making one close friend since they moved to Tokyo, it was impossible for his parents not to know about Hagakure Toru. After all, he left every morning to train with her. Toru's parents were on pretty good terms with them, mainly because both Kako and Genzai could see them to an extent. As in know that they were there. After all, it wasn't often that they interacted with people who paid attention to them, since like Toru, they were invisible. Their quirks weren't as overwhelming as Ishan's omniscient domain, but cognition-type quirks were cognition-type quirks. They watched with mild amusement as Toru followed after Ishan. To be young. Kako sighed. Nejaya-chan might have competition, she added mentally. Shunkan-kun. The girl, whose anglerfish-like eska protruded from her head, bowed deeply, her face flushed. I like you. Will you go out with me? Who? Never thought I'd get confessed to, Ishan thought. Is it the all-powerful looks? Despite that, he had zero intention of accepting. He didn't plan on a romantic relationship at all. Women only slowed down his resting speed. Also, he wasn't rudious. Who cared if he was in the body of a 12-year-old? Shit wasn't an excuse to be a disgrace of a human being. Ishan shook his head. Sorry. I'm not interested. The girl's eyes widened, her expression crumpling. Why? Because I don't even know you, Ishan replied flatly. And I'm not interested. Is it because you like someone else? She asked quietly. No? Did you not hear me? I'm not interested. But instead of accepting that, she clutched her skirt tighter, voice rising. But I like you so much. Is it because of that girl who's always with you? What's so special about her? She would have been with him too, if only they'd been in the same class. She was better than that invisible girl anyway. Ishan sighed. From his perspective, what others might call heartbreak just sounded like a tantrum. Like a baby crying on a plane. Annoying. This is why I hate immature kids. Also, why is Toru even eavesdropping? Ishan glanced toward the corner of the building, directly at Toru's hiding spot, before cutting the girl off. Hey! His tone shifted. Don't piss me off. The girl flinched, stepping back, but Ishan continued. I don't know you. You don't get to judge other people. And this approach is just annoying. She froze. TSK. Ishan clicked his tongue and walked past her, turning the corner, eyes flicking to a nearby storage box. You're not Snake. Get out of the box. Silence. How about doubling your? Toru burst out immediately, rubbing the back of her head, clearly embarrassed. What a coincidence, Shisho. I didn't know you were here. Ha. Sure, Ishan said flatly. He walked past her, and Toru scrambled out of the box to follow. So, Ishan asked, why were you following me? Curiosity, she said quickly. You said you'd finally explain your quirk today. And not because I can make you visible. Well, that too. HM. Ishan nodded. Now or later? Now. Toru blurted out, practically vibrating in excitement. Are your parents not going to be waiting for you? He asked, despite already knowing the answer. Nope. I already told them I was going to have an important conversation. She shook her head. Is that so? That sounds misunderstandable, but I will let that slide. Ishan thought, but shrugged. He vanished. Eh? Toru blinked. Shusho, you can turn invisible too. No. His voice came from behind her. She spun around. What? How'd you get there? Math. Didn't you say that you'd explain? Toru said, frustrated. Ishan raised an eyebrow, before giving an uncharacteristic amused smile. I'm completely serious. To Toru's incredulous eyes, Ishan teleported a stick into his hands and started writing on the ground. After a few seconds, the ground showed a formula. When I say everything is math, I mean it. He stepped back once he finished, tossing the stick aside. Those are letters. Toru exclaimed. That's not math. I should have expected this. Ishan rubbed the ground with his foot, erasing it. I basically input numbers into a formula. You do know what a formula is, right? Toru tilted her head. I seem to have overestimated your intelligence. Hey! We haven't even learned any of that. She complained. How do you even know this? Self-taught. Ishan responded. My quirk, mathematics, means I use mathematical formulas in order to manipulate the world around me. That's kind of anticlimactic. Toru mumbled, but could only nod. Anyway, Toru said quickly, how do you make me visible? Simple. I think I told you before that your cells refract light. Toru nodded. I just have to overload it until it's visible. It was that easy. Toru looked down, questioning her entire existence. No, Ishan corrected. Standard sunlight only fills about 1.4% of your potential capacity daily, which you'd lose all of it during the night. To become visible naturally, you need the output of 71 times the sunlight. It's physically impossible for you. Oh. So how is math going to fix that? Toru said incredulously. By cheating. Ishan said. Do you want an explanation? Silence. Good choice. He nodded. I'll just force it to 100% instantly. Ready? Toru nodded. One more thing. Since we verified you have some control over your membrane somehow, see if you can find a way to increase or change the threshold to become invisible. Eh? Why? Do you really want to have a condition where to become invisible, you have to release a ton of light? No. Toru, now silenced, shook her head. Then try. We still have a while until high school. High school? Toru echoed. Ishan raised an eyebrow. Are you not going to apply to UA? Well, I won't judge. No, I will. Toru shook her head rapidly. Okay then. I'll count down. Toru nodded. 3, 2. Without even letting it get to 1, Ishan immediately teleported Toru a millimeter forward. The distance within 11th dimensional space didn't matter. What mattered was that she moved within higher dimensional space. Hey, you didn't even, eh? Toru was about to complain, but the unfamiliarity of seeing her own arm stopped her. Toru raised a hand, looking at the pale skin in wonder, moving it around. She touched her hair, feeling it and pulling it into view, eyes wide. A pretty color? Toru poked her arm in wonder. Normally, there was a dissonance, as she couldn't see the arm approaching, but the synchronization of seeing her hand touch her arm and feeling it felt weird. Toru looked at Ishan, who gave her an amused look. Can you see me? Ishan scoffed, raising an eyebrow. What are you even talking about? I've always been able to see you. There should be an epilogue and then an interlude, Toru Pov, and then the adolescence, which is the last arc before UA, can begin. Also, I made that last sentence sound a little romantic, but literate readers could tell that Ishan isn't into kids, right? Also, this is 1 out of 3 extra chaps this week cause you guys demolished the PS goals last week. Chapter 43, Pre-Adolescence. 1,129 words. Toru looked at Ishan's blank expression, then giggled. I should have expected that reaction, she mumbled before flashing him a bright smile. Thank you, Shusho. HM. You're welcome. Ishan nodded. Wait, Shusho, if you can make me visible, can't you make my parents visible too? Toru asked. Ishan shook his head. Their quirk's invisibility isn't based on light refraction like yours. Oh. Yeah. Ishan shrugged. Let's head back. Your parents will probably be surprised. Toru nodded enthusiastically. Yeah. Whoa. Is that the kid you want me to search? Ragdoll exclaimed from a distant rooftop, a small telescope pressed to her eye. Indeed. This is the 137th suspect I'd like you to use your quirk on, Nezu replied calmly from her right. My apologies for calling you on such short notice. It's fine, it's fine. Ragdoll waved it off. I've been curious ever since the Sky Egg Stasis incident. Though. She tilted her head. Doesn't he look a little young? It's been about 2 years since the incident. Going by the files, shouldn't he have been around 10? She tapped a finger against her chin. Yes, I agree, Nezu said, nodding. If student Shunkan Ishan truly is Blink, then his quirk control far exceeds that of 99% of pro heroes. Over the past 2 years, the vigilante known as Blink had apprehended over 700 villains and saved countless civilians. Nezu hadn't devoted all of his attention to searching for Blink at first, primarily due to how time-consuming the process was. However, as the possible age range of suspects continued to shrink into something interesting, Nezu had steadily increased the pace of his investigation. He had initially started with university students, then high schoolers. From there, the range only decreased further. By the time the suspects had narrowed into the middle school bracket, his curiosity had fully peaked. After all, if Blink wasn't even in high school yet, there was a possibility, however slim, that they could eventually enroll at UA. The Musutafu vigilante, Blink. Despite the sheer volume of help they provided, Blink was considered a low-profile vigilante in terms of fame. There were 2 main reasons for this. First, it was nearly impossible for civilians to film them. Second, Blink's actions were subtle and often limited to the victims themselves, allowing only fragments of information to spread by word of mouth. As time passed, residents within Blink's domain began referring to them as the Guardian of Musutafu. After all, even the police had never officially publicized Blink's alias. Their existence was a widely known secret. The crime rate within Blink's range alone had dropped by over 98%, despite their irregular activity hours. If All Might was the reason Japan's crime rate stayed below 6%, then Blink had effectively turned their domain into a new utopia. Despite pressure from the HPSC, almost no pro-heroes actively searched for Blink. Some vigilantes might use excessive force. Some vigilantes might do this for fame. Blink was neither. They were like a phenomenon given life. And to think they were still so young. That was why Nezu was fascinated. How could someone that young possess such precise quirk control and choose to use it this way? So, why are we so far away? Ragdoll asked. They had been stationed on the rooftop for a while now. Getting a clear view of Shunkan Ishan from this distance took time, especially with it being graduation day. Ragdoll had only received preliminary information when Nezu contacted her. From what she remembered, the individual responsible for the Sky Egg Stasis incident had a range of roughly 500 meters. Right now, they were nearly 5 kilometers away. Based on my estimates, Nezu said, Blink's standard operational range has a diameter exceeding 4 kilometers, and it may increase further. This is simply a precaution. Whoa. Ragdoll muttered. Her search quirk had an enormous range, but it wasn't meant for combat. Even so, maintaining effectiveness over 4 kilometers? That's impressive. She hummed. Isn't it? Nezu nodded. Well, I've activated my quirk on him, so now we just wait, she said cheerfully. Indeed. Would you care to have some tea while we do? Nezu offered. Having worked with Nezu before, she knew how long his conversations could be. I already promised Mandalay I'd meet her later, aha. She slipped away awkwardly, leaving the rooftop before Nezu could logically dismantle her excuse. Nezu watched the door close, then turned his gaze back toward the distant elementary school. Am I truly that dull a conversationalist? Tokyo was full of things to do. For Ragdoll, who primarily worked in mountainous regions, visiting the city once in a while was a nice change of pace. Now in civilian clothes, Shiyotoko Tomoko wandered through the streets. Over the past 2 years, she'd assisted Nezu with his investigations purely out of curiosity. Thankfully, Nezu understood that she was a pro-hero who frequently worked outside the city, so he only called her in when suspects were clustered in densely populated areas. As the number 32 pro-hero, Tomoko knew that every hero had their own specialty. Still, even with 7 years of experience, she had never seen a spatial-type quirk this effective. For the first time in her pro-hero career, a thought crossed her mind. Are quirks really supposed to be this powerful? And soon after, she thought of all the possible utilities. While most people would focus on combat applications, the wild pussycats immediately recognized the rescue potential. With a quirk like that, every rescue could be completed in a blink. She settled into a nearby cafe, a cup of hot chocolate latte cradled in her hands. Still, it feels weird using my quirk on a kid who's just entering middle school, Tomoko muttered before taking a sip. Since Nezu said that Blink's time of activity starts before dinner time, so I probably just have to wait a few minutes. She hummed softly, her eyes beginning to glow. Honestly, he's so young. It's probably not him. The level of control she'd witnessed during the Sky Egg Stasis incident shouldn't have been possible for an elementary. Ooh? Tomoko blinked. There's no weakness. For context, her quirk, search, allowed her to identify a person's location and their weakest point. A weakness was subjective, based on probability and vulnerability that it was possible to hit. But this was the first time she'd ever used her quirk on someone and found nothing. No weak point. I really wish Horikoshi specified some quirks, cause man is there barely any information for like most of these, like what is weak point even supposed to mean. Here is your 2/3 extra chaps for this weekend from you guys demolishing the last week's PS goals. Chapter 44, Interlude. 1,214 words. Hagakure Toru was born invisible. That fact alone worried her parents. After all, how hard would it be to take care of a baby who seemed to disappear every time they needed to change her diaper? It was really hard. Toru was one of those rare cases where she was born with her quirk already manifested. Some kids might want their quirk to appear early, but when Toru started daycare and began interacting with toddlers her age, she learned something most children didn't have to so soon. She learned what it felt like to be ignored. For a kid who loved attention, it affected her more than she wanted to admit. Even if she didn't fully understand it at the time, the feeling stayed with her. That was why, for much of her childhood, Toru preferred staying indoors rather than interacting with classmates. She filled her time consuming media instead. Every time she turned on the television, she saw heroes, moving with confidence and surrounded by cheers and admiration, shining like beacons of light for everyone to see. And somewhere along the way, a thought quietly took form in her mind. I want to be a hero. When Toru moved to a new neighborhood, she decided this would finally be her chance to make friends. It wasn't that she was antisocial. Rather, everyone at her old elementary school assumed she was. It was hard to tell when she was talking, after all. And at that age, children didn't have much social awareness if at all. So it was rare for someone to stop and let Toru speak. Unless she put in the effort to move around dramatically to draw attention, she had to rely on projecting her voice. And asking her to do that, especially in front of people she already somewhat knew, was nerve-wracking even for her. Still, Toru entered her new elementary school with a plan. She would make friends with the first person she met. Having a proper transfer student introduction sounded cool, too. It was the perfect chance to grab everyone's attention. As Toru approached the classroom door after the teacher told her she'd be introduced soon, she noticed an unfamiliar face nearby. Is he the other transfer student Sensei mentioned? Toru thought, getting close. Maybe this should be my first friend here. Hello? No response. The boy seemed lost in thought. But Toru had already made up her mind, so she didn't give up. Hello, Tilda? She watched as the boy glanced in her direction, and then met her eyes. Ooh? A coincidence. His eyebrow lifted slightly in surprise, but his gaze stayed fixed, right where her eyes should be. Toru could see the boy's golden eyes clearly. Hello. It feels weird to have eye contact. Hi. Toru smiled brightly. You're a transfer student too, right? The boy nodded. What's your name? Something about the moment felt unfamiliar. It's almost like, I'm Hagakure Toru. My name is Shunkan-isan. Nice to meet you, Shunkan-kun. She spun herself in a circle, proudly showing herself off. It was the kind of exaggerated enthusiasm Toru was familiar with. But when she finished, they locked eyes again. That same strange feeling returned. When was the last time I saw eye to eye with someone? The thought lingered. Maybe it was coincidence, but coincidences like that never lasted more than a few seconds. My quirk is invisibility, if you couldn't tell, hee. That was a good introduction, if I do say so myself. But as if refusing to let things go smoothly, Ishan responded with something completely unexpected, yet something Toru could instinctively tell was genuine. I couldn't. Some people might have taken it as sarcasm. But as Toru processed his words, something deep in the back of her mind whispered the truth. He can see me. Even after some time passed, it felt unusual. With her other friends, it was more common for them to look at her collar instead of her face. But every time she was with Ishan, that unfamiliar eye contact was the norm. He could see her confused expressions. He could see her annoyed ones. He could see her smile. It just felt weird. A good kind of weird. As if she could be seen. As if she was standing on the same starting field as everyone else. It felt incomparably warm. Maybe it was a good thing that she was Ishan's only friend at school. Was that a bad thing to think? So he wants to be a hero? Toru hummed in thought. I want to be a hero too, so don't we match? After all, what differentiated school friends from real friends was whether you met outside of school or not. Toru wanted to be a hero. And she also wanted to be real friends with Ishan. So wasn't this a win-win situation for her? When Ishan agreed, she felt a level of happiness she hadn't experienced before. And when Ishan said he could make her visible, there was the obvious excitement and anticipation, and a more hidden sense of disappointment. Toru instinctively pushed that feeling away. Her dream was to be seen. It was just that being seen by only one person was a stray thought. For sure. Toru was happy. While she didn't see herself as someone who took happiness from another person's misfortune, when Ishan declined the girl's confession, a quiet sense of relief bubbled up anyway. Especially when Ishan had berated the girl for insulting her. Sure, getting caught eavesdropping was embarrassing, but who cared? She was in a good mood. Today would be the day where she could finally understand Ishan's quirk. And also, finally see herself. With the confession already failing, Toru couldn't imagine how the day could possibly get worse. Toru had always wondered how Ishan would make her visible. And whether he would do it in front of other people. Outwardly, she didn't care. But inwardly, it would be nice if Ishan were the first one to see her visible self. Even if she already knew what his reaction would probably be. So when Toru could finally see herself, there was a sense of novelty, but more than anything, she wanted Ishan's opinion. Yet the words came out wrong, tangled in her emotions. Instead of how do I look, she said something he would normally respond to sarcastically. Can you see me? She watched Ishan's expression twist in confusion, like he was looking at an idiot. Yeah. This is what I expected. Toru knew that once she became visible, people's reactions to her would inevitably change, whether it be good or bad. Yet, she knew that for one person, it wouldn't. What are you talking about? Yes. This was Shisho. No, this was the person who had always seen her true self from the very beginning. I've always been able to see you. This was the Ishan she had met from the very start. No wonder it didn't feel overwhelming. No wonder it didn't feel like the moment she'd dreamed of. Because her dream of being truly seen had already been granted. I'm also very happy with this chapter. Here is your third bonus chap from last week. 3,750 horsepower, not complete. 7,500 horsepower, not unlocked. Chapter 45, Adolescence. 1,114 words. As Ishan and Toru made their way back toward their parents, they first ran into Genzai and Kako, both of whom blinked when they finally got a proper look at Toru. Is this Toru-chan? You look so cute! Kako exclaimed. She stepped closer immediately, leaning in to admire her up close. While she knew her son had drawn Toru before and had even seen some of those sketches, there was a world of difference between a quick drawing and seeing the real thing. Did you learn how to control? Kako trailed off, glancing at Toru's subtle look toward Ishan. Kako shifted her gaze to her son, giving him a questioning look. Ishan responded with a small nod. Oh no. Who do I root for now? Kako felt an unexpected wave of inner conflict. But before she could dwell on that topic further, Genzai cut in. Have you shown your parents yet, Toru-chan? Toru shook her head enthusiastically. I want to surprise them. Poor taste, Ishan thought dryly. After a bit of back and forth, the Shunkan family watched as Toru nervously made her way toward her parents. How much do you want to bet they recognize her immediately? Ishan muttered. He narrowly avoided getting smacked on the back of the head. If you dodge it one more time, I'm hitting harder, Kako said, smiling kindly. Thwop. Ishan stayed still this time, rubbing the back of his head. Ack. Don't bet, Kako grumbled. 5. Thwop. This time it was Genzai, who winced and rubbed his head as well. The father and son duo rubbed their heads in pain, but they didn't complain. The father and son duo silently endured their punishment without complaint. I still trained on Toru. I am kind of curious. Kako hummed. Want to bet? Genzai began, before stopping short under Kako's glare. Now that Toru was finally on her own, nervousness crept up on her. What if my parents don't recognize me? But before she could even raise her hand to call out, her mother, Hagakyo Kuria, turned toward her, eyes widening slightly as she noticed the motion. Toru-chan? Eh? Toru lowered her hand, confused. How could she tell? You're Toru-chan, right? Kuria asked as she approached. Still feeling oddly nervous, Toru nodded. Kuria placed her hands on Toru's shoulders, studying her face as emotion welled up before pulling her into a tight hug. I can see you. Kuria had fallen in love with her husband, Tenmai, long ago, but she had always believed it was selfish of her to have a child. She knew better than anyone what kind of experiences Toru would face after being born. That guilt was why she had resolved to shower Toru with as much love as possible, to make up for everything she couldn't protect her from. And yet, no matter how much Kuria wanted to keep Toru within her sight, she knew that interacting with others would inevitably bring that quiet, painful feeling of being overlooked. Each time Toru spoke less about her friends. Each time she spent longer in front of the television. The guilt only grew. That was why, when Tenmai mentioned a promotion in another part of Tokyo, even though they didn't need to move, Kuria believed a fresh start might be better for Toru. At least before she became someone like Kuria herself had been, before meeting Tenmai. Still, Kuria wondered if she simply hadn't tried hard enough. So she began to memorize Toru's tone of voice. Her subconscious and conscious habits. Her instinctive movements. If she could predict her daughter well enough, if Toru could feel seen, would she be happier? That was why, when Kuria scanned the crowd and noticed an unfamiliar figure that somehow felt deeply familiar, she instinctively pieced everything together. Just to prove to her past self that being seen didn't always require sight. There was only one person who could have made this happen. Shunkuan. When Ishan had come with Toru one day to ask about training, Kuria hadn't agreed just to get Toru outside. Kuria could tell that he was different. When Toru first claimed that Ishan could see her, Kuria had been skeptical. But after watching them interact, even if it was only for a few minutes, it was undeniable. This child truly saw Toru. Kuria didn't know if she believed that Ishan could make Toru visible. But she believed he would be a good friend to her. Her first concern hadn't even been whether she could see visible. She was simply grateful that her daughter might finally avoid that quiet, subconscious exclusion. That was why Kuria loved Tenmai. They both empathized and related to similar experiences, so they both knew the general feeling of the other, which made them both feel seen. I need to thank Shunkuan. On the way home, Ishan couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. I didn't expect to be thanked that much. Being thanked by two sobbing parents while Toru awkwardly hovered nearby left him unsure how to react. But man did it feel awkward. After several rounds of gratitude, the Shunkan family finally headed home. Are you going to head over to Nejia's for dinner or have a celebratory dinner with us? Kako asked. After all, Ishan seemed to be at Nejia's every day, with only a few occasions of Nejia coming to their own house. However, if Nejia wanted to be teleported to the Shunkan house, she would need to leave her own necklace if she didn't want to trouble Ishan, which she didn't want to do. I'll call and ask after I take a bath, Ishan said, teleporting his diploma into his room before heading off. When he returned from the bath, he found Kako and Genzai already seated on the couch, dressed as if they were about to head out. Ishan, meanwhile, was in his usual casual clothes. He looked at them, waiting for an explanation he already knew about. I'm glad you're learning, Genzai said. Kako called Shiori while you were bathing. We decided on a group dinner for your graduation. Ishan nodded. He raised a hand to start a snapping motion. He didn't need to, but it gave his parents time to brace themselves, and it made it less surprising for both of them, so he started the habit. Snap! The moment they arrived, Ishan was immediately tackled by Nejaya. Congrats on graduating, Shunchan. She practically launched herself at him, wrapping him in a tight hug. Yeah, Ishan replied. Kako looked at the interaction she hadn't seen in a while. Who do I root for now? 8N, last arc before canon starts, I guess. 3,750 horsepower, not complete. 7,500 horsepower, not unlocked. Chapter 46, Adolescence. 1,206 words. A. Tomoko, who had been resting in a nearby cafe, blinked in surprise. One moment, the boy was there, and the next, he wasn't. It was actually that boy. Tomoko shot up from her chair in shock, startling the cafe patrons and earning a few irritated glares. Aha, sorry. She muttered, quickly sitting back down. I need to call Nezu and tell him this. But judging by how far the marker had traveled, there was no way the boy was still in the prefecture. Wasn't his maximum diameter supposed to be an estimated for kilometers? What happened to that? Tomoko pulled out her phone and immediately placed the call. As it connected, Principal Nezu's curious voice came through the speaker. Hello, Miss Ragdoll. Is student Shunkan Ishan a teleporter? He asked, as if he'd been expecting this. Tomoko hesitated, searching for the right words. I'm pretty sure he is, but your information was off. Like, plus ultra off. How curious. What do you mean by that? If I'm right, the kid isn't even in the prefecture anymore. Was there any delay between teleports? Nezu asked calmly. No. He was just there, and then he was gone, like poof. Tomoko opened her map app, her brow furrowing as she tracked the brightness of the marker and referencing the map. All the way around. Musutafu. So we did find a teleporter then. Tomoko heard a humming noise on the other side of the call. Is there anything else you would like to note? Well, when I used my quirk on him, something weird happened. Weird? Nezu prompted. My quirk couldn't find any weak points on him. There was a pause. Pardon me, Miss Ragdoll. Are you certain? I'm 100% sure, she said firmly. There was no way she could mistake what her quirk had, or rather, hadn't, shown her. Thank you for the information, Miss Ragdoll, Nezu replied. I will take it from here. Yeah. As Nezu ended the call, Tomoko was still staring blankly at the distant shining star, signifying Shunkan Ishan's position. Isn't that kid kind of dangerous, then? I just hope Principal Nezu doesn't do anything too drastic. Plus? Did I miscalculate? Nezu stared down at his phone after the call ended. Based on the collected data, Blink's maximum teleportation range should have only slightly exceeded 4 kilometers. What Nezu had expected, then, was for the teleporter to move in gaps, jumping that distance repeatedly. After all, the distance from Tokyo to Musutafu exceeded 150 kilometers. Even considering the Sky Egg Stasis incident, where the subject displayed near-instant successive teleports fast enough to create a time stasis-like effect, reaching Musutafu should have taken at least a few seconds. And yet... Could there truly be two different teleporters? It seems a more thorough background check is necessary, Nezu murmured to himself. On student Shunkan Ishan. Congrats on graduating, Shunchan. You've said that 5 times already. Ishan sighed. He had already transported both his parents home after Nejaya asked if he could stay over for a sleepover. Kako, of course, would never refuse. So after Ishan teleported back with his pajamas, he now found himself sitting in Nejaya's room, letting her braid the back of his hair. So I was thinking, Shunchan, Nejaya said thoughtfully, fingers working through his hair, since I'll be going to UA next year, should I grow my hair out? You know, fix up my whole vibe. Her twin spiral curls had gotten longer lately, and she'd been itching to try something new. Why are you asking me? Ishan replied. And why are you so confident you're getting in? Well, because I have you to help me. Nejaya said cheerfully. Smooth talker, Ishan hummed. If you can't decide, just grow it out. The only reason I haven't cut mine yet is because I can't decide either. You're going to cut your hair. Nejaya stopped braiding him. Why? It's so cute right now. I can't keep long hair forever. He shrugged. As long as it wasn't egregiously bad, he honestly didn't care what haircut he had. Why not? Who knows? Ishan shifted slightly. So, do you actually need help getting into UA? We already work out a lot after school, and we're probably going to keep doing that anyway. Well, I heard the entrance exam is part written and part practical. Nejaya trailed off. It was a little embarrassing to admit her grades were only average. Ihsan hadn't said anything about his own grades, but he was easily the smartest person she knew. Oh, Ihsan said, glancing back at her, you're worried your mediocre grades won't cut it. They're not mediocre. Nejaya pouted. They're perfectly fine. She finished braiding Ihsan's hair into a single long braid just as a folder suddenly appeared in his hand. Nejaya blinked in confusion, then froze. That's my folder. Shunchan, wait. She lunged for it. Ihsan immediately dodged and teleported her safely onto her bed before she could hit the floor. Nejaya tried once more, only to get the same result. Defeated, Nejaya slumped dramatically while Ihsan flipped through her test papers. This is worse than I thought. He genuinely didn't think it was possible to score below a 60 on a middle school exam. Aren't you Japanese? Ihsan asked, baffled. Why is Japanese your worst subject? Nejaya's face burned as she looked away, like he'd just found out something deeply embarrassing. Noticing that, Ihsan closed the folder and nodded. Well, your math grades are pretty high. Coming from Ihsan, the one who taught her most of it, that was enough to make Nejaya perk up immediately, shoulders lifting with pride. Hee. How could I forget Shunchan-sensei's lessons? I've heard UA's entrance exams favor the practical portion, Ihsan continued. As long as your written scores aren't that bad, you'll probably be fine. But it's better to be safe than sorry. Nejaya declared. I guess? Ihsan muttered. But this is supposed to be a sleepover, so we can deal with that later. Yay! Nejaya cheered. You don't need to be that happy about it, Ihsan said flatly. Hey! Ihsan ignored the awkward giggle. So what do you want to do? Nejaya looked around the room before spotting a stack of paper. Ooh! Let's try origami. I heard from a friend that if you fold 1,000 paper cranes, your wish will come true. We don't even have 1,000 sheets of paper, Ihsan replied, though a box full of paper still teleported into the middle of the room. Then 100 should be enough. Nejaya said happily, already grabbing a sheet. Ihsan looked down at his own paper, mentally retracing the steps to fold a crane. Then he paused and glanced at her. Do you even know how to make one? Nejaya just smiled at him. Huh? Ihsan sighed. Come here. I'll teach you. As if she'd been waiting for that exact answer, Nejaya immediately scooted over and sat beside him, paper in hand. I'm surprised you suggested this when you didn't even know how to fold a crane. I might not know a lot of things, Shunchan, Nejaya said, nodding seriously. But I know you do. 3,750 horsepower, complete. 7,500 horsepower, not complete. Chapter 47, Adolescence. 1,157 words. Am I really doing this properly? Nejaya wondered, staring down at her rather deformed paper crane. Ihsan leaned over to look at it. I didn't even know this was possible. He glanced at his own crane, which looked like it had been mathematically calculated to be absolutely pristine. If anything, Ihsan's perfect attempt only highlighted the difference between the two. I'm pretty sure I was watching you the entire time. Ihsan muttered, eyes flicking back to Nejaya's crane. But I guess it's fine. He teleported another sheet of paper into his hand, cleanly trimming it down into a square mid-transfer. Would you like another step-by-step? Well, that one looks pretty good, Ihsan mused as Nejaya proudly paraded the new crane around the room. Even if it took 3 explanations. Nejaya had kept asking questions like how does this fold turn into that, which somehow turned Ihsan into an impromptu origami anatomy lecturer. Only after he'd explained the entire structural logic of a paper crane did Nejaya finally seem to get it. Doesn't it look so cute, she asked, holding it up for him to see. It looked, well, like any other paper crane. And Ihsan wasn't the type to sugarcoat things. It looks like any other paper crane, he said plainly, earning an immediate pout. Nah. Nejaya protested. It's got wabi-sabi. That's just a term people use when they can't do something perfectly, Ihsan replied. He teleported another sheet of paper into his hand and a second later, it reappeared already folded into a crane. This was possible because Ihsan had the ability to change the orientation of what he was teleporting, so if he calculated the orientation of the paper, then it would teleport out like a paper crane. Hey! That's cheating. Nejaya accused, pointing at him. Then how are we ever going to finish 100? Ishan countered, gesturing at the small pile they'd made. It's been almost an hour, and we only have 7. It's already pretty late. Nejaya looked between the cranes and the still very full box of paper. Then let's just exchange cranes and call it a day. She grabbed the first one Ishan had made and shoved her own, a masterpiece, into his hands. Sure. Ishan nodded, setting it down before heading for the door. I'm going to grab some futons from Auntie to sleep on. Why not just sleep with me on the Suyuupa comfortable bed, Shunchan? Nejaya interrupted. Because your sleeping habits are atrocious, he said without missing a beat, hand already on the door handle. Nejaya grabbed the hem of his shirt. But you graduated today. Ishan raised an eyebrow. And what does graduating have to do with your sleeping habits? She paused. Please? Ishan stared at her hopeful, pleading expression. If you think begging is going to convince me. He sighed. Then you're right. Really? Nejaya immediately tackled him into a hug. Yay! Hey Shunchan. Nejaya shifted so she was facing Ishan. He, meanwhile, was staring up at the ceiling. This is the 9th time you've interrupted my sleep with "Hey, Shunchan," he said, eyes still closed. He tilde. Nejaya giggled, but still continued. Are you nervous about starting middle school? What's there to be nervous about? It's just elementary school, but harder. Hey, that's true. Why are you so hyper? It's late. It's just that there's only one more year until high school. I'm so excited. That's still pretty far away. You do know that, right? Nah. It's not even a full year because the entrance exams are in February. Nejaya exclaimed. That's true, Ishan admitted. But I'm helping you study anyway, right? Also, just cause you took the entrance exams doesn't mean that middle school is already over. Yep. With you there's no way I'm going to fail. Nejaya smoothly ignored Ishan's second statement. Then go to sleep, Ishan said, ending the conversation. A few seconds passed. Ishan opened one eye and glanced left. Nejaya was staring at him with intense focus. Too tired to deal with it, he closed his eyes again. Why'd you ignore me, Shunchan? She whispered. Just go to bed. Okay. Nejaya scooted closer until she was practically glued to his side, then finally closed her eyes. Good night, Shunchan. Good night. I really don't know what I was expecting, Ishan muttered, staring at the ceiling the next morning. Clinging to him like a koala was Heido Nejaya. Ishan was just about to teleport out of her grip when he paused and sighed. Don't teleport away. Nejaya mumbled sleepily. I wasn't going to. Are you sure? For sure. Okay tilde she burrowed deeper under the blanket. Ishan thought, looking back to the ceiling, closing his eyes. He wasn't especially tired, but there wasn't much else he could do. After closing his eyes for around an hour, Ishan could hear noise outside of Nejaya's room. He glanced at the door, resigned. Shiori was approaching, camera in hand. Ishan gently shook his arm, attempting to get Nejaya to move. I think it's time for you to wake up. I know you're faking it, he whispered near her ear. Nejaya's mouth twitched, clearly suppressing a smile. If you don't move in 10 seconds, I'm teleporting away. As if waiting for it, Nejaya cracked an eye open the moment he said the words, acting as if she wasn't awake all along. Good morning, Shunchan, she mumbled, rubbing her eyes. What's the point of acting? I know you were awake, Ishan said, raising an eyebrow and gesturing to his trapped arm. And are you planning to let go? Eh? She laughed softly but didn't move. You only said I had to move, not let go tilde. Is that so? Ishan asked. Bug. He pointed toward the ground, teleporting a nearby beetle onto Nejaya's floor, without any dust. Wow tilde Nejaya said, impressed, still refusing to release him. After all, she spent nearly her entire childhood in the forests and mountains. She wasn't scared of normal bugs at all. Nejaya was scared of cockroaches, but even Ishan found them disgusting, so he wouldn't do that. At that moment, Shiori opened the door and peeked in, to see Nejaya and Ishan already awake. She inwardly sighed in regret, but fully opened the door, eyes landing on the beetle. Whoa, that's a big rhinoceros beetle tilde Shiori mused, scooping the beetle off the floor with ease. You could probably sell this for at least 500 yen. How did it even get here? Nejaya wondered. Both Shiori and Nejaya turned to Ishan. I'm heading home, he said flatly. No. There's still the whole day to hang out. Nejaya whined. That's right, Shunkun, Shiori added with a nod. At least have breakfast with us. Ishan paused. Okay. Asen, I wonder if it's fine for some chaps to have like barely any plot progression and only fluff. 3,750 horsepower, complete. 7,500 horsepower, not complete. Chapter 48, Happy Valentine's Day. 1812 words. 8N, don't really like doing author's notes at the beginning of a chapter, but this is an omake exception. This is a non-canon scene from a possible future. Enjoy! And everyone else, have a good Valentine's Day with your significant other. Shun-chan. Shun-chan. Are you awake? Ishan squinted as sunlight flooded his vision, blinking until the brightness faded. When his sight finally cleared, Nejaya stood above him in a white sundress, smiling brightly. Silly, what are you doing sleeping on the grass? Ishan stared at her blinding smile, then glanced down at himself. Grass clung to his clothes, scattered by the wind. I was just taking a nap. Hee, is that so? She tilted her head, tapping a finger against her lip. Did you have a good dream? No. I had a very sad dream. Eh? Nejaya leaned closer, confusion clear on her face. What was it about? I don't remember. He shook his head. Eh? She pouted briefly before brightening again. Anyway, are you busy today, Shun-chan? Ishan paused, then shook his head. It's a weekend. What could I be busy with? Really? Nejaya perked up. Then, do you want to go on a small adventure with me? You wouldn't let me refuse anyway, Ishan muttered, standing up. So where are we going? Saitama. Isn't it nostalgic to go back to where we first met? Nejaya said, floating around him excitedly. Isn't that pretty far from Masutafu? Ishan said, holding out a hand for her to grab. Nejaya shook her head. We should go by train. She pulled out 2 tickets and offered one to him. Your teleportation makes things convenient, but sometimes the journey matters more than the destination, don't you think? Really, he mused, taking the ticket anyway. Wow, nothing's changed since we left, has it? Nejaya said, wandering through the neighborhood. The swings were the same. The park was the same. When they entered the convenience store nearby, Nejaya immediately headed for the ice cream freezer. Ice cream in February. Isman commented. Hey, but you eat ice cream all the time, Shun-chan, Nejaya protested, handing him a blueberry popsicle while grabbing a vanilla cone for herself. At the counter, the cashier glanced at Ishan, then at the ice creams. That'll be 106 yen. Ishan looked to Nejaya, waiting for her to pull out her wallet. She just smiled at him innocently. He sighed and paid for both. Ice creams in hand, they walked toward a familiar place. Whoa, no one moved in after we left. Nejaya wondered, looking at the dull houses lined up side by side. She skipped to her old home and stopped at the door. If no one's home, it should be fine to go in, right? She glanced back at Ishan with a pleading look. Without a word, Ishan stepped forward and teleported them both inside. The distance was short enough that he didn't need to touch her. Thanks, Shun-chan. Nejaya said, floating through the dusty rooms as Ishan followed. She paused in each room, reminiscing, until she reached her old bedroom. Slowly, she opened the door. Just as expected, it was empty. Nejaya looked around in interest, looking back at Ishan. I remember having all my cups on that shelf, she said, gesturing toward faint marks on the floor where the furniture once stood. Remember when we first started the cup phones, I decorated the first phones for the both of us. Yeah, and I remember you getting competitive after a while, Ishan teased. Nejaya pouted and drifted toward the window. Across from it was another closed window, curtains drawn. She glanced back at Ishan expectantly. Wait here. Ishan vanished. Seconds later, the opposite curtains were pulled aside as he opened the window. Nejaya stood there, grinning, a cup phone already prepared in her hands. When did she even get that ready? Ishan inwardly mused, before opening his hands out in preparation. Nejaya got into a baseballess position, accurately throwing it into Ishan's hands. Ishan glanced down at the cup's design. Isn't this the first cup I ever drew for her? And that was a while ago. Was it really sanitary to put this up to his mouth? Ignoring the questionable hygiene, he lifted it to his ear after Nejaya's urging. Shun-chan. He lowered the cup and watched Nejaya's expectant expression, before sighing. What? Happy Valentine's Day. He lowered the cup to see Nejaya holding out a cutely packaged chocolate in her hands. Teleporting back into the room, Ishan held out his hand as she placed them into it. Don't forget to pay me back tenfold for White Day. And how much are these? Homemade. Nejaya declared. So they're priceless. Can I get a refund? Ishan asked. She shook her head. Nope. You have to give me something priceless in return. He hummed in thought. But since you already gave me something priceless before, she added, I'll be happy if you get me flowers. What kind? White lilies. Was the necklace really that important? Ishan asked quietly. Nejaya nodded enthusiastically. It's my favorite gift you've ever given me. I'll never take it off. Even when you sleep. Even when I sleep. Even when you work. Even when I work. Even when. Yes, even then. Nejaya pouted. I'd never take off something you gave me. Is that so? Ishan nodded. I'm glad. Then let's go back to Musutafu. Nejaya held out another ticket. Yeah. On the train, Ishan noticed Nejaya staring out the window before glancing back at him. What are you looking at me for, Shun-chan? She asked. I was just thinking. Are you bored that we're riding the train? This won't do, Shun-chan. Nejaya wagged her finger in front of him. Like I said earlier, you have to learn to appreciate the journey. Is that really necessary? Of course. So, what are we going to do here in Musutafu? Ishan asked. I left something at home. Let's go there first. Ishan nodded. By walking, of course. Nejaya interrupted before Ishan could say anything. I didn't even say anything yet. I already knew what you were going to say anyway, Shun-chan. Nejaya giggled. We've been friends for basically forever, after all. Ishan opened the door to Nejaya's house, where there was someone cooking in the kitchen. Nejaya immediately made her way into her room, looking for something she forgot. Welcome back, honey, Shiori said without turning. It's me, Auntie, Ishan said awkwardly. Shiori turned her head to see Ishan. Oh. Sorry, Shun-kun. I thought it was Mitsuru. Do you need something? Ishan shook his head. Just getting something for Nejaya. Nejaya-chan. Shiori paused, then returned to cooking. If you come back later, you're welcome to stay for dinner. Ishan shook his head. I'm fine. But thank you anyway, Auntie. Shiori nodded. Ishan made his way into Nejaya's room, to see what was basically a pigsty. Don't you clean your room, he mumbled. Well. Nejaya trailed off, before leaving the room, Ishan following her. Did you find what you were looking for? He asked. MHM. Nejaya nodded. So, where are we going next? Ishan asked. How about the beach? Nejaya suggested. It isn't that far from here. Sure. Did you hear, a while back, a middle schooler cleaned this entire beach up? Nejaya said, looking at the sunset. Really? MHM. There was even an entire article on it. There used to be this huge trash pile on this entire beach. Nejaya walked along the coast, hands clasped behind her back, with Ishan following just a step behind her. After a while, she spoke again. Hey, Shun-chan. Can I ask about the bad dream you had when I woke you up? What about it? I think I already told you, I forgot. Ishan shrugged. Nejaya glanced back at him, her hand still behind her back, a fond smile on her face. Really? Nejaya. Ishan stopped walking. Why did you lie? Lie about what? She tilted her head. About wearing the necklace. Oh, so you knew. Nejaya mused. I knew from the very beginning. Nejaya hummed softly, then smiled again. I know you knew. She turned forward. Shun-chan knows everything, after all. Before Ishan could respond, she continued. Hey Shun-chan, no. Ishan. She turned back once more, royal blue eyes meeting his golden ones. Do you regret meeting me? I would never regret meeting you. That's so Tilda, Nejaya hummed, clearly satisfied. Nejaya. Do you regret meeting me? She shook her head immediately. Never. Then why? He couldn't understand. Nejaya didn't answer right away. Hey, Isvan. Yeah? Did you know? Know what? I might regret a lot of things in my life, Nejaya said softly, but there are two things I'll never regret. Something about her tone made Ishan uneasy. Stop talking. One is that I will never regret meeting you. Don't continue. Ishan's voice wavered. The second. Please. Nejaya smiled at him again. The same familiar smile she'd shown him countless times before. I'll never regret loving you. Nejaya, please. Ishan stared at her blinding smile. Isvan. Nejaya. He couldn't look away from her, she almost didn't feel real. And Nejaya continued gently. Stop. Please, I'm begging you. Ishan's voice cracked. I'm sorry. Her smile turned resigned. You're forgiven, Nejaya, so please. But you already know, don't you, Ishan? Ishan fell silent. When I said to appreciate the journey, Nejaya mused, it was just my selfish wish for you not to forget me. I just wanted one last normal day with you. She paused. But you know, Ishan. Yeah? I always felt like you should smile more. Ishan looked at her as she lifted the corners of her mouth encouragingly. Slowly, he forced a smile in return. Nejaya reached into her pocket and pulled out the familiar necklace, slipping it around her own neck. Don't forget me, Ishan. Ishan? I'll never forget you. Goodbye, Ishan. Goodbye, Nejaya. Ishan blinked. The woman in front of him was gone. But as he looked around, a familiar voice echoed softly in his ear. I love you, Ishan. Happy Valentine's Day. ASN, I was originally going to go with a cozy omake for Valentine's, but since I'm all on my lonesome, decided on an angsty omake. I'm not particularly good at writing angst, so I hope you enjoyed. Here's all the foreshadowing I put in this chapter before the end. Nejaya never touched Ishan once. Cashier didn't notice Nejaya at all. White lilies represent the restored innocence of the soul after death. Nejaya lied about her wearing the necklace. Nejaya's mom doesn't notice Nejaya either and paused when Ishan mentioned Nejaya. Nejaya's room isn't clean. Also, the reason behind her death isn't explained. It's just that she lied about wearing her necklace so that Ishan wasn't paying attention when she died to have her death be open-ended. 3,750 horsepower, complete. 7,500 horsepower, complete. Chapter 49, Adolescence. 1,278 words. Shunkan Ishan. Nezu studied the file laid out before him. Graduated from Ashigaya Elementary School. Scheduled to begin at Ashigaya Middle School in 2 weeks. Age, 12. Quirk, mathematics. Originally from Saitama Prefecture. Relocated to Tokyo Prefecture at the age of 10. There was plenty of additional information, but most of it was rather pointless. At the end of the day, Nezu had two things that mattered, a name and a quirk. And that quirk was intriguing. Nezu tapped the edge of the file thoughtfully. The quirk was called mathematics, and yet the boy could teleport. Nezu's first hypothesis had been straightforward enough. Ishan likely overlaid mathematical models onto physical space itself. That meant that he probably calculated using three-dimensional coordinates of specific objects and then specifically changed the coordinates of the object he decided to move, creating an effect that appeared to be teleportation. It was efficient and, more importantly, it was extremely simplistic. And, in Nezu's mind, the most probable explanation. Even so, there were inconsistencies that were impossible to just ignore. Ishan had detected hostile individuals across an absurdly wide range, reacting with near-instant precision. This wasn't even including Ragdoll's report of Ishan somehow being able to teleport to Musutafu from Tokyo and back, far beyond the estimated range of 4 kilometers. That implied reaction speeds bordering on the impossible. It also implied processing power that rivaled even optimized supercomputers. Both of those traits could have been quirks by themselves. Even Nezu's own quirk, high specs, would struggle to perform continuous calculations of that scale without delay. And yet Ishan had done so effortlessly and repeatedly. What Nezu didn't know was that Ishan wasn't calculating in 3 dimensions at all. He was calculating in 11. 8 additional layers of spatial information, all registered, processed, and implemented in real time. Ishan's brain was working at speeds that were basically incomprehensible. If the average person's mental processing power amounted to 1, high-specs elevated Nezu into the hundreds. Nezu might be superior in terms of intelligence, emotional reactions, and comprehension individually. In raw computational output alone, the boy was peerless, without equal. A sky above the sky. That wasn't to say Ishan was some all-knowing prodigy. In fact, much of that overwhelming processing power was constantly being diverted, in constant standby in case Ishan instantly needed to teleport, sustaining his domain, or merely indulging in fleeting interests that caught his attention for a week before he was satisfied. He could indeed brute force both intelligence, emotional reactions, and comprehension all through his computational power if he wanted to. He simply didn't see the point. For Ishan, motivation was the missing variable. If there was a good comparison, it was that Ishan basically had enough money to indulge for the rest of his life. What was the point of working? What was the point of learning? What was the point of doing anything? Just throw money at the problem. Only when there was a risk of a scam or theft would Ishan gain the motivation to work or learn. The lone, consistent exception was the people around him. And even then, they rarely needed to push him. Ishan was powerful and responsible enough to coast through life without any consequences. He wasn't lazy, despite how others perceived him. Unmotivated was the more accurate term to describe Ishan. Give him a justification, no matter how flimsy, so long as it convinced him that it was better than lazing around, Ishan would act. Nejaya wanted to exercise, so he taught himself sports science. Toru wanted to be visible, so he taught himself optics science. Even if the optics science was useless in the end. That was how Ishan functioned. Even with only the assumption of three-dimensional calculations, Nezu found himself intrigued. High specs allowed him, an animal, to communicate and reason at a human level, despite his physiology. While Nezu acknowledged that specialists around the world surpassed him in narrow fields, in terms of broad, applied intelligence, he was confident in his position. Quirks that enhanced intellect were exceedingly rare. Which meant Nezu rarely found anyone capable of engaging him in a true exchange of minds. Not to disparage his own faculty, but there was simply no comparison to himself when it came to intelligence. So discovering that Ishan's teleportation was merely one application of a far broader quirk sparked genuine interest. Of course, curiosity wasn't the priority. Recruitment was. Nezu was painfully aware of Hero Society's flaws, particularly the corruption beneath the Hero Public Safety Commission's bureaucracy. If the commission identified Ishan first and decided to secure him through less savory methods, the consequences would be disastrous. 12-year-old boys often harbored grandiose fantasies. Nezu didn't sense that from Ishan. Which made understanding his motivations all the more important. That was why Nezu had authorized a full background review before arranging any meeting, which included medical evaluations, psychological observations, and social relationships. And that was when a familiar name appeared. Heido Nejaya. Nezu never forgot a name once he'd seen it. Heido Nejaya had briefly appeared on his suspect list during the Blink vigilante investigation. Her move-in date had aligned with Blink's initial appearances. However, she had been taken off the list rather quickly. First, what Nezu was looking for was a broad quirk that couldn't easily be documented or could be misunderstood. Her quirk was straightforward, well documented, and supported by extensive footage. Since it would take too long to have a background check of every single suspect available, Nezu could only skim through a display of a suspect's quirk and location. Still, who would have guessed that Shunkan Ishan shared such a close relationship with her? Reviewing the remaining footage from the past 90 days revealed a pattern. Ishan traveled to Musutafu almost daily, frequently accompanying Nejaya during her exercise routines. Add that into the knowledge of them being neighbors and attending the same elementary school in Saitama, by all indications, they seemed to be in that vein of childhood friends. And after a short investigation and Heido Nejaya's future career sheets, it seemed that Heido Nejaya was aiming for UA. Nezu's eyes gleamed. If Ishan and Nejaya were close enough to train together, and if Nejaya was aware of his teleportation, then the likelihood of Ishan following her path was remarkably high. What an extraordinary coincidence. Better yet, footage also showed Ishan training with another child his own age in Tokyo as well. All signs pointed in a very promising direction. Still, with volatile quirks, caution was mandatory. And Nezu would be lying if he said his curiosity wasn't a factor. He would never use students as leverage. As an educator first and foremost, he would never even think of such an option. However, testing reactions, applying subtle pressure, and introducing carefully chosen implications to observe psychological responses. Those were simply tools. And tools, after all, were meant to be used. If it was only a bluff, then no harm would be done. Would it not? This chapter was to kind of explain that Ishan isn't a genius in the sense of Nezu and also build up to a scene. He's smart in that I have a mature mindset type of way, but he only learns fast and remembers things perfectly because of his computational ability. If he put all of his computational power into what Nezu is good at, then yes, he could 100% brute force every single possibility and technically become smarter in a technical way. But Ishan's personality is basically Madame Herta when it comes to looking into interesting things. Next week's goals. 4,000 horsepower, not complete. 8,000 horsepower, not unlocked. Chapter 50, Adolescence. 956 words. What are you doing on the swing instead of exercising? Whoa. Toru immediately twisted around at the sudden voice, nearly losing her balance, before realizing it was just Ishan. Oh, it was just you, Shisho. She frowned. Don't scare me like that. Is that so? Ishan raised an eyebrow as he tore open a pack of gummies and popped one into his mouth. He then lifted his phone, showing her the message on the screen. Toru, Shisho. Come early today. I have something to show you. Me, sure. Toru read it, then puffed out her chest with a haughty expression. You remember how you told me to make myself invisible even when I'm at max energy, right? Toru began. So you did it. Ishan cut in. Toru shot him a glare for interrupting her moment, but nodded anyway. Well, kind of. Witness greatness, Shisho. Her expression sharpened into intense concentration. Why does it look like you're about to shit yourself? Ishan asked. The comment shattered her focus. Toru glared at him. Don't say things like that to a young lady, she yelled before shutting her eyes again and concentrating harder. This time, her face was tightly frowning instead of blank focus. Ishan stayed quiet, zooming in on her cell membrane. If the threshold for Toru to be visible was a barbell, then Toru was basically lifting that barbell to increase the threshold like a muscle. If she keeps this up, it'll get easier, like working a muscle. Ishan inwardly noted, popping another gummy into his mouth. He watched as sweat beaded on Toru's forehead before her body started glitching, some parts flickering invisible before becoming visible again. After a few more seconds, Toru finally exhaled sharply and turned toward Ishan, glaring at him with all the fury of an angry kitten. If you hadn't distracted me, Shisho, I would have totally pulled it off. Gummy? Ishan offered, holding one out. Toru snatched it immediately and shoved it into her mouth, chewing with visible irritation. While she munched, Ishan spoke again. Still, that's more progress than I expected. It's only been a few days since I explained it to you. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Toru mumbled through the candy. Yes? Ishan tilted his head. What else would it be if not a compliment? He added, it's also probably easier right now since I haven't charged you up in a while. Don't say it like I'm a phone battery. Toru complained, though she couldn't really deny it. When she'd first started, she'd felt no progress at all. It had taken days just to get to the point where she could even glitch. So, Ishan said casually, do you want to be visible by the time middle school starts, or not? At the rate Toru was losing light, full invisibility by then was almost guaranteed. Nope. Toru shook her head enthusiastically. It wasn't that she didn't want to be visible, she was very aware of her looks now. Over break, she'd watched a lot of anime, and one trope had completely captured her imagination. The plain background girl who suddenly shows up as a total beauty and stuns everyone. Ishan, as if reading her mind, looked at Toru's excited look with an expression as if looking at an immature child. Why are you looking at me like that? Toru questioned, noticing his expression. Aren't you going to ask me why I refused? No point if I already know. He popped another gummy into his mouth. You're aiming for the hidden beautiful girl reveal. Toru went silent. See? Ishan shrugged. Too obvious. Darn it. All right, he said, clapping his hands once. Let's exercise. We've missed a few days. You're the one who missed them, Shisho. Toru protested. You said you were busy after graduation. I was visiting a friend, Ishan replied. All the way in Musutafu. Isn't that far? Toru tilted her head. Math. Was it that Heido Nejai you talk about sometimes? That senpai to you? Ishan corrected. She's starting her last year of middle school. Ishan finished off the last gummy, tossing it into a nearby trash can. Then shouldn't you call her senpai too? Toru countered. She's like my little sister, Ishan said thoughtfully. Question marks practically floated over Toru's head. She's older than him, but also his little sister. Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Toru asked. No, Ishan answered immediately. And I still don't see you exercising. Toru quickly started stretching, talking as she did. Why not? I'm super curious about her. Because if you two ever teamed up on me, I'd never have peace, Ishan thought. Darn it. Would student Shun Khan feel more psychologically pressured if I scheduled a meeting closer to UA's entrance exam? Nezu hummed thoughtfully. If his goal were to apply pressure, tying the meeting to an impending event would certainly do it. But Nezu had no desire to antagonize Ishan unnecessarily. According to student Ishan's mental evaluations, he was the picture of perfect mental health. Of course, someone with Ishan's presumed intelligence could also just as easily fake the responses for a biased result. Then again, he could always be telling the truth. But if everyone always told the truth, the world would be much better, wouldn't it? Still, Nezu's true intent was simple, to understand Ishan's motivations for becoming Blink and his long-term goals. Perhaps it would be better to hold the meeting sooner rather than later, before the student could mistake it for a threat to his friend's admission. I've decided. Nezu nodded to himself. Sooner was always better than later. N, short chapter but needed a transition chap. 4,000 horsepower, not complete. 8,000 horsepower, not unlocked. Chapter 51, Adolescence. 1,303 words. The being known as Shunkan Ishan was, contrary to common opinion, not slacking off on his bed. It was a rare occasion. Toru had gone out to buy supplies for middle school, and Nejaya was at the doctor's. A while back, when he and Nejaya had been brainstorming costume ideas, Ishan had come up with a plan. Nejaya's quirk, wave motion, used her ATP as fuel, converting it into energy in the form of a spiral blast wave. So, theoretically, couldn't Ishan teleport his own ATP to Nejaya if she ran low? Or at least develop a method to stockpile ATP and transfer it to her when necessary. The issue at the time he was brainstorming had been precision. Ishan hadn't been able to zoom in accurately enough through his domain to isolate ATP from the rest of his body. In other words, he hadn't been able to zoom in far enough to perceive atoms. Now, he could. Well, only within his own body. By shrinking his domain until it barely covered his entire form, Ishan could isolate and identify matter at an atomic scale within the domain, which was just his own body. From there, he could teleport the ATP from himself into Nejaya, who existed within a completely separate domain which was created through accumulated DNA. Ishan himself didn't require stamina to use teleportation. The thing doing the teleporting was his personal reality. However, the sensation of fatigue was unpleasant. So what Ishan needed was a container to store his excess ATP within before he went to bed. There were two viable shapes. A torus. Or a sphere. Both were structurally stable three-dimensional shapes suitable for maintaining a vacuum. However, Ishan thought it would look strange to have a floating ball following him around. So, a halo it was. Creating a vacuum within the shape was simple. He simply teleported everything inside the designated shape out. Not only would this prevent external interference by other factors, it would also simplify teleportation within the vacuum, since ATP would be the only substance present. With the exception of virtual particles. But that was a topic no one else would understand. Now Ishan needed a decent amount of stainless steel. Technically, a vacuum chamber didn't require stainless steel specifically, but this was a prototype. It made sense to use a conventional material suited for vacuum environments. In the future, using some advanced metal expected from a futuristic civilization like My Hero Academia, a better-looking version could be made. As Ishan expanded his domain back to its usual size, intending to acquire materials, he noticed some familiar figures. Or rather, living in Tokyo, it wasn't unusual to see familiar people. The domain's radius might have increased to more than 2 kilometers, but Ishan kept it at a safe 2 kilometers to increase the accuracy within the domain. It wasn't like there existed anyone who was capable of traversing 2 kilometers before he noticed. Maybe All Might in his prime, but that might be giving him too much credit. What Ishan was seeing now was the man who seemed to be a part of every single event in My Hero Academia fanfiction, Eraserhead, and Principal Nezu. Did a fanfiction protagonist get caught by Nezu or something? Ishan idly wondered. He teleported onto the living room couch, where Kako and Genzai sat watching television. Mom. HM. Kako replied. Can I get some stainless steel? Both Kako and Genzai turned toward him, confused. What for? Genzai asked. I'm making something, Ishan replied. Kako tilted her head. For Nejaya-chan. Ishan paused. Kako and Genzai exchanged a knowing look, then turned their heads to Ishan. It's for myself, Ishan said flatly. After all, he would be the one wearing the halo. By anchoring it to a fixed coordinate relative to his head, he could create a stable headpiece that remained perfectly in place. Is that so? Kako hummed, clearly unconvinced. How much do you need? Ishan paused. He could perfectly change the orientation of the steel anyways, so in essence he didn't even need to buy a pure brick of stainless steel. Just some scraps enough for him to extract the amount would be fine enough. I just need some material, Ishan said. It can be anything. Forks, spoons, scraps. His voice trailed off. Now why in the world is Nezu and Eraserhead coming to our apartment? Ishan already knew the quirks and behavioral patterns of everyone within his apartment complex. And he knew that there was no one who seemed to be edgy or self-assured enough to do any vigilante work. Some people might say privacy issues, but at this point, unless Ishan saw them with his own eyes, he saw them more as moving variables than actual people. Similar to looking at 3D models without any visible texture. He could still distinguish them easily through memory, which was how he knew the visitors were Nezu and Eraserhead. They're probably here for me. Ishan wasn't about to lose IQ points the moment he saw characters he knew from the anime. With no other people around his domain that could possibly arouse the interest of Nezu, it was basically confirmed it was for him. Ishan may have done the bare minimum to keep it hidden, but if someone brute-forced every single possibility it was only a matter of time. Shunkuan? Kako asked, as his son suddenly trailed off and went into thought. Are you all right? She asked gently. Ishan looked up to see his parents' concerned faces, and said with resignation. I got caught. Kako blinked in confusion, while Genzai stiffened. Kako quickly noticed, looking at him with suspicion. Caught doing what? Kako asked slowly. Genzai looked at Ishan for assistance, but Ishan only shook his head. You're on your own. Honey, do you know about the sky egg stasis? Genzai started, but Kako instantly understood what Genzai was talking about. I already suspected it was Shunkuan. Kako started, which made Genzai relax, but Kako smacked the back of his head. But you hid it from me. Ack! Genzai clutched his head. Kako ignored him and turned back to Ishan. So is it the police, Shunkuan? Kako asked. Kako and Genzai, being two people with only Ishan and themselves as family, prioritized family and friends over the law. So while Kako was upset that Genzai and Ishan had hidden it from her, it was more or less being mad at the secret rather than what actually happened. You should stay at Nejaya-chan's house for a while, Kako said firmly. We'll deny everything. I'll message you when it's safe to come back. Wait. Ishan stopped her before she started an entire rant of evading the police. It isn't the police. Kako blinked, before tilting her head in confusion. Then who is it? Ishan hesitated. I'm a pro hero. Kako froze. Then immediately stood up. Isn't that worse? I am making a very important announcement. I'm lowering the chapter count starting next week down to 2 chapters a week normally, and 1 Power Stone goal. In return, the word count should be longer. Every Monday, Thursday. And if the 1 Power Stone goal is it'll also upload Saturday. I feel like I was writing every day and I was getting tired. I also have a new fic, LOL, up. I'm not abandoning the TBHX, so relax. I just need time to plan it out, so let me cook with that one. I already had a plan for the new fic even before I started this fic, and just needed to write it this time. That one actually has a schedule of 1-2 chapters a week, also with Power Stone goals, but it's way longer in terms of chapter length. Feel free to check it out. 4,000 horsepower, not complete. 8,000 horsepower, not unlocked. Chapter 52, Adolescence. 1,784 words. When Nezu had asked him to accompany him to meet a prospective student, Shota Aizawa was confused. Soon after Nezu's explanation, he quickly understood why he had been chosen. Throughout a large portion of his career as an underground hero, he had seen a lot of things. And he meant it. However, after the death of Oboro Shirakumo, there had been one single incident where Aizawa had thought, "What can I even do?" An event that carried a pervasive feeling of powerlessness. The Sky Egg Stasis incident. The largest recorded unauthorized usage of a quirk for vigilantism in recent years in Japan. For 4 minutes and 37 seconds, everything within a 500-meter radius of the Tokyo Sky Egg was effectively frozen. During that time, almost every single pro hero in the area had been locked in place. While Aizawa himself hadn't been inside the radius, he had still witnessed the destruction of the bombers with his own eyes. Without even a single chance to retaliate, the bombers had been eviscerated. And yet, Principal Nezu was claiming it had been done by a 12-year-old who was just entering middle school. The kid would have been 10 at the time of the incident. While Aizawa trusted the intelligence of his superior, there was still an underlying sense of disbelief. As Aizawa entered the apartment elevator with Nezu, Nezu spoke. "Eraserhead, while I did bring you here for protection, I believe I mentioned it was more for formality than anything else." Aizawa nodded. He had been confused when Nezu said he was mostly here for intimidation, but Aizawa still had some confidence when it came to handling emitter-type quirks. "While it wasn't in the file I provided, Student Shunkan's registered quirk was originally precognition before it was updated to mathematics," Nezu continued. "I believe you understand what I'm implying." "Never mind." There went that confidence. How broken is this kid? Ding! The elevator arrived. Aizawa followed behind Nezu as they approached the door. "Why does this feel like a sting operation when we're only here to talk?" Nezu glanced at him. Understanding the unspoken cue, Aizawa pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Ding dong. The two waited. Aizawa tensed slightly when he heard footsteps approaching. The door opened to reveal a handsome, middle-aged man. "Hello?" Genzai asked, a little tense. After all, it wasn't every day a pro hero showed up at your door. "Hello," Nezu said brightly, bowing to Genzai. Aizawa followed with a short, awkward bow. "I am a pro hero and the principal of UA High School, Nezu. And the person behind me is also a pro hero and a teacher at UA High School, Eraserhead." Aizawa gave a small nod in greeting. Hello, Mr. Nezu. Mr. Eraserhead. What brings you here?" Genzai bowed again, clearly nervous. His son had mentioned pro heroes, but he definitely hadn't gone into detail. Why was the principal of UA at his house? "We would like to discuss something with your son." "My son?" Genzai hesitated, but ultimately stepped aside. "Please, come in." "Well, thank you for having us," Nezu said cheerfully. Genzai led them to the dining table, where Ishun and Kako were already seated on one side. Nezu and Aizawa sat across from them, and Genzai took the seat beside Kako. A few seconds of silence followed as Ishun and Nezu studied each other. Nezu might be a genius, but Ishun was a supercomputer wearing human skin. Genzai tried to speak, but Ishun stopped him. "Mom, Dad, you can just leave me here and grab something to eat." Genzai opened his mouth to protest, but Kako slapped his back lightly. "Okay, Shunkuan. What should we get on the way back?" "Fried chicken, please." Kako smiled and stood. Genzai looked reluctant, but she dragged him toward the door anyway. "We won't be long." The door shut behind them, leaving Ishun alone with Nezu and Eraserhead. Ishun gave Aizawa a brief glance before looking back at Nezu, silently waiting for him to speak. "Good afternoon, Student Shunkan," Nezu began pleasantly. "Hello," Ishun replied. "Your parents seem to trust you a great deal," Nezu continued, paws folded neatly on the table. "It's refreshing to see such a harmonious household." "Yes." Ishun's voice was even. "I'd do anything for them. For raising him with care. For worrying about him even when he didn't need it." He appreciated that more than he ever said aloud. "Maybe I act too detached around them sometimes." It doesn't seem like Student Shunkan is lying, Nezu thought, inwardly nodding. Having a healthy familial relationship and an appreciative mindset were good signs of a healthy mental state. The small talk continued for another minute. Aizawa didn't contribute. If the student in front of him was what Nezu was saying he was, then it was better if he didn't arbitrarily butt in and say anything if Nezu hadn't said anything beforehand. Ishun, meanwhile, was already bored. He was supposed to be making his halo, and this rat was butting in. "Is there something specific you wanted to ask me?" Ishun cut in politely. I assume you didn't come all this way just to compliment my family. Nezu paused at the interruption but nodded as if the small talk had confirmed a great deal. He suddenly brought up a completely different topic. Well, Nezu said lightly, while my intention in bringing Eraserhead was partially intimidation, it seems you aren't intimidated in the slightest. Aizawa's scarf shifted slightly, to support Nezu. Should I be? Ishan asked, raising an eyebrow. Nezu kept his beady eyes on Ishan for any change in composure, but all he could see was a bit of confusion. As expected, Nezu murmured. Then I'll be direct. I came to ask you something, Student Shunkan. Go ahead, sir. Are you Blink? Ishan blinked once. Who's that? That did sound like a cool pro-hero name. Ishan may have been a vigilante, by his own admission, but all he really paid attention to within his range were crimes and inconveniences. Why would he pay attention to the police if they weren't breaking the law? Was Blink referring to himself? Nezu raised an eyebrow. He's playing dumb? Someone with his intelligence should already know he's under suspicion. However, what Nezu assumed were small mistakes born of immaturity were actually the result of Ishan simply not seeing the need to cover every possible angle like a paranoid conspiracy theorist during the time when tin-foil hats were still a thing. Rather, he had no faith that the police force would even come close to discovering that he was a vigilante. After all, he had a perfect strategy. Deny everything. Where was the evidence? Show it, then. If that didn't work, he would just give up. Simple. Well, Blink was probably referring to himself regardless, so might as well play dumb anyway. Looking at Ishan's blank expression, Nezu caught on almost immediately. And indeed, Ishan's strategy was nearly flawless. Teleportation made for the perfect no-evidence crime, and it wasn't even listed as part of his quirk. Nezu had only narrowed suspects down through probability modeling and preliminary background checks and brute force investigation using Ragdoll search quirk. If this was a detective game, Nezu had essentially cheated. However, Nezu still had some other methods. Nezu tilted his head. Blink, he repeated pleasantly, is a vigilante who has been active in East Masutafu for the past 2 years. I see. Ishan tilted his head slightly. But I live in Tokyo. How would I be Blink? Indeed. In terms of location, it does seem like a stretch. Nezu nodded at Ishan's statement. However, it seems that during that time period, only one family moved into East Masutafu, the Heido family. Nezu glanced at Ishan for any change in expression. Unfortunately for Nezu, Ishan didn't particularly care. And? Ishan asked for more details. Student Shunkan is more level-headed than I anticipated, Nezu thought. After reviewing the available footage from the Tokyo Sky Egg incident, Nezu had noted that Heido Nejaya and Shunkan Ishan were in unusually close proximity during the event. There was even footage of her hugging him moments before everything froze. That alone suggested a close relationship. Further background checks into Nejaya's recent activities only reinforced that conclusion. And yet, Ishan's composure neither faltered nor changed at the mention of the Heido family. It impressed Nezu, but it also unsettled him. On one hand, it suggested the boy was not prone to impulsive violence from an implied threat, which was undeniably a positive trait. On the other, it raised a different possibility, that Ishan was so confident in his position that even subtle pressure involving the Heido family didn't concern him. While it might be self-confidence one might expect from a child his age, it didn't line up with his composure he had displayed earlier in the conversation. After some investigation, Nezu continued pleasantly, we found that you spend a great deal of time with the Heido family's only daughter, Heido Nejaya. Ishan nodded. Yeah. We exercise together pretty often. Then, if it isn't rude, Student Shunkan, Nezu said, resting his paws on the table, may I ask you something more specific? Yes? The distance between Tokyo and Masutafu via Shinkansen ranges from 50 to 90 minutes, depending on the train. Nezu's tone remained conversational. However, on multiple occasions, there is footage of you walking home in Tokyo, and less than 50 minutes later, footage of you appearing in Masutafu. Nezu watched carefully for tension in the shoulders, sudden changes in breathing, or any pause that could imply a change in composure. Yet there was none. So you're asking how I'm getting to Masutafu so quickly? Ishan immediately went to the crux of the matter. Nezu nodded. If it isn't intrusive, of course. We're only here to investigate after we saw a pattern, not to accuse you of anything. However, Nezu thought. Based on probability alone, Student Shunkan, you are the only viable candidate for Blink. Ishan hummed in thought. However, inwardly, he was quickly calculating a plausible way to explain his teleportation. He didn't mind if people knew he could teleport. What mattered was how much they believed they understood about it. The statistics, his limits and range, and if there were any conditions. Most people, including someone as intelligent as Nezu, would make a natural assumption based on his quirk's name. Three-dimensional coordinate teleportation. It was probable and very easily believable. However, Ishan's teleportation wasn't truly teleportation. But no one needed to know that. Well, I guess I can explain. A10, longest chapter of the Ficars of Now. 4,000 horsepower, complete. 8,000 horsepower, not complete. Chapter 53, Adolescence. 1,258 words. It was that easy. Was Aizawa's first thought when Ishan had agreed. Nezu, however, arrived at a very different conclusion. If student Shunkan was giving away such crucial information this easily, then it likely wasn't truly valuable to him. After a moment, Aizawa reached the same conclusion. Still, the information itself could reveal something about the boy's true capabilities. Is that really fine with you, student Shunkan? Nezu asked mildly. Yeah, Ishan nodded. I mean, you're just trying to track down a vigilante, right? I don't think UA teachers would use this information for anything shady. Aizawa really couldn't tell if Ishan was lying or not. Ishan's precognition meant that unless the news was so shocking that he'd be surprised even after knowing beforehand, it was hard for him to be surprised at sudden announcements. So this seemingly imagined tense standoff was more or less Ishan wanting to get it over with instead. Ishan gave a simple and straightforward explanation about changing coordinates of the third-dimensional plane to both Aizawa and Nezu. After Ishan finished his explanation, both the teachers paused as they registered Ishan's words. That was simpler than I expected, Aizawa thought. Nezu did not share that sentiment. If anything, it heightened his caution. If something goes how you expected down to the dot, it was better to question it rather than accept it. While Nezu wouldn't have this sentiment normally, he came into this knowing that Ishan was probably much smarter than the average human. And there was something that felt off about the student's explanation. There was a somewhat well-known sentiment. If someone could explain a complex topic simply, they understood it deeply. But immediately challenging Ishan would be counterproductive. After all, seeing someone who refuted your beliefs instantly without thought would commonly lower their impression of the other person. Nezu smiled. I see. Thank you for explaining your quirk to us, student Shunkan. Just as Nezu was about to continue, he paused. Perhaps I've allowed this line of thought to dominate the conversation. Conversing with Ishan made Nezu put it to the back of his mind, but Nezu didn't come here to confirm whether Ishan was the vigilante Blink. He came here to make sure he wasn't drifting towards a villain's deposition and to begin to guide him towards UA. If Ishan verbally admitted to being Blink, that would simply have given Nezu leverage in future negotiations. Yet Ishan's strategy in playing dumb was irrefutable. And if Nezu mentioned circumstantial evidence, it was easily deniable by Ishan. After all, while Nezu came to the conclusion that Ishan was Blink because of circumstantial evidence along with a bit of cheating using Ragdoll search quirk, that wasn't enough to prove definitively that he was Blink. Still, considering student Nejia's desire to enroll at UA, the probability of student Shunkan following her is high. Student Shunkan, Nezu continued pleasantly, may I ask you something else? Sure. Ishan, on the other hand, was eager to end the conversation. Why, you ask? It was because he knew that Nejia was on her way home after her checkup. And once she arrived, it was practically guaranteed she'd call him over. Do you want to become a hero? Nezu asked. Well, yes. Ishan nodded. Why else would he be exercising with Nejia? Didn't the principal say he'd seen footage of that already? Ishan thought. Nezu clasped his paws together. Not to boast, but UA. High school has a long history of nurturing some of society's finest pro-heroes. What a shameless advertisement, Ishan thought, though he nodded politely. Student Shunkan, thank you for taking the time to speak with us and for your cooperation in answering my questions. Nezu placed a business card on the table and slid it forward. Spatial-type quirks are exceptionally rare, you understand. Ishan nodded along. If UA High School is among your top choices, and you have any questions regarding the entrance process, please feel free to contact me. As Nezu and Aizawa stood up, Ishan stood up to follow them to the door. After seeing the two teachers off, Ishan immediately pulled out his phone and placed a call. It connected on the second ring. Did you finish your conversation, Shunkun? Kako's voice came through the phone speaker. Yeah. No problems here. He could hear two sighs of relief on the other side of the phone. Then we'll just start heading back. Yeah. I'll tell you how it went when you get back. So you're telling me that it was all you talked about? Kako looked at Ishan in confusion as he casually took another bite of the fried chicken they'd brought home. The conversation between the pro-heroes and her son had been short, yes, but all they discussed was his teleportation and his future school. Ishan nodded. He was confident in the subtlety and strength of his teleportation, if nothing else. That confidence meant there was no need to overthink things, added onto his already unmotivated personally only exacerbated this mentality. Also, since Nejaya wants to go to UA, I'll probably go there too, Ishan added. There's no reason to antagonize them for no reason. He didn't have any intention of becoming a villain, either. Ishan quickly finished his dinner. Just as he stood to wash his hands, a familiar voice echoed from his head. Shun-chan. As he dried his hands, he glanced at Kako. I'm heading over to Nejaya's. Kako, who had still been thinking things over, looked up and smiled. Have fun, Shun-kun. Don't stay out too late. And text me if you are. MHM. See you later, Mom, Ishan replied, teleporting shoes into his hand. Oh, and about the stainless steel. Don't worry about that, Kako waved him off lightly. Ishan shook his head. No, I think I already found a way to get it for free. Hey. Yep. See you later. See you later, Shun-kun. Back at UA, Nezu hummed thoughtfully as he returned to his office. Student Shunkan was more emotionally perceptive than he had initially assumed. That was a good thing. Strong interpersonal connections and genuine care for others were essential qualities in a healthy mental state. Having sympathy was a good trait for a hero. From the footage of Student Heido and Student Shunkan, it appeared that he tended to move at the girl's pace rather than assert his own. That simplified matters. Convincing Student Shunkan directly might not be necessary. Influencing Student Heido could naturally guide him toward UA. However, Nezu now had more questions about Ishan's quirk than before. For example, even if he knew the coordinates of the Heido residence, how did he ensure he wouldn't materialize inside a solid object, or worse, another person? This was the risk that naturally came with spatial-type quirks. There was the possibility of prior communication before teleporting. But that alone wouldn't account for consistent precision. Nezu chuckled, a pleased smile on his face. It seemed his conversation with Student Shunkan had produced more questions than answers. 8N, due to personal issues, family issues, I'll be offline or not as active for a while, and updates will pause for 2 to 3 days. I need to get to a flight right now and won't have time to update any fics. I apologize for the sudden inconvenience right after I promised longer chapters. I can't promise he'll be able to return the lost chaps lost due to this, sorry once again. Everything should be fine by next week at the minimum. 4,000 horsepower, complete. 8,000 horsepower, complete. Chapter 54, Adolescence. 2039 words. Hey, Shun-chan. Nejaya floated around Ishan, admiring the large, silver halo floating on top of his head, poking it. Ishan, on the other hand, was grading the mock exam he prepared for her. Now that the entrance exam is coming up, I kind of realized something. Nejaya put her hand on her chin in thought. What have you realized? Ishan asked, marking off a question wrong, getting a frown from Nejaya. Nejaya floated down, covering Ishan's vision of the mock exam with her face. Well, you know that there's 2 parts to the entrance exam. Ishan just continued grading the mock exam even with Nejaya covering up his entire vision, to her dismay. Ishan raised an eyebrow. I don't need the context, just get to the point. Nejaya hemped at Ishan, cutting off her question, but still continued. I realize that I only know how to fly with my quirk. How am I supposed to fight the robots just by flying? Ishan blinked, before looking into Nejaya's eyes, eyebrows raised in questioning. Just shoot your quirk as hard as you can. That got Nejaya to pout, reaching out to tilt Ishan's head so not only were his eyes looking straight at her, but his head was looking in her direction. Shun-chan sensei! Nejaya yelled with a serious expression on her face, royal blue looking straight into vanilla gold. Yes, student Nejaya. Teach me. Nejaya asked with sparkling eyes. After all, while she did know how to fly with Ishan's assistance, him catching her, she seldom had chances to use her own quirk offensively. Naturally, because using her quirk in public spaces without a hero license was illegal. And while her parents were fine with Nejaya using her quirk to move around, they weren't fine with her using it for offensive purposes. So despite her control over her quirk being much higher in order to properly control her flight, she hadn't had the opportunity to actually go big boom boom. What am I supposed to even teach you? Do I look like I have your quirk? Isfan complained. No, Nejaya drawled, but you know everything. Right. Ishan paused, before setting down her mock exam. Well, do you know how a drill works? So, feeling tired or anything? Ishan asked, looking at the demolished tree, before teleporting it back together piece by piece, even teleporting the leaves back onto the tree, to the marvel of Nejaya. Nope. After Nejaya's request, as what was expected of her tutor until the UA entrance exams, Ishan had started bringing her to an uninhabited mountain with the permission of her parents. Since Ishan personally didn't want Nejaya to work on her quirk in addition to working out, the original time allocated to working out was merely split in half, where the first half was dedicated to both maintaining and building her stamina and the second was working on her quirk. But, Shunchan? Nejaya asked, poking at the newly fixed tree. This doesn't look that pretty. She pouted, displaying the two yellow spirals going in opposite directions before converging on a sharp tip. Are you insulting the beauty of a drill? Ishan questioned, sat down on a nearby tree stump, eyes closed in a lotus pose. Well. Nejaya looked away awkwardly. After all, even if she was a little spoiled due to a specific friend of hers, even she knew it was a little ungrateful to complain after Ishan had given her such an effective move set, despite not even having a similar quirk. It's just... But why only drills? Were drills secretly the pinnacle of human weaponry? Now, she liked spirals, sure. And Shunchan's advice and analysis were top tier as always. But her bestest friend's only moveset he made for her was drill arms, drill shot, drill shield. And whenever she wanted to learn something more, he went all cryptic-like. I fear not the girl who practiced 10,000 drills once, but has practiced one drill 10,000 times. What was that even supposed to mean? Shunchan was the smartest person she knew, yet Shunchan was only giving her 3 moves, even when he definitely could think of more. At this point it wouldn't be the blueberry vanilla duo, but just vanilla with a side of blueberry sprinkles. Her older sister authority, which never existed, was in danger. While Nejaya was overcomplicating stuff in her head, Isfan opened his eyes, looking at her with an exasperated look on his face. Nejaya. She looked toward her best friend, pout on her face. I hope you remember that this tutoring isn't to make you a pro hero. Isfan raised an eyebrow. I'm tutoring you to get into a school meant to teach you how to become a pro hero. That made Nejaya pause at his statement, yet Isfan still continued. With the 3 moves I came up with, passing the exam is basically inevitable. He rested his chin on the back of his hand, an amused smile on his face. And when you get into UA, you can learn from the actual teachers there about flashy moves or something like that, instead of asking your childhood friend who's 2 years younger than you. Nejaya, who just got clocked with a decent argument, went silent, a small blush of embarrassment creeping onto her face, retorting with a weak excuse, eyes darting away from his expression. It's just because you're too smart, Shunchan. She uselessly complained, a sheepish tone in her voice. It's easy to forget. She mumbled at the end. Heh. Is that so? Ishan's smile grew. Then I'm honored. HMPH. She turned her head away, pouting. You win this time. Sure. With that statement, Nejaya quickly shifted the topic. What are you doing, Shunchan? Are you doing that cultivation thing that you've been into recently? I'm just meditating. However, unknowingly to Nejaya, what Ishan was actually doing was extrapolating his formulas. He had only discovered this recently, but not only did his computational ability increase over time, something else changed. His personal reality. Now, when he reincarnated into this world, he was given the Shirai Kuroko template, which gave him her personal reality and Esper abilities, along with her calculations. A personal reality was the usage of quantum theory to be able to ignore the uncertainty principle based on the user's own image of the world. Now, in the Toaru world, Espers who underwent the power curriculum program would have their own brains rewired in order to create a personal reality, while also having the effect of removing their chances to learn magic. However, Shunkan Ishan was an exception to this rule. What Rob had essentially done was given MHA human a personal reality without any change within Ishan's own brain. And a defining feature of MHA humans was adaptation. How else would people whose quirks gave them no physical enhancements be able to display in human feats? This didn't mean that only Ishan's brain had modified itself in order to house a personal reality. It was a case of both the personal reality and the brain modifying themselves to display such abilities, due to his own quirk being offshoots of his parents. This combination of brain and personal reality was what gave precognition to Ishan. The reason behind why Laplace demon wasn't possible was because of the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. However, what did a personal reality allow the user to do? Ignore the uncertainty principle. Ishan's precognition was just a side effect of the combination of a personal reality and his own quirk. However, his personal reality, despite starting as Shirai Kuroko's, Shunkan Ishan's own image of the world, was fundamentally different. When Rob had given him the ability, it had one rule attached. Namely, that the formula that Rob had given would work 100% of the time. This meant that despite Ishan's own view of the world differing from Shirai Kuroko's, it would still allow the usage of that formula. So Ishan, unlike Shirai Kuroko, was able to develop his omniscient domain by creating offshoots of the original teleportation formula. Now, after creating these formulas, Ishan didn't particularly need anything else. However, with the development of his halo, development was necessary. Before explaining the reason behind this development, it's also necessary how teleportation actually worked. When Ishan teleported one object into another in his childhood, he had initially assumed that the original object before the teleported object went into it was basically eviscerated. What actually happened, however, was that the object originally in that space would move in a different spatial dimension. Because Ishan's teleportation wasn't technically teleportation. It was movement within a higher dimensional space. Let's say we had a blank sheet of paper representing two-dimensional space. What Ishan was doing was taking a small square out of that sheet of paper and then moving it to a different location on that paper. That small square would take the place of what was originally on the area it was transported to, displacing the original object there into third-dimensional space, which couldn't be seen on a two-dimensional plane. This was why when Ishan teleported into the air wouldn't be fused with his body or anything. So if Ishan mirrored the formula, the original object displaced would come back into three-dimensional space. However, this gave Ishan an idea. Ishan couldn't just continuously teleport the halo above his head to give the illusion that it was floating above his head. Because if anything actually touched it, the continuously teleporting halo would displace whatever touched it into a higher dimension. So, after a few weeks of extrapolation, using all of his computational ability on the single task of creating new formulas, Ishan discovered something. He could actually use three-dimensional formulas. When he found that out, the first thought he had was, so I guess I didn't actually lie to that homeless guy and rat. Extrapolating further, Ishan was finally able to spatially lock his halo above his head, using himself as the origin point. It was only then that he showed off his halo to Nejaya. Now, with his goal achieved, he was just doing a side project. Creating an inventory. By transporting objects into a higher dimension and back, he could create a makeshift inventory. What would he use it for? Who knows? It was a side project for a reason. So while training Nejaya on her quirk, he was just spending the time extrapolating formulas. However, his progress on this project was basically non-existent. After all, the formula had to be tailored to be usable for his personal reality as well. But who knew when this would finish? Yet Ishan didn't even bother explaining this to Nejaya. Just a mention of a higher dimension would freeze up her brain. Ishan looked up at the darkening sky. Well, today's training ends here. Oh. Nejaya whined, but Ishan didn't listen, only holding out his hand for Nejaya to grab onto. Are you scared? Ishan teased, there's only a week left until the entrance exam, you know. I'm always ready. Nejaya retorted. Then let's go home. Oh. Aizen, this doesn't mean I've truly returned, readers, so don't get your hopes up. Here's my Patreon announcement modified for WN. For the web novel readers, this may be unfortunate news, but my break will probably extend until I get at least 5 to 10 advanced chapters on Patreon, so it actually serves its purpose, cause I want to savor this small break I have. While a lot of power stones look nice, I do feel like I've somewhat, as in I 100% have, been somewhat scamming the Patreon. So until Patreon gets 5 to 10 advanced chapters, whether it be for Blink or the Coat fic, I won't be uploading on WN for those two fics in particular. There is no specific schedule here, cause of college stuff and inconsistency. It might take a week or two, IDK. However, I have a new fanfic idea that I'll upload on WN, which is a jungle juice fic, so go ahead and read it if you want. It's Yui though, so if you aren't into that, you don't need to read it and just wait for the Coat and Blink updates. Chapter 55, Adolescence. 2,143 words. Shunchan. Yeah? Can you walk with me to UA for the entrance exam tomorrow? Pardon? Ishan turned around, foam cleanser on his face, with an exasperated expression. The UA entrance exam was set for Monday, which was tomorrow. For the majority of this week, UA, along with other popular high schools that teach heroics like Shiketsu High School, hosted their entrance exams. While Japan in the past would only give a break for middle school or junior high seniors, for Ishan's school at least, gave off a break similar to Golden Week during this time. After all, even if some middle schoolers saw the reality of getting into high-cut schools like UA, it didn't mean that they didn't have a chance to gun for other high schools that taught heroics. So, armed with this information that Ishan didn't have school the day of her entrance exam, Nejaya had invited Ishan over for a pre-UA high school entrance exam sleepover. Yet, now she was asking him to walk with her to the UA entrance exam too. Excuse me? Rejected. Ishan was still rubbing soap on his face. Or, why not? Nejaya whined. Ishan had an incredulous look on his face. Not even a week ago, you said you were always ready. I didn't know you were a liar. That's not the same. Nejaya crossed her arms, puffing out her chest. I just want my bestest friend to at least walk with me to the entrance for emotional support. She walked out of the bathroom, a pout on her face. Are you a kid? He mumbled, rinsing the water off his face. Nejaya poked her head back into view of the doorway, showcasing her glistening eyes. Are you really not going to walk with me? Ishan pat his face with a towel and looked toward Nejaya, eyebrows raised. He sighed, getting an excitatory look from Nejaya. Having been friends with Shunchan for nearly 7 years, she knew a lot if not all of his subconscious habits. That sigh happened when Shunchan was about to grudgingly agree. Fine. Yay. Of course, she never did it too much. As the next day arrived, Ishan found himself awake early as always. Without a moment's hesitation, Ishan teleported out of Nejaya's hands into the bathroom to wash up. After patting his face with a towel and teleporting his skincare routine onto his face, Ishan went to the kitchen, where Shiori was already there, waiting for him. Here you are, Shun-kun. Shiori smiled at him as she saw him leave the bathroom, before crossing her arms, a mock expression of seriousness on her face. I'll have you know that the kitchen is my domain, since neither Nejaya-chan nor Mitsuru can cook to save their lives, but I'll make an exception. Then she relaxed, a soft smile on her face. While I'm not sure if my Nejaya-chan deserves all of this spoiling you're giving her, Shiori chuckled, I'll be watching over you just in case you make any mistakes that could harm you while you're cooking. Ishan nodded. Yes, m. His omniscient domain might prevent any harm coming to him, but that didn't mean it would stop him from possibly over or under seasoning his food. At this point, Ishan didn't particularly mind someone looking over him while doing this. It may seem that Ishan had a pride in learning stuff, but it was more or less that finding an expert to teach him took longer than actually learning that subject. But having been accustomed to Auntie Shiori's cooking, Ishan could say that he could emulate her to some extent, but there wasn't anything wrong with supervision. Human error when doing a new activity was expected. It's just that Ishan's own abilities of a supercomputer for a brain, omniscient domain, and a near-perfect memory significantly reduced that margin of error. Cooking was something that utilized a majority of his senses, even his mostly unused ones, smell and taste. Now one might ask why he didn't practice beforehand, and all Ishan could say was that even if he failed, wasn't there an appeal for it being his first time? It was better to have an excuse to both himself and for Nejaya if she didn't find it appetizing. Of course it wasn't that he wasn't confident. It was merely a backup plan. A few minutes later, when a faint sound of an alarm ringing sounded from Nejaya's room, Shiori gave Ishan a teasing gaze, but it was also of incredulousness. After all, right in front of the kitchen counter was an immaculately set bento, with octopus sausages, egg rolls, and a Hamburg steak that looked like everything down to the minute detail was considered. Did he really not practice beforehand? Even him filling up a small thermos with brewed jasmine tea was perfectly timed with Nejaya turning off her alarm. Seconds passed, as Nejaya came out of her room, a dazed and confused look on her face. Where did you go, Shunchan? She looked around with her hair in a jumbled-up mess, her squinted eye scanning the living room before settling on Ishan's face. Shunchan. She quickly ran over to Ishan, relief on her face. I almost thought you forgot about our promise. Nejaya exclaimed. Ishan raised an eyebrow. Who do you think I am? As he finished screwing on the cap to the thermos. Just get ready for your entrance exam. I already packed all of your testing materials and straightened out your uniform. Ishan shooed Nejaya to the bathroom to wash up, turning around to see Shiori, blinking. Shiori looked at Ishan in confusion. When did he even have the time to do that? However, another thought popped into her mind. I know Nejaya-chan is spoiled, but she really is getting the princess treatment. Even for a moment, Shiori felt a little jealous with how efficient yet caring Ishan was with everything, all for Nejaya. However, that thought put a fond smile with a hint of relief on her face. She sure was glad that Nejaya got her hands on him first before anyone could have taken this perfect son-in-law. She heard about a possible contender from Kako, but Shiori was confident in her daughter's charm. Even if Nejaya-chan wasn't in the same grade as Shun-koen, their bond was like diamond, it was unbreakable. Shun-chan. Nejaya started, as they got off the bus stop close to UA, holding Ishan's hand and swinging it around. Nervous? Well, maybe. Nejaya tilted her head, but I'm kind of more excited to see all of the cool quirks. She said, an expectant look on her face. I wonder if I'll be in the same class as the next All Might. Nejaya added on, because you never know if the person next to you is super strong unless they reveal it. Ishan nodded along, inwardly quipping, I'm sorry to say, but I'm pretty sure the next All Might is going to be in my generation. But personally, as someone who avoids troublesome things unless he was in the mood for aura farming, he would prefer not to be in the same class as that bunch of hooligans. Well, it's good that you aren't nervous. Ishan nodded, while taking in some familiar faces within his omniscient domain. Technically, when Ishan said familiar faces, it was basically some of the UA staff, because he had seen a few both on the show and on broadcasts. Why would he know anyone 2 years older than him? However, there were two people he knew from Nejaya's generation. That one guy with permeation, and the other with that eating quirk that he forgot the name of. And coincidentally, it seemed that they were walking together as well, and they would meet at around the same time at the gate of UA. As Nejaya made more small talk and questions about nearby examinees' quirks, which Ishan answered to the best of his ability, the duo finally arrived at the gates of UA. Ishan took a moment to observe the unnecessarily avant-garde design of UA, which seemed way too overkill for a high school, but immediately gave up trying to understand how this place had this high of a budget. After all, the rat was a genius. There were a lot of ways to make money. But for Ishan, there was simply no point anymore. It was more like Ishan saw no point in making money, as having the ability to make a lot of money whenever he chose was the same as being rich to him. Maybe if anyone close to him wanted something that required money, but even then he was confident that he could just make that something instead. It was more fun that way. As Ishan and Nejaya were both admiring the campus for a few seconds, Ishan looked at Nejaya. This is where we part. While Nejaya still had an unsatisfied expression on her face, she begrudgingly let go of Ishan's hand. However, before Nejaya could step foot on campus, Ishan stopped her. Just have fun. Nejaya tilted her head. Wasn't the norm supposed to be a voice of encouragement? Even if you fail, you can go to a different high school, graduate, take a course, and obtain a hero license then, Ishan shrugged, there's zero actual pressure even if you fail. Ishan added, however, I'd be pretty sad if all of my time tutoring went to waste. Nejaya nodded with a determined expression on her face. And one last thing. Yeah? What do heroes do? This was a question that Ishan had asked Nejaya multiple times during his tutoring and even before then. As always, she gave the same answer. Save people. Ishan displayed a smile, nodding in satisfaction. Good luck, Nejaya. Don't forget to call my name if you need help. Nejaya gave another nod before blinking. Eh? Even for the entrance exam? Safety is paramount. Nothing is wrong with asking for help. Even for heroes. At that, Nejaya nodded in understanding, turning around and walking a few steps before turning around and waving at Ishan. Ishan just waved back, waiting until she entered the building. However, after the fourth time of Nejaya turning around and waving at him, he couldn't help but give an audible sigh, showing an exasperated smile, waving back. After Nejaya finally entered the building, he turned around to see two familiar faces. Mirio and him. What was the other guy's name again? Ishan only remembered the black-haired person's shy demeanor. As Ishan's gaze went over Mirio and Tamaki, Tamaki froze at his gaze before looking away, a shadow falling over his face to hide his eyes. However, Mirio, not one to be nervous meeting a new person, greeted Ishan with a bright smile on his face, raising a hand in greeting. Hello, senpai. While Mirio, currently 175 centimeters in height, towered over Ishan's 169 centimeters, it was Ishan's countenance that made Mirio believe that he was a senior helping a junior when Ishan was talking to Nejaya. Hello. Yet Ishan didn't correct Mirio. Mainly because it was a little funny, and he was kind of curious about meeting another character he somewhat knew about. Are you a student at UA, Senpai? Mirio asked. Maybe, Isfan shrugged. If Nejaya didn't get accepted, there was no point in attending UA. Yet for Mirio, this nonchalance only gave off the impression that the person in front of was a cryptic senior, solidifying his initial impression of Ishan. That's amazing, Senpai. I was wondering if you could give us advice before we took the entrance exam. Of course, nothing too important. I wouldn't want to be seen as cheating, after all. He flashed a confident smile. Isham hummed in thought at Mirio's request, before asking him a similar question he asked Nejaya. Him, then, Kohai. Yes, Senpai. Mirio nodded. Why do you want to become a hero? Mirio paused in thought for a few seconds, before putting his hands on his hips with conviction. To save others. At that statement, Ishan nodded. That's a good answer. Ishan turned around, intending to walk back to Nejaya's house, before turning around to see Mirio and Tamaki dazed by his sudden leave. What are you waiting for? Aren't you two going to become heroes? The two blinked. Mirio and even Tamaki nodded with determination, making their way into the UA campus. Ishan walked away, a faint smile on his face. That was something I wanted to do for a while. Nice. Ace N, I said I'd originally upload till Patreon caught up, but I feel bad, so I'll just do weekly uploads until Patreon catches up instead. Also, just making sure, but does Ishan come off as a pushover? I sure hope not. Cause, you know, like Nejaya's a little sibling in his POV. Chapter 56, Amazing. Announcement. 314 words. 8N, false alarm. This isn't another chapter, but due to some of my Discord members, I organized a little competition for some of my readers if they want to join, because before I am a writer, I am a reader. Enjoy! Monthly or quarterly? Cyprus Fanfic Contest. First place, $100 or an equivalent, as long as I can pay through PayPal. Second place, $10 or an equivalent, similar restrictions as above. Third place, can pick any one of my current fanfics and ask for a chapter. Asterisk game currencies count, and I can allow a limit of $5 in any direction if buying an object. Requirements. Minimum 2,000 words and 5,000 maximum. Leeway of 250 words. No 18+ work such as smut. No sexualization of minors in any way, shape, or form. Theme, Tunkai, star rail characters in another world, doesn't have to be strictly anime. Participation, the 3rd of June, 2026 to the 4th of January, 2026. Selection, the 4th of February, 2026 to the 4th of September, 2026. Announcement, the 4th of October, 2026. Rules. Has to follow the theme. No usage of any generative AI such as ChatGPT, DeepSeek, etc. has to be created after the contest starts. Asterisk if caught breaking any of the requirements or rules, you are automatically disqualified and banned if future contests occur. Judges, Cyprus, maybe more who knows. Organizer, Cyprus. Funding, Cyprus's Patreon. You can submit your work at the specific channel at my Discord server. discord.gg/Cyprus. This is all just a fun activity if anyone wants to join. Just a faster and low effort and quick participation fanfic fiesta, basically. This announcement page will stay up until the competition is over. Theme is that BC if we run out of themes in the future I'm cooked and I wanna read creative HSR fics or one-shots. How often these competitions take place is based on participation. That's all from your lovely author. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.